Threat Agent, The Ungovernable Series, Book 8. Written by R.M. Olson. Narrated by Zura Johnson. Threat Agent. An individual or group that has the potential to exploit a system's vulnerabilities and or damage or harm the system or the organization through other means. Chapter 1. Masha. Day 1. Early. The Prasvishoni night was cold, the bitter wind whipping snow around Masha's face. She hunched down into the collar of her thin jacket, squinting through the blowing snow at the darkened streets ahead. She knew exactly where she was going. She'd been planning this trip since she was 7 years old. Ahead of her rose a dark block of apartment buildings, barely visible through the blizzard. They were almost indistinguishable from the other apartment blocks along the street, but if you looked closely enough, you could see the minute differences. Extra security measures, for instance, and prefab walls built thickly to withstand explosions. This was a place for people who had money and enemies. People powerful enough to cause the government trouble, should things go sideways. Masha stepped into the entrance, partially sheltered from the biting wind, and paused a moment, shaking the snow from her scarf and coat. She'd expected her hands to be trembling, but they were perfectly steady. She touched the building's calm, tapping through to the correct apartment.
Hello?
The woman's voice was groggy with sleep.
Who is it?
This is Olonia Kozelva, said Masha calmly. You requested I come.
Ah, yes, Alonia.
The woman's voice now was slightly more awake.
Come in.
The door clicked as the lock unfastened, and Masha stepped inside. From inside, the difference between this and the regular apartment buildings was much more pronounced. Instead of dingy, mildewy prefab walls, these walls were smooth and painted. The carpets on the floor were thick and lush, and perhaps most surprising of all, it was clean. The hollow lift gleamed in the corner of the lobby, shiny and modern. Masha stepped into it and murmured, Floor 5. The apartment she was looking for was at the far end of the 5th floor corridor. Masha hesitated at the door for half a second, then pulled her scarf over her face and tapped firmly. The door swung open. It took all of Masha's willpower to conceal her quick intake of breath. She hardly recognized the woman in front of her. She'd aged since the last time Masha had seen her. She was perhaps in her 60s, but she looked 80. Her skin wrinkled, her sunken eyes wary and suspicious. She pulled the door open wider.
Well?
She demanded impatiently.
Don't just stand there. Come inside.
Her eyes darted around the hallway, as if searching for something, or someone. Masha smiled behind her scarf and stepped through the door. The inside of the apartment was obviously fine, subtle touches of wealth accenting the small space, but Masha ignored them. Ex-Minister Slavienka, she said quietly. It is good to see you, finally. The woman glared at her suspiciously.
You're Alonia?
Her voice was brusque. Masha inclined her head. Slavenka glanced around again quickly, unease evident in her face and posture.
Very good. She paused. I assume I don't have to explain to you what's been happening.
Masha shook her head. No, I'm aware of the situation. She studied the woman as she spoke. She'd obviously lived a prosperous life, at least by the standards of the Svodrani System. Her face had the soft roundness of someone not accustomed to missing meals, and her body didn't bear the marks of hardship carried by most of the people in Prasvishoni. But the nervous set to her posture, the unconscious movements of her hands, the faint, almost imperceptible trembling in her fingers, spoke of someone who'd lived with fear for a very, very long time. Masha couldn't hold back her slight smile, but her scarf around her face was enough to conceal it.
"And you understand our arrangement, I assume,"
the woman continued.
"You will go in as Undersecretary to the Under-Minister of Internal Affairs. You will raise my suggestions in government meetings as I direct. You will keep me appraised of anything unusual, and you will arrange for my protection at all costs."
Masha's voice was quiet. "Slavenka, you always were a careful one. I've known you for a long time, after all. But then, you never really knew me at all, did you?" The unease in the woman's expression was crystallizing into fear.
"Of course I don't know you. I was told by someone I know and trust that you could do what I needed. But I don't know you, and I have no wish to."
"I'm certain that is true," Masha murmured. "But we don't always get what we wish for, and we can't always trust who we think we can." Now, the fear in Slavenka's face was sharp and obvious.
"Who are you?" she demanded. "Why haven't you taken off your coat? Let me see your face."
"Be careful what you ask for," said Masha quietly. Slowly she loosened her scarf, letting it fall away. If the woman's expression had been panicked before, now it was a blank terror.
"Masha,"
she whispered.
"Masha Volkova. How did you?"
Masha smiled gently. "Come now, Slavenka. We've worked across from each other for years. Such a greeting for an old colleague." Slavenka's face turned up into a twisted parody of a smile, sick with dread.
"Masha, you're right. We've worked together for years. I don't know what they told you, but you must believe me that—"
She was backing away slowly, towards the kitchen. Her hand fumbled for something tucked inside her sleeve. Masha was still smiling. That same faint, pleasant smile, even though her heart pounded in her ears. "Don't bother," she said. "Did you really think I would come here without a blocker set on my comm? None of your calls for help can get out. None of your bodyguards will hear you scream."
"What do you want?"
The woman's voice was practically shaking.
"What do you want from me, Masha?"
"I think you know," said Masha. "I think you know exactly what I want and why."
"Whatever happened was a long time ago. It was years ago, years and years. We all make mistakes. Unfortunate things happen, things outside our control. You've worked in this government for how long? You know what we have to do to survive."
The woman stepped back again as Masha took another step towards her. She felt, oddly, perfectly calm. That cool detachment she'd perfected over the years, settling across her like an impenetrable shield. "You're right," she said in that same mild voice. "I know exactly what it takes to survive." She took another step. "And I know what it takes to get ahead." Slavenka's hands were shaking, the whites showing around her eyes.
"I told you."
She tried again, her voice a terrified whimper.
Look at me. I'm an old woman. I'm not the person I was. Whatever happened, however many years ago.
No, said Masha, her voice gentle and merciless. You're not the woman you were. The woman you were was a small, unimportant undersecretary. The woman you were didn't live in an apartment like this one. She hadn't spent years enjoying the fruits of her labors.
Masha.
Masha was still smiling, that strange calm still bleeding through her, even through the rapid pounding of her heart. You were young and ambitious, and you wanted more than just to survive. You made that clear when you contacted Alexia Petrova, after she'd murdered her way into the position of mafia Krestnaya. Told her she could do what she needed to, and you'd take care of the police. And after the mafia enforcers went through the city, making examples of everyone who wouldn't pay Alexia's protection fees, you were suitably rewarded for it. She paused. That was the day my parents died. I watched them. They weren't the only ones, of course. But when you're 7 years old, you don't think of that. You only think of the looks on their faces as they choke on their own blood.
Masha, I swear.
Of course. None of this was what you intended. Masha smiled slightly. I saw the kill orders you put out on me and my crew, once you knew who I was. But getting rid of your past is harder than it looks, isn't it? You never know when someone might come back from the dead, looking for revenge. Slavenka wasn't speaking anymore, her eyes darting back and forth in frantic panic. Do you know the name of the Boyevik Alexia sent to kill my parents? Asked Masha conversationally. He was a young man at the time, but he rose in the ranks, just like you did. His name was Grigory Korsakov. She saw the realization wash across the woman's face, the gray tinge to her skin growing more pronounced.
What do you want?
Her voice was harsh.
What do you want with me?
Masha didn't answer, just slipped her hand casually into the pocket of her pilot's coat and took another step, the smile never fading from her face. Her foot crossed the threshold between the entryway and the kitchen. Slavenka's expression changed suddenly, fear turning to one of savage triumph. Masha tried to step back, but it was too late. The force field current jolted through her body, freezing her muscles, pinning her in place.
You thought you could threaten me, Masha.
Slavenka's voice was vicious. The brutality that Masha had known lurked just under the surface, in full display now.
But you miscalculated, for once in your life. Ever since I found out who you actually were, I've been prepared for this. I had no idea that your parents would die when I spoke to Alexia. I didn't concern myself with the details. But it seems ironic, doesn't it? Your parents' death got me my position, and your death will secure it.
She paused.
Believe me, Masha, there are important people who will be very grateful to see you dead.
She twisted something on her calm, and the invisible restraints around Masha tightened. Masha closed her eyes, drawing in a shallow breath. Her heart pounded so that it felt like it would break through her ribcage, and a bitter nausea rose in her throat at the flood of memories from the past 17 years. Working across from Slavenka, smiling and laughing with her, making pleasant conversation in the hallway. All the time, hiding her disgust, her gut-clenching hatred, her visceral revulsion at the woman's presence. The woman who, it appeared, would kill her. Slavenka turned to the small kitchen table behind her.
"Don't worry,"
she said, her voice hard with malice.
"I'll make your death quick. I heard your parents took some time to die, so you're lucky, really."
When she turned back, there was a heat gun in her hand, small and deadly.
"I've set this force field into my comm signal," she said. "Until I release it, you can't move more than a finger."
She lifted her pistol in a shaking hand, her eyes cold. Masha closed her eyes, just for a moment, straining against the force that held her. She could still see the look on her father's face as he died. There was the shuddering hiss of a heat blast. For a long moment afterwards, there was silence. Slowly, Slavenka toppled forward, face still frozen in an expression of vicious hatred. A small, blackened hole burnt through the center of her chest. The force that bound Masha released as Slavenka's fingers relaxed from the device. Masha smiled grimly and glanced down at the small round hole her hidden heat pistol had burned through the pocket of her pilot's coat. Moving a finger was all she'd needed in the end. Slavenka hadn't been the only one who'd spent years preparing for this meeting. Masha stepped over the body without glancing down at it. Her heart still pounded strangely, but her legs were perfectly steady. She looked quickly around the apartment. Slavenka would have kept her government codes here somewhere, and there were various other items that could come in handy. She searched quickly and efficiently, and was finished within 15 standard minutes. At the doorway to the kitchen, she paused a moment, a strange reluctance slowing her movements. Then, at last, she knelt beside the burned body. Slavenka lay face up. She looked old and frail now, no trace of viciousness or violence left in her slack features. There was that small, almost imperceptible stiffness to her expression, the hint of death closing in. No pain. The death had been too quick for that. For half a moment, Masha saw her parents' faces, the tears running down her father's cheeks, her mother's eyes wide with horror. This death had been peaceful in comparison. It was a shame, but it couldn't be helped. She had work to do. Masha patted the woman down calmly. It took her only a moment to find the small ID tucked inside the front of her jacket. After all, she'd been planning to give it to Masha, or Alonia, to begin with. Masha tucked it carefully into her own pocket. It wouldn't even need to be forged. Her contact had made sure that all the biometrics matched. She stood glancing around quickly to make sure she hadn't missed anything, and stepped carefully over the body to the door. They'd find Slavenka in the morning. With the government in its current state, the assassination of an ex-minister couldn't possibly come as a shock. Masha closed the door behind her and walked briskly back to the hololift. When she reached the lobby, she paused for a moment before stepping back out onto the street. Decades of planning had brought her to this point, and this, here, was the final stage. She took a deep breath, touching the ID in her pocket. Then she pulled her scarf up around her face again and stepped out into the icy, prasvishoni night, turning towards the sprawling block of government buildings. No point in going back to her freezing apartment. Undersecretaries typically got an early start. She had every intention of being a stellar undersecretary. Chapter 2. Jez. Day 1. Jez woke in warm, drowsy comfort and nestled her head into the warmth. Then, like every damn day for the last however many weeks, she jerked awake, cursing under her breath. Because the warmth was Lev's shoulder, and they weren't supposed to. And then she remembered. And the rush of relief that washed over her was as thick and dizzying as the panic she'd felt a moment before. She was here, with Lev, on the Ungovernable. And somehow, some ridiculous way, they'd figured it out. She didn't have to run away, or leave, or pretend she didn't care. And she'd never realized how this, waking up next to him, curled in his arms, had been the only thing in the entire system she'd actually wanted. She blinked hard against the unexpected tears, and when she could see again, she glanced over at Lev. He was lying next to her, one arm tucked around her, his face peaceful in sleep. She watched him for a few moments, and she honestly hadn't known that you could love someone so much that just looking at them could make your chest tighten and almost choke off your breath. She leaned over and very gently kissed him on the cheek. He stirred slightly, his arm tightening around her instinctively, but didn't wake. She smiled to herself and kissed him again, this time on the corner of the jaw. He gave a sleepy moan and stirred again. This time, she kissed him in the hollow behind his ear, and he moaned again, eyes still closed. By the time she'd kissed her way down his neck to his chest, his eyes had blinked open, and there was an expression there that made her heart pound a little faster than it had been.
Jez,
He mumbled sleepily, pulling her closer. She bit softly at the corner of his neck. He drew in a quick breath.
Jez.
His voice was much less steady now. She grinned wickedly, grazing her teeth along his collarbone, and he groaned. He rolled over slightly, pulling her closer, his body warm against hers. He was definitely awake now, and the look in his eyes was making her heart skip in a strange and undeniably pleasant way. She winked at him, running a hand across his bare chest, and traced her fingers languidly down his stomach. He gave an incoherent growl, tightened his uninjured arm around her waist, and rolled her on top of him, pulling her into a long kiss. She closed her eyes and leaned into him, and something about the taste of him on her tongue, the press of his body against hers, the way his hand ran down her back, sending delightful shivers up her spine. Well, now that she thought about it, maybe waking up next to him wasn't the only thing in the system that she wanted. It was some time later, before they made their way onto the main deck of the Ungovernable. The others were gathered around the conference table, going through a pile of what looked like every damn thing on the damn ship, stowing items into packs as Tay frowned down at a list on his holoscreen. Lev sat down on one of the chairs, pulling Jez onto his lap, and she acquiesced readily. Yesbel shot them a flat look, but there was faint amusement under it.
We were all wondering if the two of you would show up at some point.
Jez smirked. Hey now, maybe we were a bit busy. Yesbel's look grew, if possible, even flatter.
Believe me, we'll gather that.
She paused a moment.
You could work on being a little quieter while you're at it. And I think after last night, everyone on the ship would happily pitch in for a cult that doesn't squeak.
Jez's grin widened. What? Jealous?
Yesbel rolled her eyes. No, I am not jealous,
But I would like to be able to actually sleep at night. Jez winked at her. Hey, I'm willing to bet there are a couple cots on this ship that don't squeak. She turned to Lev. Me and Genius Boy could try them out. I mean, hell, it'd be a sacrifice. But the things I'm willing to do for this crew. From the look on Lev's face, he fully supported this suggestion and would happily get started then and there. Yesbel gave an exasperated sigh, and Tay glared at them. I'm not sure if either of you remember, but we're actually in the middle of a full-on revolution at the moment, he said. So if you could spare some of your attention? Jez rolled her eyes and settled herself a little further onto Lev's lap. Fine, techhead. If you're going to put it that way. He gave her a look of unmitigated exasperation, then turned to Lev. Lev, how are you feeling? Lev looked over at him in blank incomprehension, and Jez would have snickered at the dreamy look on his face if it hadn't basically mirrored her own. I'm sorry, Tay. What was that? Tay put his head in his hands. Lev, he said in a flat voice. I'm not sure if you remember this, but you were shot with a heat gun less than 12 hours ago. Does that ring any bells? Lev stared at him for a moment, glanced down at his shoulder, then sighed deeply and ran a hand over his face. He looked back at Tay with a slightly rueful expression. I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted at the moment, I'm afraid. I'd gathered that, said Tay through his teeth. He took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, Look, I get it. If I had my way, you and Jez could have a private room on the ship, and nobody would bother you for the next month, but... He sighed. His face was lined with worry and strain, the bruises from yesterday standing out in sharp relief against his dark skin. Blood from where his head had hit the wall during the explosion still matted his hair. And looking at him, Jez felt the euphoria of the morning fading. Lev sobered as well. Sorry, Tay, he said quietly. Tay shook his head, a slightly wry expression on his face. Look, I get it. It's just... Lev nodded. It's just there are people out there who are going to die if we don't figure this out, he finished. Tay sighed. All right then, said Lev. I suppose we'd better figure it out. He looked around. Were you discussing anything while you waited for us? Tay gave another tight shake of his head. No, just packing up everything we might need. Mostly my tech, and Yesbel's weapons and explosive components. Once we're back behind the barricades, it might be hard to get out again. I don't know if we can really plan much until we have a better idea of what's happening in the city. He paused. I think we're about ready to go, if you are. Jez glanced around the ship one last time as the rest of the crew assembled outside in the cramped smuggler's bay and took a deep breath. She closed her eyes for a moment, running her hand along the Ungovernable's smooth paneling, breathing in the faint fragrance of crystallized sap and old wood, mingled with the mechanical smell of a long-haul ship. The smell that meant home. The smell that meant no matter what happened, she was on her ship, and things would be all right. Then she stepped out the door and walked slowly down the loading ramp. Lev waited for her at the bottom of the ramp. He had a small smile on his face, but his expression was overlaid with concern. Are you going to be all right? He whispered as she came up to him. Jez glanced back at her beautiful ship for just a moment and swallowed hard. Yeah, she said softly. Yeah, figure I will. Lev took her hand and squeezed it, his face turning serious. Jez, he said, we'll get you back to your ship, I promise. One of these days, we'll get you back here, and you won't have to leave it again. Not unless you want to. Yeah, she said quietly. One day. But right now, we've got crap to take care of. And hell, maybe being away from her hurts like a damn heat blast in the gut, but I guess I found something even more important than flying. Guess I didn't think that was going to happen. Lev was watching her, in that way he had, his eyes soft, something in his expression that always made her chest tighten, just a little. Yes, he said, his eyes catching hers. I suppose the same thing happened to me. There was affection in his tone. She grinned and swallowed again. Well then, guess we better get a move on and save the damn system, because I'll be honest, doesn't look like you and me are going to get any more alone time until that happens. Lev chuckled slightly and pulled her in for a quick kiss. That's more than enough motivation for me. So, saving the system it is. The small smuggler's bay, where they'd stored the Ungovernable, was just on the edge of the docking district, a kilometer or so north of the university. Jez looked out the hangar bay door, cautiously, then beckoned the others forward, and they followed her warily into the streets. Even with the sun peering reluctantly over the horizon, the air was bitter cold. The snow from the blizzard of the night before coated the streets and alleys, plastered up against the prefab brick walls of the dingy warehouse buildings around them. Jesbel pressed Misko closer against her shoulder, her expression grim. I don't like this, she said in a terse voice. Jez glanced around. The streets at this hour of the day, and in this part of the city, should be filled with people going about their own business, and trying not to intrude on the business of anyone else who might, for example, shoot them dead. Today, the streets were completely empty, which meant things were dangerous enough that even the damn smugglers and long-haul crews were staying indoors. Jez grinned, resting her hand on the heat pistol shoved into her belt. Well, Jesbel, I know you've been wanting to see how the mods you put on this work in real life. It's looking like we'll have a demonstration. Jesbel pulled out her own pistol, not even bothering to respond. They made their cautious way down the deserted streets. Jez's heart hammered in her chest, and she moved so that her body would shield Lev from any stray heat blast that might come their way. She could tell that he'd noticed, and that he wanted to protest, but had realized it would do absolutely no good. She grinned to herself. It wouldn't have done. She was damn well not going to watch him get shot again. They'd made it almost 3/4 of the way through the empty streets around the docks when the first shot rang out. Jez shoved Lev down, and from the corner of her eye saw Jesbel half turn, shielding Misko's body with her own. Another shot fizzed past them, and this time Jez saw where it came from. She raised her pistol and returned the favor. The air of the street glowed momentarily white hot, and there was a muffled scream from behind an alley wall. Jesbel, said Jez over her shoulder. I ever tell you how hot? Peace off, Jesbel grumbled, but Jez could tell she was smiling. And then the entire street lit up, heat blasts lighting the air around them, the hiss and crackle of them sharp in the silence of the street. Guess that's our cue, Jez muttered. Ivan put his arm around the still slightly unsteady Tay. Jez pushed Lev ahead of her, and they ran for their lives. The shots followed them down the street. Jez wasn't counting, but she figured there were at least 5 shooters, maybe more. She swore as one of the heat blasts hit so close it almost scorched a hole in her damn jacket. Jez, are you? I'm fine, genius, she said through gritted teeth. Keep moving. Behind her, Tanya slowed for a moment, turning so that her body sheltered Olya from the blasts. She fired 3 times in quick succession, and there were 3 strangled shouts of pain.
Who's shooting at us?
asked Lev, his voice tight. Jez rolled her eyes. Figure we can talk about that when we all get out of here alive. Come on. He stumbled, and she swore, catching him by his good arm and pulling him after her. Behind them, Tay and Ivan were pounding down the streets. There was sharp pain on Tay's face, worry in Ivan's. Lev was breathing heavily, his feet stumbling on the rough cobblestones.
Jez, turn here,
he panted.
There's a back street that will get us there faster.
In the distance, Jez heard the whine of police sirens. She swore loudly, and Tanya shot her a disapproving glance over her shoulder. Hey, Tanya, she drawled breathlessly. Figure if the kids are going to learn to swear, now is a pretty damn good time. Another blast lit the air beside her, and Lev cursed, his voice tight with pain. Jez swore again, her heart jumping into her throat. Genius?
I'm fine.
Lev's voice was strained.
Just run.
They pounded down the street, around the corner, down another street. Lev was still on his feet, but his face was ashen, and she could hear his labored breathing. Tay, half supported by Ivan, was muttering into his calm.
Up ahead, next left,
murmured Lev. They rounded the corner, and there ahead of them were the barricades. 3 figures stood on the barricade walls, faces grim, heat pistols in their hands. She recognized all 3 of them, and her heart skipped in relief. The hiss and sputter of their covering heat blasts almost drowned out the rapidly approaching sirens.
Tay, get in here,
shouted Dmitri as soon as they were close enough. He scrambled down the barricades and grabbed Tay's other arm, half dragging him inside. Vera was there too, and she caught Lev around the waist, supporting his other side, and the 3 of them stumbled behind the shelter of the barricades. Petty, above them, was still firing at their pursuers. At least, Jez assumed so, from the whine of heat blasts outside. Yesbel, Tanya, and the 2 children appeared a moment later, breathing heavily, faces pale with strain.
Is everyone all right?
Dmitri snapped. Jez glanced around quickly. Tay had collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Ivan was beside him, face worried and hand on Tay's arm. Lev sagged against her, breath coming in short, painful gasps. Tanya had dropped Olya with Yesbel and joined Petty on the barricades, her heat pistol firing with deadly accuracy. Jez propped Lev against Vera and yanked out her own heat pistol. They going to come in here? Because if they are, we better be ready for them. I'll take the opening there. Yesbel, you? Vera shook her head wearily. No, they won't try to come past the barricades. At least, not yet. They've had chances, but I don't think they're up for the kind of firepower that would take. They're just shooting at anyone they find in the streets. Sure enough, when she listened, Jez could hear the sounds of the sirens fading in the distance. She drew in a long breath, sagging back against the wall beside Lev. So, she said at last, guess I know where to come for a good time these days. Vera chuckled, but her expression was grim. The streets are a mess. We heard the shooting all night. Her voice choked, and Jez felt a sudden twist of sympathy. These idiot students were just kids. They'd had no damn idea what they were getting into. Then she remembered Lev's choked gasp, and she turned in sudden panic. He was leaned up against the wall, face pale, but when he caught her eyes, he managed to smile.
I'm fine, Jez,
he said in a strained voice.
Although, I've come to the reluctant conclusion that running from the police is not an activity that's conducive to restful recovery from a heat blast injury.
She glared at him skeptically, and he gave her a small smile.
Honestly, I'm fine.
He tried to straighten, and grimaced slightly. Inasmuch as fine can be applied to having been shot less than 24 hours previously. You're starting to sound like me, she said with a reluctant grin. His smile in return was fond, and her heart stuttered, like it always did, and there was something in her chest, something tight and warm and almost sickeningly grateful. She could have kissed him right there. Maybe done a little more than just kiss him. But she glanced at the weary, drawn faces of the students and street kids surrounding them. This probably wasn't exactly the time for that, much as she wished it was. Finally, Tanya and Petty climbed down from the barricades and joined the rest of them, their faces grim. So, said Jesper quietly, what do you think, Liv? He sighed and glanced down at his shoulder ruefully. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I wasn't quite as coherent as I normally am for most of our discussions last night. Jez fought back a quick shudder at the memory. Lev crumpling to the ground, face bloodless, a heat blast seared through his shoulder. The sick pain in his expression, the way his face had gone slack when he fainted. Lev must have noticed the tension in her, because he pulled her closer, giving her a small smile before turning back to the others. At any rate, if I understand the situation correctly, the entire city has broken out in rebellion. The police have been instructed to use any means necessary to stop it. The government has gone to hell. The gangs are running rampant in the streets. Someone is working behind the scenes with the police to stir up trouble. The gangs and the police have joined forces, and as far as we can assume, Masha is now actively working against us. Have I more or less remembered everything correctly? Tay sighed again. I think you've captured it fairly well. Lev turned to Vera and Dmitri. I assume you've gone through the supplies you have left. How long will we be able to hold out here? Vera glanced at Dmitri and shrugged. A week or so? There was some food storage in the school cafeteria that we've been using, but it's not going to last forever. For a few moments, there was silence. Jez glanced around at the grim expressions on the others' faces, and despite the warmth of Lev's arm around her, she had to repress a small shudder. This wasn't like anything they'd done before. This wasn't just some job they were pulling now. This was life or death, for more people than she really liked to think about. Chapter 3, Masha, Day 1.
So, you're alone now.
The man across from her scowled, his face pinched in an expression of permanent distaste. The lines on his face and the shakiness in his hands were more pronounced than she would have expected. If her information was correct, he was in his mid-50s. Alcohol had probably played a part, if she had to guess. Certainly not an uncommon vice among the government under-ministers. Masha gave a small, polite smile. Yes, she said. Slavenka recommended me to your office.
Oh, she did,
said the man in front of her sourly.
But if you think this is going to be a cushy job, just because you have friends who have pull.
I have no qualms about working hard, said Masha, her voice still pleasant. I do understand that in a place like this, one must work if one wishes to achieve anything. The man scowled at her, clearly not placated. Under Minister Adric was a washed-up bureaucrat, and it showed. He clearly had no idea how to play the games that were required to get ahead in government. Games Masha had known from the moment she arrived in the office as a fresh-faced university graduate. Honestly, he seemed to have survived this long by simply being too unimportant to bother with. He glared at her for a few moments longer, then leaned back in his seat.
"We all must work if we want to achieve, you say?"
he said at last. The sneer in his voice was a familiar one. Someone happy to take out his frustration on anyone with less power than himself. "I was under the impression that's what I was hired for," said Masha, her voice still polite.
"Well, you'd best get to work then,"
said the man, his tone acerbic. He glanced around the office, then waved his hand vaguely.
"Tidy up my information chips and my paperwork for a start. If you're working for me, you take what I give you."
"I wouldn't dream of protesting," said Masha. He kept his eyes on her suspiciously as she looked around the office. It was cluttered from what looked like years of neglect. Remnants of food cartons, old dishes, even something that looked like an old shirt were lodged in corners and under shelves. She smiled wryly to herself. She'd done worse jobs, certainly. For a while he watched her as she worked, his face still twisted with dislike. Eventually, though, he seemed to conclude she could be left to her own devices, and turned back to his desk. She picked up a dirty shirt in the tips of her fingers to get to a pile of yellowing paper documents, and was jolted by an unexpected memory. Yesbel and Tanya, their faces wry, manner businesslike, working beside her to clear out a filthy, rodent-infested apartment, quietly, so as not to wake the sleeping children. She pinched her lips closed. She'd made her choice, and she wouldn't change it even if she could. She worked quickly, her progress bringing her around the desk closer to Adric. He didn't seem to notice, still scowling down at his holoscreen, and she tapped her comm discreetly. The mods Tay had set up were still working, as she'd expected they'd be. When she was behind his chair, she stumbled, bumping into him heavily. He swore.
"Watch yourself,"
he growled. "I'm terribly sorry," said Masha, her tone a mix of apologetic and embarrassed. "Do forgive me."
"You'll be more careful, or I'll send you packing, Slavenka or no."
"Of course. I'm so very sorry. I'm not usually that clumsy." She ducked her head in embarrassment, glancing surreptitiously at her comm. She hid a smile. The full copy of Adric's comm would make for interesting reading tonight in her apartment. Again, a memory flashed in her mind. Tay, face drawn with exhaustion, hair falling into his eyes as he scowled down at his comm, putting the finishing touches on the mod she'd just finished using. It had been extraordinary, honestly, to work with people like her crew. She shook her head. Without them, doing what she had in mind would take more effort on her part than she'd grown used to. That was all. She'd been working in silence for almost an hour when Adric glanced up at her again.
"Alonia,"
he said shortly, pulling a chip from his desk.
"I need this message to go to the Undersecretary, to Minister Elena."
She raised an eyebrow. Adric was old school, yes, but surely he understood that sending an undersecretary to do an aide's work was public humiliation. Perhaps he was too stupid to realize the insult. Or perhaps he simply wanted to demonstrate who was in charge. She took the chip he held out. "Of course, Underminister," she murmured, biting back a small smile. Either way, he was playing perfectly into her hands.
"Bring me lunch on your way back, since you'll already be out. Chiburik, please. And be back within the hour, unless you'd like your position to go to someone else," he called after her.
She didn't acknowledge either the words or the arrogance in his tone. Just let the door swing shut behind her. She paused a moment outside the door and glanced quickly up and down the hallway, one hand resting on the heat gun concealed in her pocket. The entire building hummed with unease. The only people in the hallways at the moment were the ubiquitous aides, who should be running the errands she was running right now. She gave a wry smile. Perhaps Adric's intentions had been stronger than just humiliating her. With the government in the state it was, sending her out now could have been him angling to get her killed. The long, wide government hallways had always been the ideal place for political machinations. A way to catch someone's shoulder, pull them aside into a private conversation that could appear casual, in a way a conversation in an office could not. Had the hallways been built narrower, she'd often thought when she worked here, the government might have completely ceased to function. Now, the hallways were dead. The few unfortunate souls who had been forced to walk them were tense with fear. Hands shoved in pockets where, Masha had no doubt, heat pistols had been carefully tucked that morning. When she reached the drab door that marked the Undersecretary's office, she tapped lightly, calling out, "A message from Under Minister Adric." A moment later, a woman's voice called, "Come in." The door lock clicked, and Masha pushed the door open and stepped inside. A woman, perhaps late 40s, sat behind a small, uncomfortable desk. She gave Masha a tight smile as she entered. "I'm sure I don't need to tell you to lock the door behind you." Masha nodded, pressing the lock. When it clicked, the woman visibly relaxed. "You're here from Adric?" Her tone was curious. Masha nodded. "I'm his new undersecretary." She kept her expression completely blank. The woman frowned, looking at her more closely. "He sent his undersecretary to bring me a message?" Masha gave her a wry smile. "Yes." The woman was looking her over in a calculated fashion. "Who recommended you to the post?" She pulled up her holoscreen and glanced through it quickly, then smiled. "Ah, Slavenka. Adric is living on the edge again, is he? I didn't think he'd be quite so brave as to insult her this openly." Masha raised an eyebrow. "You're not fond of him, I take it?" "I think that speaks for itself. Considering he thought sending you on an errand to someone as insignificant as me would be a stinging insult to Slavenka." The woman's tone was dry. "I'm sorry," said Masha. The woman shook her head. "Believe me, I've been aware for some time about how he views those of us who he outranks." The bitterness in her voice was stronger than Masha had expected. She hid a smile and held out the chip. "I suppose you want this?" The woman stood, coming around her desk to take it. "Yes, I suppose I should look at it after all that." Masha paused a moment. "I do apologize, but do you know where I might purchase chiburik?" "Why do you need—" The woman broke off abruptly, her expression turning dark. "He didn't ask you to." She stopped, lips pressed tightly together. "There's a vendor on the corner of Provital and Renka Street," she said at last. "He should have chiburik. Believe me, you don't want to be on the streets any longer than you have to be." "As bad out there as it is in here?" asked Masha wryly. The woman shook her head, her expression grim. "Worse." Masha nodded. "Thank you. I appreciate the warning." She slipped quietly from the room, but she felt the woman's eyes following her. Good. Let the rumors spread. When she got back to Adric's office, a bag of hot street food in her hands, She saw his eyes flick towards her, but he pretended to be enthralled by whatever was pulled up on his holoscreen for several standard minutes while she waited patiently. Finally, he glanced up, his scowl deepening when he caught her eye. "So, you're back, finally," he snapped. "I have been, for quite some time," she said in her most pleasant voice. "But it appeared you were working, far too hard to notice." There was nothing he could say to that, without admitting his attempted insult, and he was clearly furious about it. He snatched the bag from her hands, and she let go of it without comment. "And you made a mess of my office this morning," he snapped. "There was an information chip I needed. It was sitting right here." He gestured to a spot on the desk. "I do apologize," Masha murmured. "As you asked me to organize the office, I put it with the chips in this pile." She turned, bending over a shelf, and let the chip she'd palmed earlier slide into her hand. "Here it is," she said, turning back with a small, apologetic smile. He scowled at her for a moment and snatched the chip from her hand. "Be more careful next time." "Of course," she murmured. The mods on her comm were just as good as she'd expected them to be. He likely wouldn't notice the changes at all. The numbers she'd tweaked, the names she'd slipped in. But someone would. And someone would make the requisite assumptions. Killing Slavenka had been personal. This was merely business. The first step on a carefully charted path. Still, after meeting Adric, she wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt when she brought him down completely. Chapter 4. Yesbel. Day 1. Yesbel glanced around quickly as they took their seats around the makeshift table in the small shelter the students had set up earlier. Someone had brought in a heat sink from one of the university dorm rooms, and it clanked and groaned to itself in the corner, pumping out just enough heat to keep them from actually freezing. The faces of the students around the small table were grim. Her students. They'd been so young a few months ago. Her own children had never had a chance to be that young. She'd kept them from the middle of the battle the day before, but now there was nowhere for them to go. Olya was pale-faced and terrified, and Misko's head was buried in her shoulder. But they weren't crying, because even at 8 and 6 years old, they knew crying could get them killed. "All right," Lev began. Tay's comm crackled. "Tay, it's the police. They're back. I don't know." Tay swore and scrambled to his feet. "It's Ludi. She's standing watch." The others jumped up as well. Jez already had her pistol in her hand, and Yesbel grabbed for the padded bag of explosives she kept around her neck. "Kiss, can you watch the children?" she asked in a tight voice, detaching a quietly whimpering Misko from around her neck. Kaz nodded grimly. Tanya had already sent Olya over to him with a gentle push. With a final glance at her children, Yesbel ducked out of the tent, and she and Tanya sprinted after the others. By the time they'd joined them on top of the barricade, she could see the police at the far end of the street. There were only a handful, and it didn't look like they had heavy-duty weapons, but there was a grim desperation in their faces, and the way they held their guns. Ivan hit the voice amp on his comm and called, "What do you want?" Tay leapt forward, cursing, and shoved Ivan down, and the air above their heads crackled with heat. Yesbel dropped to her stomach as lasers and heat blasts lit the air around their heads. "Whatever it is they want, I think it's safe to assume talking is not it," said Lev wryly. He'd climbed up after the others, despite his injured shoulder. Because, of course he had. Because Jez was here, and he wouldn't leave her to go alone if he could help it. Jez was crouched beside him, grinning. "Talking with those bastards is overrated anyway," she drawled. She poked her head up for just long enough to squeeze off a quick shot, then dived down again, as the air around where her head had been sizzled with heat. Beside Jesbel, Tanya was calmly taking aim. She raised her head carefully and fired 3 rapid shots. The shots were followed by 3 shouts of pain. Jesbel frowned as the small huddle of officers moved closer to the barricade, under the covering fire. Why were they here? There was no way they could honestly believe a dozen officers could take on everyone inside the barricade. But the way the officer in the back was standing, the object he held half concealed in his hand, she sucked in a quick breath. "They've got an explosive." Tanya nodded, face tight. "Jez, cover me," she said tersely. "I'm going to try to take them out." Jez grinned. "Do you want better?" There was just time for a look of dismay to register on Lev's face, and then Jez had leapt to her feet on top of the barricade. "Hey, you bastards! Got kicked out of basic training because you didn't know how to shoot?" She dived to the ground as a blistering barrage of heat exploded around her. Then jumped up again and sprinted for the other end of the barricade. Tanya was already standing, moving towards the entrance to the barricade like a shadow, pistol raised. Jesbel followed her, crouched low. From the other end of the barricade, Jez cursed, and then Tanya's shots cracked out in sharp succession, and the police officers went down one by one without so much as a groan. The officer closest to the barricade fell, an explosive rolling from his limp hand. Jesbel jumped to the street, snatched it up, and threw it overhand back towards the officers. The police line broke, the officers scrambling for their bikes, and a moment later, they were gone. A moment after that, the street where they'd been exploded in a blinding blast of noise and rubble. Jesbel's shoulders dropped in relief, her heart still pounding wildly. She glanced up, and Tanya gave her a small smile. She pocketed her pistol and reached down to help Jesbel up. On top of the barricade, Lev slapped his comm. "Jez!" he snapped, his voice frantic. "Are you—" "Relax, genius," Jez panted. She was limping towards them. "I'm fine. Just tripped on one of the damn chair legs on the damn barricade and sprained my ankle." "Jez," said Lev, in that calm voice that he reserved for emergencies and utter panic. "When you say you sprained your ankle—" "I mean I sprained my ankle." Jez dropped down beside them, wincing at the movement. Lev closed his eyes, clearly gathering his composure. "Jez, I'd feel better if Tanya took a look at it, if you don't mind." Jez gave him an odd look, then shrugged. "Yeah, guess that would be fine." Tanya stepped over to her, shaking her head. "You know, when I said cover me, that's not exactly what—" Jez grinned. "Yeah? Well, from what I could see, it worked pretty damn good." "Except for the part where you nearly died," Jesbel grumbled, coming over. "Hey, that assumes those bastards were fast enough to catch me, which they weren't." She sounded smug. "You're lucky," said Tanya at last, looking up. "It's just a sprain." Jez was still grinning. "You say lucky. I say damn good." "Damn good at almost getting yourself killed, perhaps," Tanya muttered. "Tanya, Jez is a very good judge of what she can and can't do," said Lev quietly, and Jesbel and Jez both turned to stare at him. Emotions flickered over Jez's face. Surprise, uncertainty, relief, and then an expression that probably meant that she was currently wondering if there were any beds available, squeaky or not. Tanya caught Yesbel's eye, smiling ruefully. Tay sighed. I'll talk to Felix, see if his kids can take watch. They were killers for the blood riots, and they're all pretty decent shots. Yesbel shook her head. Every so often she was reminded again what they were working with. Mostly kids, who'd never held the gun before a few weeks ago. A few moments later, a ragtag band of street kids clambered up beside them, led by a skinny kid who looked to be about 15 or 16, with a wary expression and a hostile set to his posture. The kids carried weapons that were ancient, but deadly-looking, and much too big for them. Tay spoke to the skinny boy quietly for a moment, and the boy nodded, face set. Lev helped a limping, swearing Jez down the back of the barricade, and the rest of them followed him. When they were back in the tiny shelter, and Miska was huddled back on Yesbel's lap, Lev looked around quickly. I guess that answers our question as to whether they're still worried about barricades, he said. I don't think it was ever a question, said Ivan. The barricades are a symbol for the rest of the city. They're going to be a target as soon as the police have the time and attention to spare. And we're not prepared to go up against that kind of firepower, said Lev quietly. From what Vera told us, we don't have the supplies to hold out under a siege either. Yesbel glanced over at her wife. Ivan was right. The only reason Tay and his friends had lasted behind the barricades for as long as they had was Jez running interference in the government. And now that was gone. I suppose then, our best bet is to make sure that they don't get the time or the attention to focus on us, said Lev at last. We need a clear picture of what's happening outside, and what's happened to everyone who came out to help us yesterday. Then we can maybe make a plan. I'll go, said Tay at last. Lev frowned. Tay, you were hurt yesterday. Someone else can... Tay scowled at Lev. Listen, the streets are a mess. I'm not sending anyone else out into something like that. Besides, I still have the police scanner set up on my comm. Ivan put a hand on Tay's shoulder and gave it a small squeeze. I'll go too, he said. You'll need someone to come with, in case you run into trouble. Tay opened his mouth to protest and closed it again. And Yesbel smiled slightly, despite herself. All right, said Lev at last. Be careful. I'll be on the comm. Report in whatever you see. If you run into problems, call in. He gestured out the tent door at the scanty makeshift shelters, the homemade barricade, the grim-faced students and street kids, some of them limping, many of them bandaged, few of them armed. We might not have much, but we'll figure something out. And I wouldn't put it beyond Jez to liberate a police bike if she had to. His tone was a mixture of amusement, affection, and resignation. Jez looked over at Tay and winked. Yesbel sighed and pulled the padded bag of explosives from under her shirt. Here, she said, reaching inside it. If you're going out, I'd just as soon you do it with enough explosive power to take out a few city blocks. Tay took the explosives gingerly, looking like he'd rather face down the police, unarmed and single-handed. Well, at least if they catch us, you and every other person in the damn city will know about it, he muttered. Yesbel cracked a smile. That's true, but try not to get captured. I don't like to waste explosives. His smile was a little more genuine this time. Then he sighed and pushed himself to his feet. Come on, Ivan. I'm guessing Lev wants this information sooner rather than later. Jesper looked around at the small, ragged group of them, injured, exhausted, crouched in their makeshift shelter behind their makeshift barricades that had been blown to ash only the day before. Ivan had been right. The reason people had dared to take to the streets now, after years of corruption and abuse, was because they saw these barricades, this small, ridiculous group of students and street kids, as a beacon of hope. But she could see the unease in Vera's face, the pale fear in Dimitri's. Their families were out there, and they knew how costly keeping the police distracted could be. She pulled Misko closer, and he squirmed in protest. She managed a small smile, even through the hot, familiar anger welling in her chest. Before she'd met Masha, when she'd thought her family was dead, she'd learned how to use that anger. She'd learned how to embrace it. If that's what it took to bring Masha down and keep these children safe, because they were all children, the students and the street kids just as much as her own two, then she could do that again. Chapter 5. Tay, Day 1. The streets outside the barricades were unsettlingly quiet, and the bodies of the handful of police officers Tanya had shot earlier lay where they'd fallen. It spoke to how busy the police were, that no one had come back for them. At least in this weather, they were unlikely to rot, so they wouldn't be dealing with the stench on top of everything else. Ivan looked grim, his lean face tight with strain. We couldn't have done anything else, not without letting the police take out the barricades, he said quietly. But he shook his head. They're not going to forget this. They're going to be looking for blood. He gave a quick, strained grin. On the bright side, they were looking for blood already, so maybe this doesn't actually raise the stakes that much. The unnatural silence of the streets lasted for maybe 3 blocks past the edge of the barricades, and then they began to hear the noises Tay had been expecting. Distant sirens, voice amps, people shouting and yelling. He exchanged glances with Ivan, and they turned down a narrow street leading towards the sound. When they reached the end of the small alley next to the nearest red cluster of police on Tay's scanner, he slowed. Ivan came up beside him, and they peered out, Ivan's hand resting on Tay's shoulder. What are they doing? Ivan whispered. Tay shook his head. Ahead of them, grim-faced officers in riot gear had set a narrow perimeter around a block of apartment buildings and the projects. They'd blocked the surrounding streets with barriers, and they were standing in front of them, weapons drawn. As Tay watched, someone hurled a projectile from an upper window, shouting, "Down with the fascist police!" The projectile bounced harmlessly off the cement, meters away from the nearest officer, but the officer raised her weapon. "Stand down," she shouted into her voice amp. "Stand down, or I shoot." Without waiting for a response, she raised her rifle to her shoulder. They just had time to realize it was a laser gun rather than a heat gun, and would easily reach the distance. Then the window shattered. A long line burned into the sill around it. There was a strangled scream from inside, and Ivan's hand on his shoulder tightened. He ducked back into the shelter of the alley and tapped his comm. "Lev," he whispered, "the police have an apartment block cordoned off here in the projects. I'll send you through the coordinates." "All right," said Lev after a moment. "Kaz and Petty and I will start mapping it out. Do you know what they're doing?" "No. I'll let you know if we figure it out." He tapped off his comm and glanced at Ivan. Ivan had turned back to the apartment, and something about the sharp cut of his profile, the long, clean lines of his body, the dark curl of his hair against the brown of his skin, shot an unexpected ache through Tay's chest. He closed his eyes and swore under his breath. "There's nothing we can do here," said Ivan at last, turning away, his voice quiet. "I know," Tay whispered back, a hard knot of guilt and worry tightening in his stomach. The next place his scanner showed a large police presence was the same. Another apartment block, cordoned off, a tight police patrol, officers in riot gear. And another, a few city blocks later. And another. He frowned as he tapped yet another set of coordinates through to Lev. "I think I see what they're doing," he said into the comm. "They're separating people off. They were overpowered yesterday when everyone joined us, and I think they're trying to prevent that happening again. These blocks must be where people were causing trouble. They want them to believe they're alone, and there's no help coming." "That makes sense." Lev's voice was grim. "It might keep the police distracted for a bit, trying to segregate everyone off like that. But if they manage it, they'll have the city back under control within a couple days." "It's not taking as many officers as you might think," said Tay, words sharp with worry. "They're patrolling, but they're also setting up force fields. They'll be able to keep those up and defend them with just a couple officers." There was a moment of silence from the other end of the comm. At last, Lev sighed. "Just keep sending through the coordinates. Let's get this mapped, and we'll figure things out from there." Tay glanced around the almost deserted streets. The sun was already past its reluctant zenith, the dim, clammy glow of it turning the streets a pale orange as it drooped towards the horizon. "We're almost finished, I think," he said. "Just a few more places and we'll head in." He tapped off his comm. Ivan gave him a small smile, and they started off again, pulling their scarves up around their mouths against the growing late afternoon chill, walking close enough that their shoulders brushed. And then, ahead of them, came the sharp blip of a siren, turned on and off quickly, and the hiss and fizz of heat guns. He glanced at Ivan and saw the tension he felt reflected in Ivan's face. They started towards the sound at a half run. The noise of heat guns grew louder as they got closer. Then they came around a corner, and Tay stopped abruptly. Ivan swore through his teeth. In front of them stretched a large, sprawling encampment town, the makeshift homes and shelters of those unable to get housing vouchers because of their family name, or poverty, or some offense, real or imagined, against a government official sometime in the past, but with just enough money or pull to avoid joining the street kids. Grim-looking police officers in full riot gear surrounded the shanty town, just like they had the apartment blocks, patrolling a tight perimeter. They'd shut down the entire area, force field barricades blocking off any entrance or exit, their weapons drawn and ready as they patrolled. And from inside, Tay could hear shots, screams, children crying for their parents. He felt sick. Damn it to hell. He hadn't wanted this. He hadn't meant for this to become a bloody revolution. He'd just been trying to keep his damn friends safe. Ivan glanced over, as if reading his thoughts, and put a hand on Tay's arm. And like always, despite everything, Tay could feel his muscles relaxing at the pressure of Ivan's hand. "Something like this would have happened anyways, Tay," he said. "Between Grigory and Olyesa fighting for power and the government cracking down, the people I talked to in here seemed to believe that if something didn't change, they'd end up getting killed regardless. His voice was gentle, but there was sharp strain on his face and pain in his eyes. Tay gave a short nod, his teeth clenched. Fine, but this, right here, is happening because of us. And we're damn well not going to let them deal with it alone. They crept cautiously around the edges of the shantytown. As Tay had suspected, the police had effectively closed down every exit and entrance. Still, from the sounds from inside the cordoned-off area, some people were fighting back anyway. 2 police officers stepped out from one of the entrances, dragging a struggling man between them. They shoved him to the ground, and as he pushed himself to hands and knees, one of the officers stepped forward, swinging his shock stick. It hit the man across the back of his head, and he crumpled. A girl, not older than 12, ducked between the police guarding the entrance and ran to him. She was sobbing, and she grabbed the unconscious man under the arms and tried to haul him back inside. "Get back," one of the officers snapped. "Let me take him," she whispered. "He's my papa. Let me." The other officer grabbed the girl by the shoulder and shoved his shock stick into the side of her neck. Her body went stiff as the current jolted through her, and when he pulled the stick back, she collapsed beside her father. Tay swore, his hand tight on his heat gun. Ivan's face was pale. Damn it to hell. These were the people who'd risked their lives to save him and the street kids and the students the day before. They were Ivan's damn friends. "Ivan, listen," he whispered, pulling a small metal sphere out of the padded bag Jesper had handed them. "You think the police would be less excited about fighting people inside the shantytown if they're worried about what might be happening outside?" Ivan raised his eyebrows. "They might." They crept down the small alleys, keeping to the shadows. Their caution was hardly necessary. The police were fully focused on what was happening inside the shantytown. At least for the next 3 minutes or so. Half a block down from the police cordon, Tay glanced around quickly. The explosive he'd chosen wasn't a big one, but it should get the police's attention. He nestled it in a doorway of an abandoned building that looked like it had been used to trade street drugs before the streets had erupted into chaos. "Ready?" he whispered. Ivan nodded. He set the timer on the controller, and they took to their heels. They'd made it maybe 6 blocks by the time the timer finished counting down. There was a muffled roar, a spray of debris, visible even from 6 blocks away, and shouts of alarm over police voice amps. Tay and Ivan exchanged grim smiles, and Ivan leaned in and kissed Tay quickly. The warmth of his kiss much too brief. And again, something about the pull of Ivan's shirt as he straightened and turned, the way it tugged against the wiry muscles of his chest and arms, slid through Tay like a knife, so he had to close his eyes for a moment. There would be time for that, eventually, if he could keep them all alive that long. The last sickly glow of the setting sun through the force field was slowly fading as they headed back towards the barricades. Ivan reached over, taking Tay's hand in his as they walked, but he was still unnaturally quiet, and Tay watched him from the corner of his eye. His lips were pinched tightly, his face paler than normal. He'd hardly smiled since the day before, when they'd both almost been killed at the barricades. The memory of the look on his face, when Tay had told him to go back without him, leave Tay to be killed, still made Tay feel slightly sick. He hadn't had a choice. That had been the only option. But Ivan's face still bore traces of the horror of those desperate moments. They were only a few streets away from the barricades, and Tay could already feel his shoulders relaxing when they rounded a corner and he ran full on into a police officer. "What the?" The officer started, grabbing Tay around the arm and yanking him up. "You're one of those damn revolutionaries." Tay reached for the heat pistol in his pocket, but before his hand closed on it, a shock stick slammed into the side of his head, and the world went momentarily unfocused. The shock stick hit him again, this time in the rib cage, and he tasted iron as the current jolted through his body. He felt, rather than heard, the heat blast, the blow-by heat crisping the edges of his jacket. And then the hand holding him loosened, the shock stick clattering to the ground, and he collapsed onto the cement. Tay, are you all right? Tay, talk to me." He blinked, and the blur bending over him resolved into Ivan's face, bloodless and drawn with worry. "I'm all right," he muttered through the throbbing in his head. "I'm fine. Just help me up." Ivan pulled him to his feet and into a tight embrace, kissing him desperately. Tay leaned into him, but it took him a moment to find his balance. "Come on, lean on me," said Ivan quietly. "We've got to go. I think you put a call out." Tay nodded unsteadily, and they set off, as quickly as his stumbling feet could carry him. His head throbbed, and his muscles were still shaky enough from the electric current that he was leaning most of his weight on Ivan. But they reached the barricade and slipped inside before the police bikes, sirens wailing, came around the corner, pulling up when they saw the defenders with their heat guns. "Tay, are you all right? What happened?" Kaz was there, and Petty. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment and straightened. "I'm fine," he mumbled. "I wasn't being careful, and I ran into an officer. Ivan took care of him." "Are you sure?" Kaz's voice was tight with worry. Tay managed a small smile. "Kaz, I'm fine. It was nothing." He glanced back. Ivan was standing at the edge of the barricade, eyes closed. He was supporting himself against the wall, pain etching his face, and Tay's breath caught in sudden panic. Ivan, are you all right? Were you hurt?" Ivan opened his eyes and tried to smile. "I'm fine. I wasn't hurt. I'm just sorry I didn't get to you faster." Tay frowned. "It's all right. I'm all right. Thanks to you, I mean." Again, Ivan tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Probably better get to the medic tent anyways. Get looked at," he said. Tay nodded, and Petty took his arm, steadying him as he started toward the tent. But he couldn't help a backward glance at Ivan as he went, and he couldn't help the mixture of helplessness and anger constricting his chest at the look on Ivan's face. Ivan was here because of him. Ivan was hurting because of him. And there was nothing he could damn well do about it. Chapter 6. Masha, Day 2.
"Where did you put the damn info chips, Alonia?"
Adric snapped. "They're in your bag," said Masha calmly, watching as he fumbled about on his desk. He glared at her.
"And I'll need the statistics I asked for. The street disturbance is under prior Secretary Generals."
"I prepared them, as you requested," said Masha. "They're on the chip in the outside pocket of your bag."
"And what were the conclusions?"
he grumbled. "I prepared a graph. If you open it, you'll see that there have been 17 instances of street disturbances in the past century. I've broken them down by number of people involved, level of violence incurred, how close together they were in years to account for any copycat impact, and any concessions made by the government. The numbers support, broadly, the proposition you intend to present. Adric dropped back into his chair, passing a hand across his face. He looked, for a moment, older than his years, weary and almost pathetic. Masha felt no sympathy. This had been coming for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was as weary as his expression.
All right, Alonia. I didn't want to bring you to this meeting. I think it's no secret I don't like you, and I don't trust you. And I'm certain you've heard by now that your patron, Slavenka, is dead. Murdered. I could throw you out in the streets tomorrow, and no one would care. But,
he gestured helplessly,
I'm getting too old for this. And you, useless as you are, can at least remember the facts and figures you looked at yesterday.
Masha nodded her head in a gesture that could have been agreement or could have been submission. The meeting's in 15 minutes' time, she said, her voice calm and carefully modulated. I'll prepare everything I need to. He glared at her in sudden irritation.
Don't bother trying to fool me, Alonia,
he snapped.
You came in this morning prepared for the meeting. You knew what I'd ask.
Masha inclined her head again, without actually answering. 5 minutes later, they were walking down the corridors towards the general conference room. The hallway this time was slightly more crowded. Since enough important ministers were attending, police had been redeployed from the street protests to keep the most egregious assassination attempts from occurring in full view. The expressions on the other ministers' faces were cautious, and their aides walked with weapons clutched in their hands. They didn't even bother to hide them at this point. Everyone knew what was happening. Masha caught more than one minister glancing in surprise or faint disapproval at her and Adric. He walking deliberately ahead of her, she carrying his bag. She kept her expression neutral, her eyes straight ahead. The atmosphere was no less tense inside the conference room. Ministers sat or stood, talking in curt, hushed tones, and security guards rimmed the walls, riot shields down, grim expressions on their faces. If she hadn't realized how bad things were, this scene alone would have told her everything she needed to know. At the opposite end of the table from her, she caught sight of a familiar face. Zhenya looked up as she entered, and for just an instant, she caught a flicker of surprise in their expression. They hadn't expected to see her as an undersecretary, no doubt. After all, she'd gotten them in as a full minister. She gave them a bland, pleasant smile that conjured no recognition and let her eyes wander around the rest of the room. She and Adric weren't the last to arrive, but they were close. Only 2 ministers walked in after them. At last, a woman who must be Bronca stood, tapping her knuckles sharply on the table. "Ministers," she said, voice cutting through the hushed murmur of conversation. Her tone was sharp, but the noise didn't die immediately. She rapped the table again. "Ministers, please, take your seats. My hope is that we can deal with this in an expeditious manner." Reluctantly, the ministers quieted. The other undersecretaries sat next to their assigned ministers, but Adric gave an imperious wave of his hand, gesturing Masha to stand behind him. Masha noticed how Bronca's eyes flicked over her quickly, a small frown creasing her face, but the woman didn't comment. When everyone had taken a seat, there was a moment of silence. At last, Bronca spoke. "For those of you who may be unaware, after our most recent reorganizations in government positions, I am the Minister of Government Affairs, The Secretary General has asked that I take charge of the response to the governmental crisis caused by Grigory and Olyesa's demise, and I intend to do so." Masha raised her eyebrows. The woman was something of an unknown quantity. In Masha's time here, she'd worked behind the scenes, but now, it appeared, she was making her play. By invoking the Secretary General, Branka was making her position clear. She was confident enough in her ability to deal with the situation that she was willing to tie herself to the outcome publicly. Ambitious, then. That could prove useful or dangerous. "I have asked that you each prepare a report to present at today's meeting. I assume you've done so." She glanced around the room. "To begin, I will ask that Under Minister Dimitrov please provide his report on the situation in the streets." The Under Minister over the Commissioner of Police in Prasvishony stood and gave his brief report. Masha watched him, forcing her face to remain expressionless. It never would have gotten this out of hand if her damn crew had actually listened. But as much as there was a part of her that rebelled at the thought, this could provide her with an even stronger position than she'd planned for, as long as she had the means and the will to take advantage of it. When Dimitrov sat down, another minister rose to give her report, this time on the activity of the street gangs. At last, Branka turned to Adric. "Minister Gorin informed me he's delegated this particular internal security matter to you. Please, present your report, followed by recommendations."
"Hand me the information chip."
Adric snapped over his shoulder, not bothering to address Masha by name. She didn't comment on his rudeness, just pulled the chip from the bag by her feet and handed it to him. He snatched it from her fingers without looking at her and slipped it into his palm.
"If you examine this graph, which I've prepared from 100 years' worth of street disturbances, you'll see that the most important overarching factor in how quickly the government was able to reassert control over the protests was the amount of government force used," he said in a monotonous voice. "Then can you explain the inconsistency in the graph there?" asked one of the ministers across the table, raising her head. Adric looked to the chart for a moment, and Masha could picture his scowl. "My Undersecretary will explain that," he said at last. "Aloynia?"
Masha gave a small smile, ignoring Adric's warning glare, and stepped forward. "Of course." She turned to the minister who'd asked the question. "As you will note, if you look at the side of the graph, the apparent discrepancy comes here, during a transition of power. One can surmise that the ability of the Ministry of the Interior to do their job was affected by the internal disturbances at the time. This is borne out by data, as we can see on the next chart." She swiped the screen. The assets deployed in that instance were a fraction of what they could have been, which proves, I think, the general point, that if an uprising is not put down at the start with sufficient force, the cost and the ultimate loss of life associated with dealing with it goes up exponentially. "And wouldn't you agree, Undersecretary, that this is also a time of particular instability in the government, considering the situation with the mafia?" the woman asked. "I assume we must also take that into account." Masha nodded, with a slight smile. "Of course. However, as you'll see, I've laid out the variables that appear to have played a significant role in the disaster you reference. You'll note, the majority of these do not apply to our current situation. the lack of resources, for instance. Through our contacts with Olyesa, prior to her unfortunate demise, we were able to procure a large number of physical assets which, if I understand correctly, are en route to Prasvishoni as we speak. She glanced at Branka, who gave a short nod of confirmation. And, of course, despite the current divisions within the government, the police and the army are still under the control of their respective ministers. In addition, with the unrest in the Boyeviki and the street gangs, the streets are in turmoil, certainly, but they are not united under one cause, as they were in the incident you referenced. She looked around the table with a pleasant smile. Therefore, you'll see that even the apparent anomaly, in fact, supports our proposed use of force.
That's enough, Undersecretary,
Adric growled. He was glaring at her with a look of pure hatred. He hadn't missed her apparent slip of the tongue when she'd referred to who had prepared the information. She nodded and stepped meekly back, and he stood, eyebrows lowered, expression venomous.
As my Undersecretary explained, the amount of force I propose to use against the street disturbances is both historically sound and logistically practical.
He glanced around the room. I understand you have additional information you would like to share in private, said Branka at last. He nodded brusquely.
I've been putting it together for the last 2 weeks, ever since we were first informed of the rumors regarding Grigory. If it turned out to be true, street disturbances were inevitable. I thought it best to be prepared.
Very good, said Branka with a brusque nod. In that case, let's move on to a report by Minister Sorana. The meeting lasted just over 2 standard hours. Masha was secretly impressed. She'd expected it to drag on much longer. She stood silently behind Adric's chair, shifting her weight slightly to relieve her aching feet, but didn't let her expression change. The look on Zhenya's face, though, when they glanced in her direction, was changing gradually from one of surprise to one of calculation, and she hid a smile. When the meeting was over, Branka turned to Adric. Would you join me in Minister Goran's office, then? She asked. I'd like to see this information you've prepared. Adric nodded and rose.
Alonia,
he said over his shoulder.
Go back to my office. Finish up the research I assigned you yesterday, please.
Of course, Masha murmured. When she reached Adric's office once more, she dropped into the chair behind his desk with a small sigh of relief. It had been a while since she'd been expected to stand through a meeting, and her feet ached. She closed her eyes for a moment and let a small smile play across her face. Things were progressing nicely. Then she sat up with a sigh and pulled up her holoscreen. Probably best to familiarize herself with the situation in the streets while she waited. It took less time than she'd imagined. Only 15 standard minutes or so before the knock came at the door. Hello? She called.
Undersecretary Alonia?
It was a voice she recognized very well, although its owner wouldn't recognize her. She'd been very careful, for 17 years, to ensure that the only people who would remember her were people she wished to remember her. Yes? What do you need? She kept her voice pleasant and bland.
It's Minister Goran. I'm here with Branka. Would you be so kind as to let us in?
She stood and tapped the lock. The door swung wide, and the 2 ministers stepped inside. Goran was tall and broad-shouldered, his face carved deep with lines of age and weather. He'd served in the military himself for several years before being assigned Minister of Internal Defense and Security. "Please, sit down," said Masha politely, closing the door behind them. "Under Minister Adric isn't with you?" Minister Gorin looked around, frowning.
"Where's your desk?"
he asked. "I'm afraid the Underminister neglected to request one," she murmured. "A regrettable oversight, I'm sure." Gorin took the chair behind Adric's desk and leaned forward, steepling his hands in front of him and fixing her with his piercing gaze.
"I apologize for the intrusion, Undersecretary. But when did you begin work here?"
"Yesterday," said Masha, voice still carefully neutral. Gorin shot a meaningful glance at Branka, who nodded, her face grim.
"I assume you assisted in preparing the presentation for the ministers' meeting?" he continued. "But the information Adric showed us today in our private meeting, was that something you had a hand in?"
Masha shook her head, letting faint confusion flicker across her face. "No, he informed me that my services would not be required for that." Gorin watched her for a few moments longer. Her heart was pounding. Minister Gorin was notoriously suspicious and notoriously closed-mouthed. Masha had taken that into consideration, of course, but as her crew had so aptly demonstrated over the past few months, there was no way of providing against every variable. At last, though, he gave a sharp nod.
"I hear there was no love lost between the two of you."
Masha dropped her eyes. "I don't know that I'd—" she began. Gorin shook his head brusquely.
"His behavior was in full view today in the meeting, and I've heard the same story from others, who he'd have no reason to attempt to impress."
Masha let the confusion on her face sharpen. Gorin sighed.
"I suppose there's no point hiding the tokens. Under Minister Adric has been arrested. Thankfully, I have my own sources of information, other than the compromised report he attempted to present to me today, and thankfully, I trust them. A disaster was averted, and at a time like this, that's more luck than we should expect. But,"
he spread his hands on the desk,
"this puts me in a difficult position. With the current upheaval in the government, I don't have time to find a ready replacement."
He paused.
"Your presentation today, I assume you researched and prepared it?"
Masha nodded. He had no idea, of course, exactly how much research and preparation had gone into not only the report, but the tainted chip the unfortunate Adric had presented in his private meeting. Still, it had proved worth the effort.
"And I assume that before Slavenka recommended you for this position, she assured herself that you were familiar enough with the necessary information to serve under the Underminister of Internal Defense, correct?"
"Of course," Masha murmured. He slapped his hands on the table.
"Very well, then. For the time being, Undersecretary Alonia, you will take on the Underminister's responsibilities. Finding a replacement for Adric may take days or weeks, depending on how quickly we bring this situation in the government to heal. And until then, you will report to me directly."
He leaned forward, his eyes boring into her.
"I will expect you to perform your duties competently until you are replaced. This includes putting an end to the situation in the streets, by whatever means necessary."
Masha ducked her head. "I'm honored by your trust." He gave her a grim smile.
"Perhaps you'd best see what the job entails before you thank me." As I'm certain you know, an undersecretary is not a position that will allow you to deflect blame, should things go badly with the situation outside.
I am very aware of that, she said quietly. He pushed himself up from his seat and gave her a brief nod.
Very well.
He glanced around the room.
I suppose you may as well make use of this office. I'll expect daily briefings, and I'll expect them to be as well researched as your presentation today. I will not be understanding of mistakes.
Of course, she murmured again.
I'll see you in my office tomorrow morning. I've granted you access to the confidential information pertaining to your temporary position. I expect you'll be able to locate what you need.
I'm certain I will, she said. When the two ministers had left, Masha sank into her chair, heart still pounding strangely. Her first play had gone exactly as she'd planned. But there was an unexpectedly bitter undertone to the victory. And as much as she hated to admit it, she knew very well why. Her crew, right now, were crouched behind barricades, hunting desperately for a way to save the lives of a group of ragged revolutionaries. Revolutionaries she'd have to crush, ruthlessly, to win what she needed for her final victory. She took a deep breath and allowed herself a small, wry smile. For 17 years, she'd worked in this corrupt, parasitic government, watching as ministers gave orders that would kill street children, took bribes, and looked the other way as gangs warred over streets and innocent people died, funneled money from starving precincts into their own pockets. For 17 years, it had sickened her, and she'd pasted on a pleasant smile and pretended she didn't notice. For 17 years, she'd swallowed down her fury, her disgust, her horror. And now, finally, she was holding tokens in the game she'd spent those 17 years preparing for. 1 play down, 2 to go. Whatever her crew believed to the contrary, this was a goal worth sacrificing everything for. Chapter 7. Jez, Day 2. Jez sauntered into the small shelter, tossing the explosive Jezebel had given her and catching it neatly. Lev glanced up at her entrance, a quick sequence of emotions flashing across his face. That soft look he always got when he saw her, followed by a sudden alarm as he realized what she was holding. She winked at him. Tay must have noticed a moment later, because he yelped, swore, and started to scramble to his feet from the other side of the small fire they'd started for warmth.
Jez, are you bloody well trying to kill us?
She grinned. Don't figure I need to at this point. Got enough people trying to do the job for me. But anyways, she turned to Lev, still grinning. Just talk to Jezebel. She figured this little beauty would cause a hell of a distraction. But then she was going on and on about some crap about it blowing all the rest of us into the dim stratosphere. So I said, why not throw it on a skybike, drop it at some warehouse, somewhere far enough away it won't kill us all when we make some fireworks with it. And she said, that would be a great idea, except with the streets the way they are, you'd have to be a damn lunatic to get through them. And hell, figure there's at least one of us here who fits that description. So, she shrugged. Anyways, guess I'm stealing a skybike. Lev closed his eyes, the strange sharp on his face, and for a moment, something twisted in her chest. He'd looked like that far too often over the last few days. Hey, genius. She dropped the explosive into her pocket and took him by the arms, pulling him around towards her. He closed his eyes, and sagged against her for a moment. And again, she was hit by the terrifying, breathtaking realization that Lev hurting hurt her, that she needed him to be all right, that she would do anything for him to be all right. She slipped her arms around him. "Hey, I'll be fine." He opened his eyes and tried to smile at her. I know you will. This is your expertise, Jez, and I trust you. I know, she said quietly. She leaned in and kissed him softly, which actually, now that she thought about it, kissing Lev was basically always a good idea, and he seemed to think so too. "Be careful," he said at last, voice only a little unsteady. She winked at him and gave him one final kiss before she turned and left. She slipped through the barricade, glanced quickly around, and started off down the street, keeping close to the edge of the buildings. She pulled her heat pistol from her pocket, holding it loosely in one hand, although honestly, against police in full riot gear, it wouldn't really do much even with Yezbel's mods. She found her first skybike with a police officer on top of it, about 4 blocks out. The officer wasn't actually paying much attention to her, seeming entirely set on whatever the hell he was supposed to be doing. She grinned to herself, grabbed a piece of loose prefab from the street, and lobbed it at him. When it bounced off his helmet, he decided pretty damn quickly that she was worth his attention. He spun his bike, and she jumped back as a heat blast scorched the wall behind where she'd been standing. She weighed her heat gun in her hand. Yes, he had riot gear with a heat shield, but she stepped smartly out of the way of the bike and swung up behind the officer as he shot past. Before he could even open his mouth to protest, she spun her pistol in her hand, shoved his chin forward, and brought the butt of her pistol down on the base of his skull. He slumped. She hit the restraints, and he tumbled into the streets. She tapped her comm, grinning. "Hey, genius. Got my bike." Lev, Day 2. Lev stared into the fire. He was dimly aware of the dull pain in his jaw, and it took a moment to realize it was because he was clenching his teeth hard enough to hurt. He closed his eyes for a moment and forced himself to relax. Jez would be fine. Everyone would be fine. This would work. It had to. He jumped at Jez's voice through his earpiece. She was clearly grinning and clearly exceedingly pleased with herself. "I won't even ask how you got the bike," he said, smiling despite himself. Honestly, he didn't think his nerves would take knowing. "Guess you'd better send the coordinates." The jauntiness in her tone betrayed nothing of the fact that she was carrying an explosive device of unknown capacities, manufactured by Yezbel, while riding a stolen police skybike through a city that had devolved into total anarchy. "Sending through to your comm." He tapped his comm, pulling up the map with the marker on it, indicating a vacant warehouse he and Yezbel had decided was far enough away from the barricades and from any other inhabited buildings that it likely wouldn't kill anyone. "On it," said Jez. He could hear faintly shouts and yells through his earpiece, the whine of sirens, the distorted voices of police officers shouting through voice amps. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then another. Anything he could say or do now would only distract her, and that was the last thing in the system she needed. "Just try to keep the police from going to investigate what you threw, so we don't kill any of them in the explosion," he said at last. "Figure that won't be a problem, considering how close they're staying on my damn tail. Must like my company. And I sure as hell don't plan on sticking around after I drop the thing." Vera, who'd wandered into the tent, listened to the proceedings with raised eyebrows, her eyes going from Lev's calm to his face.
You and she said after a moment.
Tay glanced over at Vera with an expression of grim resignation.
Yes, believe me, he and she. I've walked in on enough to guarantee that he and she,
he muttered.
Forgive me for saying this. You actually sound relatively sane. How have you not had a heart attack yet?
Sane is relative, Tay mumbled. Lev managed a small chuckle, even though he wasn't sure if his heart would actually start beating again until Jez was back here, in the tent, and in his arms.
I believe there's still time for that,
he murmured. On my way in, drawled Jez over the comm, and again he jumped. Got some friends with me. Figure Yesbel and Tanya want to prepare a little welcoming party? In the background, he could hear sirens and the faint sounds of shouting.
We already have one ready,
Yesbel grumbled.
We've worked with you before, you crazy lunatic. Come in over the east end of the barricade, a few meters to the north of the entrance. We'll have the wires pulled back for you.
See, Yesbel, and this is why you're so damn hot, said Jez. Be there on my bike in 30 standard seconds. She paused a moment. Or in 15 standard seconds, but off my bike and in pieces. Lev closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and counted down. From outside the shelter, the sound of sirens grew louder, and then he heard Jez's whoop of delight through the comm, and a muffled, sputtering string of explosions. He left his eyes closed for a few moments, breathing in and out, until he was pretty sure his hands had stopped shaking. Then he stepped out of the shelter and caught Jez as she swaggered over, pulling her into a tight embrace. See, genius, she whispered. Nothing to worry about. Anyways, couldn't die before you follow through on all those things you were whispering in my ear that you wanted to do to me this morning. He swallowed hard, and she pulled back, grinning, and gave him a wink that made him temporarily forget how to speak. Tay had come up beside them, resolutely averting his eyes. Lev sighed and turned to the others, without taking his arm from Jez.
All right, he said. Vera and Dmitri, you weren't here for the discussion last night. Petty and I went through the information Tay and Ivan brought back. This is what we mapped out.
He tapped his comm, bringing up the holoscreen, and expanded it so they could all see.
It appears they're trying to cut us off from each other, as Tay surmised. And once they've put up force fields around each of these areas, it will free up the officers to come finish us off. So,
he turned back to the map.
I think our best bet, perhaps our only bet at this point, is to make sure they can't do what they planned. The more area we force the police to control, the more of them we occupy in just maintaining the status quo, and the more of a chance we have.
Dmitri frowned.
So, you're suggesting we break these other places out of the police cordons?
Lev nodded. Vera bit her lip for a moment. And if we do that, you realize these are residential areas. If the police block off this whole section of the city, the people there won't have a choice. They'll be dragged into this, whether they want to or not. And they could die for it. Lev took a deep breath.
I know, he said quietly. We'll be pulling this entire sector into a revolution. But if we don't, everyone who had anything to do with this, even tangentially, will be killed. The street kids, the students who stood up for them, every person who flooded the streets 2 days ago, risked heat guns and shock sticks to keep the people behind this barricade from being shot or tortured or beaten to death.
And not just them. Do you think the government won't track down their family and friends? Do you think the gangs will forget the names of people who took a stand against them? There was a hard knot in his chest as he spoke, because, of course, everything he'd said was the truth. But then, so was everything Vera had said. For a few moments, there was silence. At last, Ivan looked up from where he was standing beside Tay, his arm around him. "We talk about pushing people into a revolution," he said, his voice quiet and grim. "We talk as if there was a chance for someone to sit this out. But the police are in the middle of a crackdown. There's going to be war in the streets of Prasvishoni. Everyone in this sector will be dragged into it one way or another. The only question now is, will it be a war between revolutionaries and the government? Or will it simply be a slaughter?" Vera looked at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Maybe before I met Tay, I wouldn't have believed that," she said. "But after these last few weeks..." She gave a small shrug. "You're right. We were innocents. We had no idea. But I think we do now." Ivan smiled, although the haunted look was still there in his face. "For a bunch of innocents, you did a surprisingly good job of starting a revolution." She chuckled, then sobered, turning back to Lev. "Maybe you're right. Maybe this is the only way to keep people alive." Lev sighed. It would have been nice to be wrong, this once. But they'd been over this last night. They didn't have another viable option. "Tay is going to jam the police lines, and the explosive Jez planted will be a distraction," he said. "Tay already hacked us through to the people who are inside the cordons. On our signal, they'll attempt to break out. And, hopefully, between all of that..." There was fear in Vera's face, strain and uncertainty mixed, but she just nodded again. Lev bit the inside of his cheek, watching her. She'd faced execution only a couple days ago. She'd been under siege as long as Tay had. Longer, even, if you counted the time the police had them cut off in the university. And she didn't even have a reason to fight, except that she didn't think what was happening was right. The same reason Ivan had to fight, and Dmitri, and the other students and street kids. Everyone else behind this barricade. And yet, they were still here. And they were all counting on him to find a way out of this. Jesbel ducked into the tent half a standard hour later. "Are you ready?" he asked her. She smiled grimly and pulled a controller from her pocket. "Believe me, I'm ready." "Tay?" Tay nodded. Lev took a deep breath and tapped the comm line Tay had set up between the buildings. "On my mark," he said quietly. 2, 1, now." Tay hit the command on his comm, activating the blocker he'd planted into the police lines, at the same time as Jesbel tapped the controller to the explosive. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a low boom rumbled through the streets, the cement under their feet trembling with it. "Well," said Vera finally, "if that doesn't do it, I don't know what would." Tay tapped his comm on, and they listened as police officers shouted and swore, their voices fuzzing and indistinct over the newly jammed lines. Tay smiled. "That should make it a bit more complicated for them to put together a response," he said. His voice was quiet, but there was a bitterness in it that Lev hadn't heard there for a long time. "Can you tap us into the government lines?" Lev asked. "I'd like to hear the response, if possible." Tay nodded, tapping something into his comm. A moment later, they heard a sputtering outrage of voices. "If they're discussing what happened, it'll be over this line. he said. Within 10 minutes, judging from the panicked calls through the government lines, the police had been overwhelmed. Within 20, the besieged would-be revolutionaries had broken through the police cordons, and within half an hour, it was clear the police wouldn't be able to take their positions back. They looked at each other, relief on their faces. Dmitri was grinning widely, and Vera gave a low, delighted laugh, slapping Tay on the shoulder.
We did it.
Tay was smiling as well. And then, through the calm, Lev caught a name he recognized, and he held up his hand for silence, frowning, saying it's the same crew. They got visuals on them when this all started. Lev Entov, Jez Solikov, Yespel Kovac, Tay Bezdomnikov, Masha Volkova. And there's rumors that Yespel's wife is with them. None of that's good news. We'll instruct the police to set their biometrics into the system. If half of what I've heard about them is true, getting rid of them is going to be our first priority if we want to get this under control. Lev glanced around at the others. Jez was grinning. That wasn't, however, particularly reassuring. Well, said Yespel at last, we may have just declared war on the government, but it looks like they've returned the favor. Chapter 8. Masha, Day 3. When the knock came at her door, Masha was expecting it. She sighed and shut down her holoscreen, standing to unlock the door. An aide stood there, practically quivering with nerves, and somehow, the fear in her face gave Masha a slight pang. The girl was young, hardly older than Tay, and she'd likely never seen chaos on this scale before. Masha forced her face into a pleasant smile. Yes. Undersecretary Alonia? The girl's voice trembled ever so slightly. Yes, Masha said again patiently. The aide swallowed. Minister Goran would like to speak with you. Masha gave a brisk nod and stood, picking up her bag from the floor. She'd had it ready since she'd heard what her crew had done, because she had no doubt it had originated with them. She hadn't been surprised, exactly. The government likely had no idea what they were up against, with her crew behind those barricades. Putting this rebellion down would be bloody work indeed. The thought still had the power to make her slightly sick. If they damn well listened to her. No, Tay would never have agreed that the lives of his friends were expendable. No matter what, he'd always have done what he did, tried to find a way to save everyone, and no matter what, the others would always have gone with him. They hadn't lived as long as she had. They couldn't save them all. No one could. She straightened and turned back to the young aide. I'm ready. Shall we go? The girl nodded, her body tense. Masha frowned, studying her more closely. There were tear streaks down her face and terror in her eyes. Masha had spent 17 years training this out of herself. At the end of the day, if she wanted to save the many, she had to ignore the one. And she'd learned, finally, after years of practice, to ignore a young aide with tear streaks on her face. And yet, somehow, she found herself asking, Are you all right? The girl looked up at her, startled, and pasted a smile on her face, but it didn't reach her eyes. I'm fine, thank you, she said. Masha raised an eyebrow. The aide turned away quickly. One of the aides was killed in the hallway this morning, she said, her voice slightly choked. And you'd never seen someone killed before, said Masha. The girl nodded, not looking at her. "I'm sorry," said Masha quietly. "The first time is the worst, if it helps." The girl looked up again, surprised. At last, she said in a low voice, "I didn't think it would be like this." The words sounded as if they were being dragged out of her. In university, they talked about the government, how coming to work here helped keep the system running, kept people safe, that they paid you enough to send back to your family. I didn't think it would be like this." Her voice shook. Masha hesitated a moment, then reached out and put a hand on the girl's shoulder. The girl flinched, as if expecting a blow. "I'm going to tell you something I learned young," Masha said, her voice coming out harder than she intended. "They lie to you. That's how they stay in power. They make you think it's for the good. And sometimes, someone laying dead in the hallway is the only way you figure out the lie." The girl was staring at Masha, and Masha cursed under her breath. She damn well knew better than this. But there was something about the intensity and the vulnerability in the girl's face that reminded her uncomfortably of a certain long-haired, scowling street boy. And she found she couldn't help herself. "Thank you," the girl said quietly. "I'll remember that." She paused a moment, then looked up at Masha again, her face strangely vulnerable. "But if they lied to us, if everything they told me was a lie, then why are you still here?" "Because sometimes it's the only way to change things." The young aide studied Masha for a long, long time. At last, she nodded. "Thank you," she said again quietly, and Masha was surprised by the warmth that sparked in her chest at the words. She pushed it away resolutely, rearranging her face into its normal, bland smile. "At any rate, I have a heat gun. I expect nothing untoward will happen on the way to Minister Gorin's office." The aide nodded, swallowing hard, and they walked down the hallway towards the minister's office. Gorin was waiting when they entered, his face dark with anger. He nodded curtly to the aide, who gave a deferential nod and ducked out the door, closing it behind her.
"Alonia,"
he snapped once they were alone.
"I assume you familiarized yourself with the situation on the ground."
Masha nodded. "I assumed you'd want a report first thing this morning, so I prepared all the information I was able to gather." He gave her a brusque nod, gesturing to a chair.
"I understand you were only given access to much of the information as of yesterday afternoon, but the situation has progressed to the point that I cannot afford patience. I need someone who's up to speed and well briefed and fully prepared. If you can't—"
"I am fully briefed and prepared to present you with my recommendations," said Masha. He paused, frowning.
"Your recommendations?"
"Of course," she said. "I've gone through the previous briefings, studied the actions we've taken thus far, and calculated their relative effectiveness, taking into consideration the size of the police force, the weapons available, and the number and distribution of the protesters. I believe I've been able to identify some useful patterns. If I may?" He was still frowning at her, but he gave a brusque nod. She tapped her comm, pulling up the holoscreen. "You see here, I've marked out the location of the explosion that served as a distraction, and the places where insurgents and protesters were able to break the police line. It would appear the insurgents' primary strategy, at this point, is simply to keep their fellow protesters out of the grip of the police. This is understandable. They've essentially declared war on the government, and they'll be rightly concerned about the consequences. However, I don't believe that at present they pose an existential threat to us. They've taken no overtly aggressive actions, and it appears they're still attempting to regroup and form a strategy. She swiped to a new screen. As you may recall from yesterday, I've been studying the precedents for such an insurgency. I believe that if we don't antagonize the rest of the city further, the revolutionary fervor will die down. The people were stirred up by some unfortunately leaked audio and visuals from the police crackdown on the university students. When the police turned their attention to the citizens who'd come out in protest, the citizens who were rioting in anger began rioting in fear. And fear is a powerful motivator. But now, she shrugged, they're no longer in immediate danger. They've barricaded themselves inside their sector, demonstrating that their motivation is more fear-based than aggression-based. Therefore, I suggest, for the moment, our best move is to pull the police back, hold the line, keep their sector cut off from the rest of the city, but nothing more. Don't add fuel to the fire. If we can keep the insurgency contained and cool the flames of those who are only partially committed, our job becomes much simpler. Goran scowled at her.
You're advocating for us to treat these revolutionaries with kid gloves. Shall we offer them supplies as well? And blankets against the cold? These are people who attacked our police force, killed officers.
Masha gave him a small smile. Perhaps I did not explain myself sufficiently. I'm advocating to pull the police back, yes, to let things cool down, and to wait until the weapons we purchased from Olyesa arrive. From the briefings you gave me access to, they should arrive in a matter of days. And then, she broke off, spreading her hands. We destroy the barricades and the people behind them so thoroughly that it's clear to everyone that a revolution is hopeless. He was watching her consideringly now, but his face was still creased in a scowl.
You're aware, of course, who's behind this. A woman by the name of Masha Volkova and a crew of criminals she assembled. She has created more chaos in this system than perhaps any other person currently living.
He shook his head, pinching his lips together.
This is the crew that took down Grigory Korzakov and Olyesa Yanovic. If the rumors are true, you think if we don't push them, they'll sit peacefully behind their barricades and wait for us?
Masha gave a small smile, ignoring the sudden twist in her chest. No, I do not believe that. But where are they likely to be? Not on the outskirts, with the half-committed government officials, worried for their children, or the people in the projects. If they're here, they're behind the barricades. And so, we focus our efforts, cut off their communications, keep the officers there day and night. But we don't start trouble until the weapons come in. And then, she let her sentence trail off delicately. Of course, the police would start trouble. Leave them there, outside the barricades, with a bunch of students and street kids who'd been defying them? Cut off any outside monitoring? Of course, they'd start trouble. But she wouldn't have been the one who suggested it. And besides, her crew would be able to handle it. She was almost certain. Goran nodded slowly.
Perhaps you're right. And once the weapons are here, and we can take out the group behind the barricades completely, these protests will fall apart.
Masha nodded, keeping her smile calm and bland. She wouldn't let herself think too hard of how her crew had looked last time she'd seen them. Lev shot through the shoulder, barely able to stay on his feet. Tay, circles under his eyes like bruises, dried blood matting his hair. Jez, still staggering from the after effects of the poison that had almost killed her. For a moment, she felt again the sick jolt of panic, stepping into the drab government apartment to see Jez lying on the floor, shaking and half-conscious, her eyes wide with fear, the helpless pleading in Lev's expression when he looked up at her, Jez cradled in his arms, the way Masha's hand shook as she plunged the needle into Jez's vein with enough antidote to either cure her or kill her. Jez would be shaky for a while. Masha still needed her crew. But they were smart. They'd survived worse. "And I assume you're getting updates on the weapons and how they'll be distributed?" she asked.
"That's my concern, not yours," he snapped.
But she caught the way his eyes darted to a chip storage on the shelf in the corner of the room. She nodded. "Very good." She paused a moment. "Do you need anything else from me?" Goran shook his head.
"I'll take your suggestions into consideration."
"Thank you. I'll send the underlying data, as well as my research, through to your comm once I'm back in my office." He nodded and dismissed her with a wave of his hand. When she opened the door, the aide was waiting, leaning against the opposite wall. She'd clearly been instructed to escort Masha back, and Masha wasn't surprised. Everything in Alonia's record would suggest she was nothing more than yet another calm, boring, completely uninteresting civil servant in a list full of boring, uninteresting civil servants. But Goran hadn't survived to get where he was without exorbitant amounts of suspicion. The girl straightened quickly. "Undersecretary, the minister asked if I'd wait to bring you back to your office." "Thank you." Masha paused a moment. "I'm sorry. I don't believe I asked your name." The girl looked up, startled, and Masha smiled despite herself. My name's Radka." Masha nodded gravely. "Thank you, Radka." They were silent on the walk back to Masha's office, but Masha couldn't help but notice, after she unlocked the door and stepped inside, the look Radka shot her before she turned away. A sort of camaraderie mixed with gratitude. The door clicked shut, and Masha closed her eyes for a moment. It didn't matter. The kid was just an aide, and if she was smart, she'd realize that pinning her loyalty to an undersecretary wasn't good for job prospects in the government. And the girl looked smart, despite her obvious innocence. She took a deep breath and crossed over to her desk. She dropped into her seat and tapped her comm. The number would have been in Adric's confidential information, if she'd needed it, but she had it memorized from years past. She'd known she'd have a limited amount of time to prepare for the second stage of her plan. She'd have to work quickly if she wanted to keep Goran from getting suspicious. The comm buzzed a moment, and then a male voice answered.
"General Ossip,"
he said, his voice rough.
"Who is this?"
"My name is Alonia," said Masha pleasantly. "I'm sure you've heard of the unfortunate incident involving Under Minister Adric. As I was asked to fill his position temporarily, I thought perhaps a discussion between the two of us could be productive." By the time Masha's comm read 1800 Standard, she could hear the murmur from the corridors of her colleagues heading for home. She sighed and stood, stretching out the stiffness in her back, and picked up her work bag. At the door, she hesitated for a moment, touching the small heat pistol in her pocket instinctively. Funny, after all these years and all this time, to still be afraid. She'd have thought she would have gotten over that years ago, but, she supposed, something like fear never really went away. She joined the crowd merging in among the hurrying bodies, making sure that she was seen and noticed. As she neared the door leading outside, she slipped into a small side corridor that she'd used more than once in her time in the government. It led nowhere, really, but it looked like it might, and so no one took notice of someone turning down it. And at the far end was a small storage closet, long abandoned. Once, it must have been used for cleaning supplies or some such thing, but now it lay empty and dusty. She tapped her comm against the lock, and it clicked open. She smiled to herself when she pulled the narrow door open. The box she'd set here years ago as a makeshift stool was still there, covered now with a thin layer of dust. She pulled the door closed and settled down to wait, leaning back against the cool prefab wall. As the noise and footsteps from outside faded, she pulled up her comm screen, scrolling through to the information she'd been studying earlier. She had far too much to do to let any time go to waste. When at last she looked up from the numbers and figures on the holoscreen, it was 2100 standard, and the halls were long since silent. She sighed quietly to herself and stood, wincing slightly at the cracking in her back and hips. She wasn't the 20-something she had been when she first arrived in government, like the girl Radka. Although she doubted she'd ever been as innocent as that girl. She pushed the door open a crack and glanced outside. The emptiness of the narrow sliver of the main hallway she could see told her that most, if not all, of the ministers had gone home for the night, or else settled into their offices for a long evening of work. Quietly, Masha pulled the door shut and retrieved the cleaning staff uniform from the bottom of her bag. She pulled the garment over her head, tucked her hair into her scarf, slipped an ID chip override into her comm, and let her shoulders droop into a despondent, exhausted slouch. Then she stepped out the door. She didn't have a cleaning cart, but it was less about your disguise and more about the atmosphere you carried with you. And so she trudged down the hall with the bored, tired step of someone who'd walked the same halls every night for far too many years to count, and who'd likely walk those halls until the day they died. Where the hallway split off, she glanced down at her comm, as if checking her night's detail, sighed, and started towards Goran's office, her stomach tight with a mixture of nerves and anticipation. When she reached the door, she tapped her comm against the lock. It clicked open, and she let out a breath of relief. She forced her hands steady as she stepped through the door, pulling it closed behind her, as if this was just one more task on an endless list. Once inside, she hit the scanner on her comm, doing a quick check for bugs. They were there, of course, but the blocker Tay had installed on her comm from their previous job would be enough to keep them from picking up anything more than a blurred shape. Even so, she wandered slowly about the office, dusting and tidying in a desultory fashion, until she reached the shelf that Goran's eyes had flicked to momentarily when she'd asked about the weapons. She ran her fingers across the smooth surface until she felt the chip storage. Tay's lockpick, set into her comm, vibrated, and there was a soft click. She slid the top back and reached gently inside. There, a small information chip, the only one in the shallow space. With a quick breath of relief, she palmed it. As she slid the storage closed, she heard a small noise from behind her. The lock on the door clicking open. She froze instinctively, her free hand reaching for her heat pistol. But whoever it was too late to hide. She took a deep breath, heart pounding, and forced herself to turn, casually. Goran stood in the doorway with 2 aides, who were clearly serving as bodyguards. For a moment, the 3 of them stared at Masha. Then Goran jerked his head, and the aides stepped quickly forward. For a split second, Masha's fingers almost closed around the small pistol in her pocket. But if she did that, even if she survived the shootout, it would derail her plan. And she didn't have time for that. So instead, she stood still, eyes wide with fear, as the aides grabbed her and yanked her arms behind her back, shoving her to her knees on the floor.
"Who the hell are you, and what are you doing here?"
hissed Goran. Masha blew out a quick breath of relief. He hadn't recognized her. But then, people seldom did. She'd spent her entire life learning to be forgettable. And so now, with a change of clothes, a change of posture, the scarf around her hair and neck partially obscuring her face, she was entirely unrecognizable as the self-assured undersecretary she'd been earlier that day.
"I asked, what are you doing here?"
Goran snapped. I was cleaning your office. That's what was on my schedule for tonight." She allowed her voice to come out high and shaky. He glared at her.
"Show me your schedule."
She began again, voice wavering.
"You what?"
he snapped. She swallowed hard and gestured with her chin at the woman holding her arms behind her back.
"Let go of her hand,"
said Goran, his voice resigned.
"But keep your weapons on her. My office isn't scheduled to be cleaned until tomorrow morning."
The woman let go of her arm, and, hand trembling, Masha held out her wrist with the comm. He touched his own comm to hers and read through her ID, frowning. He paged through to the schedule, then glared back up at her.
"Who prepares the assignments?"
She shook her head, swallowing hard, as if too frightened to speak. Goran turned away in disgust.
"Get her out of my office, and make sure nothing's been touched."
The aides wrenched her to her feet, and she whimpered pitifully. The chip, clutched in her hand, was cutting into the flesh of her palm. If they noticed it before she was outside. One of the aides stepped out from behind her, checking the office quickly with a scanner. As he moved closer to the chip storage, Masha found her breath coming faster. Most scanners wouldn't be sensitive enough to pick up something as small as an information chip inside a storage compartment. But some would. Slowly, the scanner moved along the wall, and then along the shelf, and then, inexorably, toward the comm storage. She could, if it came to it, probably still kill them. The scanner passed the shelf. Masha let out a breath, almost dizzy at the spike of relief. "Nothing seems to be missing," said the aide.
"Then get out of here,"
said Goran, gesturing dismissively at Masha.
"Tomorrow, I'll look into who sets the cleaning schedules. I don't like that they've changed. Not with things the way they are right now."
He glanced around, then reached down and picked up his office bag, left beside the door. Masha had to bite inside of her cheek hard to keep from almost hysterical laughter. All that because he'd forgotten his bag. The aides hauled her out of the office, and Goran followed, closing and locking the door behind him.
"Follow her out,"
he said curtly to one of the aides. The man nodded, gesturing Masha ahead of him down the hallway. It wasn't until they were outside in the snow, and the door to the government buildings had clicked shut behind them, that he holstered his weapon.
"Get out of here. Go home. I have your ID number. And you'd best hope that we don't find anything missing tomorrow."
She gave a small, frightened nod, then shuffled off down the street. When she was out of sight, she slipped into a shallow doorway, watching for any signs she was still being followed. She waited for a few long minutes, the snow whipping around her face and biting at her exposed skin. Winters in Prasvishoni were not for the faint of heart. Tay had slept out in nights like this, on the streets. She tried to ignore the painful twinge at the thought. Her cheeks had long since grown numb, and her fingers and toes ached from the cold before she eased out of the doorway and back into the street. Her tiny apartment was still cold when she stepped inside, but at least the heat sink had managed to cut the chill. Still, she didn't take off her coat when she came in. It wasn't warm enough for that. Not yet. It likely wouldn't be. She sat down on one of the hard chairs and slipped the stolen chip into her comm, pulling up the holoscreen. She'd have to find a way to replace it before Goran noticed it missing. But in the meantime, best to find out everything she could. She pulled the screen up and began swiping through the various pages of information. And then she stopped, frowning. Someone was making requests for weapons. Someone was designating which weapons should go where, and giving instructions to the police. And it wasn't Goran. She frowned deeper, scanning the lines of text. They were encrypted with the highest security, but there was no hint of the identity of the person making the requests. A small tickle of unease began in the back of her brain. Masha knew every person in the chain of command, every name, every face. She'd studied the lists until they were burned in her memory. And none of them were giving these orders. She shivered. Whoever this was, they were powerful. Extremely powerful. And she frowned down at the list of orders and requisitions, a small chill in her stomach. Everything she was doing here was to save lives. Her crew might not understand that, but the sacrifices she was making were necessary, and as minimal as possible. Whoever this was wasn't concerned about lives lost, not if their orders were any indication. Whoever this was intended a massacre. Slowly, Masha tapped off her holoscreen and stared blankly at the wall in front of her. She'd always known that once she got here, she'd have to work quickly, more so since her crew had parted ways with her. But it seemed her timeline may be even shorter than she anticipated. At least, if she wanted anyone in the streets to survive this. Chapter 9. Tay, Day 4. Ready? Lift, said Tay, pulling up on the edge of the heavy dresser. Ivan on the other side lifted as well, and they staggered forward. You sure you two should be doing that? Jez called from the top of the barricade as she saw them approaching. I mean, I appreciate the help and all, but I'm pretty damn sure that both of you just about got killed not too long ago. Says the person who just got over being poisoned, grumbled Tay. She grinned at him. Yeah, like 2 weeks ago. Basically the longest I've gone without someone trying to kill me for... She shrugged. Hell, can't even remember how long. I think there were plenty of police officers trying to kill you a couple days ago, if I remember correctly, he grunted, stumbling on a broken cobblestone and almost dropping the damn dresser. Jez laughed and jumped off the barricades, coming up beside him to help guide the heavy, awkward piece of furniture into a gap in the barricade. That doesn't count. They were just trying to kill me because I was stealing crap and blowing crap up. It wasn't personal. Tay dropped his end of the dresser into place. Ivan laid his carefully down as well, then stepped back, looking over the makeshift barricade with a practiced eye. It looks better. We'll want to put something heavy there, he gestured. But structurally, this isn't bad. The main thing is, we want it to be easy for us to get up from our side, but hard for anyone to climb up from the outside. He glanced around, frowning. Actually, in cold like this, We could take some water, soak down the front of the barricades. It should freeze solid. Make it a little more difficult for someone to get up. Vera glanced over from where she was helping guide an overturned university desk into a gap in the wall.
That's a good idea,
she said, the weariness in her tone not quite masking her enthusiasm.
I'll get some of the students on it.
And we know bloody well it'll actually freeze, considering I'm basically turning into a block of ice right now, said Jez cheerily. And so is Techhead, by the looks of it. He scowled at her, then started after Ivan, who was already headed back towards the university. Ivan turned as Tay caught up, attempting a smile, but his eyes still held the haunted look that had been there for far too long. Tay touched Ivan's hand. Are you? Is everything? Ivan hesitated a moment. Then he put his arm around Tay, pulling him close. The gesture almost desperate. Tay slipped his arm around Ivan's waist, and he could feel the tension in Ivan's body as he leaned into him. They walked together towards the university, but when they reached the entrance, Ivan paused. His face was weary, lines of exhaustion and strain cut across it. His dark eyes, tight and distant. Ivan, Tay said quietly, just go lie down for a bit. Get some rest. You haven't stopped for even a minute. Ivan faced straight ahead, mouth set, like he was afraid to let even a hint of emotion show. You almost died a few days ago, yet here you are, he said at last. His tone had a forced lightness to it, and Tay scowled. Ivan, please. Listen, you... Tay trailed off. He wasn't sure how to say what he wanted to say. How looking at Ivan, seeing the hurt in his face, and not being able to do anything about it, choked him. Ivan turned and took Tay's arms gently. Tay was acutely aware of how close they were standing, of the pressure of Ivan's hands on his arms. They'd kissed. They were boyfriends, and perhaps Tay didn't have much experience with love, but the thought of being away from Ivan, for any reason, was a physical, dizzying pain. But somehow, standing so close, their bodies were almost touching. Ivan's hands on Tay's arms. Ivan had never seemed quite so far away. Ivan rubbed his hands absently up and down from Tay's elbows to his shoulders. But he didn't meet Tay's eyes, and his jaw still held that tension Tay remembered so well from the Pleasure Planet, in the days after Ivan had almost been killed. Tay, he said at last. Listen, I'm all right. I'm fine. This is something that has to be done, and I know how to do it because I've done it before. You're not fine, said Tay. His breath was coming a little too quickly, a mix of guilt and anger twisting inside him. Maybe I'm just a dumb street kid, but I'm smart enough to see that. Ivan's hands tightened around his arms, and he looked Tay in the face for the first time that morning. Don't say that, he said sharply. You're not a dumb street kid, Tay. You're... His voice choked just a little. I can't talk about it right now. I can't. I'm sorry. He let his hands drop and turned away abruptly, but not in time to keep Tay from seeing him blinking back tears. There was a set to his shoulders, as if one sentence, one word, could crack him wide open. For a moment, Tay wanted to. He wanted to grab Ivan, spin him around, hold onto him and not let go, and make him talk until it all spilled out across the cobblestones, and they could somehow make sense of it together. But Ivan was already halfway towards the dorms. I'll grab some chairs from the common room, he said over his shoulder. Tay heard the words he wasn't saying. He'd take something he could do alone, for now, for this trip. He watched Ivan's retreating figure, slender and elegant. The contained grace of his movements sent a familiar ache of longing through Tay's whole damn body and left him feeling, somehow, like he'd been hit in the stomach. Damn this. Damn this to hell. Damn this whole thing to hell. Why hadn't Ivan stayed behind on the casino ship, where he could have taken the next transport back to Prosvishony, or wherever else he'd wanted to go? Or even stayed on the damn pleasure planet with Galina and Radek and the others? He closed his eyes, fighting back the tightness in his chest. Ivan was right about one thing, at least. They were all exhausted, but none of them could afford to rest yet. He was helping one of the kids from Felix's gang carry out another student desk when Mattia called over the comm. "Tay," their voice was tight with strain. "Police officers, coming in fast." Tay slapped his comm. "How far?" he asked tersely. "I don't know, but Yasvir called it in, and her post is only a 10-minute walk from here." Tay cursed, dropping the desk and sprinting for the makeshift command tent. He tapped his comm to the crew's closed loop as he ran. "Lev, Yezbel, police are on their way." "How many? How far?" Lev's voice was tense. "Just under a kilometer, I think. I don't know how many." He reached the command tent and ducked through the door, panting. Lev was already on his feet, and Yezbel had her pistol out, one arm around Tanya's waist. "Are the children somewhere safe?" Tay snapped. Tanya nodded. "They're with one of the students. He's back in the dorms, and we barricaded the door. If the police get through the barricades, he'll take them out the back and get them away." It made a gruesome sort of sense. If the police got through, they'd be too busy in the ensuing bloodbath to worry about two children. Tay took a deep breath and turned to Lev. "Are we ready for this?" Lev's face was serious. "As ready as we can be. The street kids?" Tay gave a tight nod. "Good." Lev smiled. "At the very least, I hope we're still able to give them a bit of a surprise." Vera tapped her comm through to the general line. "Everyone in position. Bring your weapons. If you don't have weapons, stay the hell back. This might get ugly." Tay could see the concern in her face, but he couldn't reassure her because she was right. Dmitri waited outside the door. His face looked just as exhausted as Vera's, skin paler than usual, the dark circles under his eyes matching the ones under hers. "I've got everyone in position," he said. "The street kids are up on the barricades, the ones that can help fight, and the others are waiting for Tay." He glanced at Tay, and sudden concern tightened his eyes. Tay wondered, for a faint, ridiculous moment, exactly how awful he must look for Dmitri to look that worried. "Are you sure you're all right?" Dmitri asked in a low voice. Tay gave a small, grim smile. "I don't think not being all right is an option." Dmitri watched him for a moment, his face still cut with concern, then turned away. "I'm going up in the barricades." "We'll come with you," said Lev. He grimaced as he stood, and Tay was almost tempted to tell him to stay back, because he'd damn well been shot with a heat gun 5 days earlier. But he didn't bother. Lev wouldn't stay behind if Jez was up there, and besides, he gave a short shake of his head. Besides, 5 days to heal from a heat blast injury was starting to look like a luxury at this point. They clambered up the barricades and gathered on the top. Vera had been as good as her word. The entire front of the barricade was soaking wet, the water already freezing in the chill morning air. The police sirens in the distance were approaching rapidly, and Tay's stomach tightened. There were a lot of them. He couldn't tell how many, but a lot. And then they came around the corner at the end of the street, and he sucked in a quick breath. There must have been 100 officers, all in riot gear, helmets pulled low over their faces, sirens on their skybikes howling like wounded animals. He glanced up involuntarily, but of course, Ivan had already dealt with it. Between the rows of thin, glistening wires they'd strung up in the alleys and over the entire square in the previous days and weeks, visible only when the light struck it a certain way, and the blocker field Tay had set up around the barricades, it would be suicide for the police to try to get on top of them. The police bikes came to a halt 50 meters or so from the barricade, forming a small, tight cluster. They dismounted, pulling out weapons, and moved into a formation Tay knew all too well. Officers in the front lifting their riot shields to form a phalanx, officers in the back with their shock sticks at the ready and heat guns pointed through the cracks between the shields. They were waiting for something, and he had a pretty damn good guess what it was. It came into view a few moments later. A massive gun, pulled behind a small, in-atmosphere cruiser. The sight of it sent a jolt of thoughtless panic through him, choking off his breath. He could still see bodies on the ground when he closed his eyes, the brilliant, impossible red of the blood against the grayish-white snow. Vanya, body broken and lifeless. Students he knew, street kids he knew, their bodies sprawled on the ground like discarded dolls. Tay. Lev's voice was sharp with concern, and Tay took a deep breath, trying to force his brain to stop, trying to pull himself back to the present. A hand rested on his shoulder, and he jerked his head up. Ivan stood there, his expression tight with sympathy and concern, and somehow Tay could breathe again. Ivan gave him a small smile, but from the look on his face, he was seeing the same things Tay was. The officers worked quickly, unloading the gun from the cruiser. They were out of range of any of the defenders' weapons at the moment, and the bikes formed an additional protective shield. He knew when the gun was ready, by the sharp, high-pitched whine that still haunted his nightmares. The officers started towards the barricade at a quick jog, the gun pulled along behind them with a massive anti-grav. They'll try to get in close, said Lev quietly. They'll want to kill as many of us as they can in the first few shots. Keep anyone from getting out in the confusion. Ivan turned to Vera. You got everyone without weapons back from the wall? She nodded, and they all dropped down as the officers came into range. The heat blasts sizzled and crackled through the air around them. Tanya had set a sniper gun into the top of the barricade and was firing at a steady pace. On the other end of the barricade, Felix shouted to his kids, shoving them into position. They were releasing a blistering amount of heat from their pistols, but the officers' guns were longer range, and they weren't close enough for the street weapons to do any good. The officers slowed as they crossed into range of the defenders' weapons, staggering from the sheer volume of the heat blasts aimed in their direction. One of them stumbled, hit squarely in the chest by Tanya's sniper fire, but even with Yezbel's mods, it wasn't enough. Police riot gear was designed with heavy firepower in mind, and although their heat shields glowed a bright orange, they held. The officers pushed forward, as if against a heavy wind, but they were still coming. Tay looked up for a moment from his own weapon, glancing at Lev. Lev's forehead was creased in concentration, and he was firing methodically, and for a moment, Tay almost laughed. Who would have thought the calculating, analytical, slightly disheveled scholar he'd met months ago would one day be standing on top of a barricade, shooting at an oncoming group of police officers? One of the shots from Tanya's sniper gun knocked an officer's face shield up, and a second shot dropped the man. But the others hardly paused. They were close now, maybe 20 meters away. At the back of the phalanx, a handful of police officers had crouched down to unload the gun from the anti-grav. Get down, Tay hissed through his comm. Heads behind the barricades. Not that it would matter. If he'd miscalculated, there was nothing in the system that would save them now. He glanced around quickly, checking that the street kids were down. Someone grabbed his jacket sleeve and yanked. He fell, caught off balance, and a pair of arms caught him. "Hey, you need to follow your own advice sometimes," whispered Ivan's familiar voice, warm and faintly amused. "Some of us would prefer you didn't get shot either." Tay tried to smile, but his stomach was clenched too tightly. The officers stepped back from the gun. He couldn't breathe. If the mods he'd spent the last 4 damn days setting up didn't work? There was a long moment of silence. Another. And then cursing from the police officers, and he sucked in a breath, almost dizzy with relief. Ivan grinned at him, and Jezebel gave a short chuckle. "Remind me never to get on your bad side, Tay," she said. "I don't know if I could make weapons faster than you could disable them." "It only worked because they were stupid enough to use the same model of gun as last time," Tay muttered. "Like I said," said Jezebel, still sounding amused. Outside the walls, a small knot of officers were frantically working on the gun, but the rest were firing on the ragged group of defenders. "Tay," hissed Kaz over the comm. "You coming?" "I'm on my way. Hang tight." He slithered backwards off the barricade and strode quickly to where Kaz and Petty and a handful of other street kids waited. "You ready?" Kaz asked tersely. Tay nodded, pulling out his heat pistol. "Come on." He ducked through the narrow gap in the east barricade and started down the small alley that opened onto one of the larger streets. He glanced quickly behind him at the ragged handful of street kids and gritted his teeth. Yes, they'd been behind the barricades, and yes, they'd all had to fight to survive. But these were the kids he was supposed to protect, damn it. The kids he was damn well supposed to keep safe. And here he was, dragging them into danger yet again. They reached the mouth of the alley, and Tay peered out before beckoning the rest of them forward. It looked like Lev and the others had succeeded in keeping the police busy. The street here was empty. They crept down the street and paused at the mouth of another narrow alley. The police had stopped, 50 meters away? This should be far enough, he hoped. Kaz came up beside him, and Tay glanced over, struck once more by how young the boy was. And besides Tay, he was the oldest of the street kids. They ducked into the darkness of the alley, the shadows from the abandoned apartment buildings and empty warehouses around them cooling the already chill air. The crunch of snow under their feet was unbearably loud in the silence. The alley bent, and he could see the shaft of light from the other end, the orange-yellow of late afternoon. "I'll go first," he whispered. "I'll call you on the comms if it's safe." He slipped out of the alley, not waiting for Kaz's protests. An officer had been left behind to guard the bikes, but he was several meters away, watching the barricades. Tay bit down hard on his teeth. Whatever was happening there was nothing he could do about it right now. He'd have to trust that Lev and Jezebel and the others had it under control. He crept towards the officer, pulling the thin tube Jezebel had given him from his pocket. She'd been working on it, but it wasn't a long-range weapon. He'd have to be within a meter of the man, probably. Tay's foot slipped on a loose stone, and the officer turned, his eyes going wide. Tay swore and leapt forward. The man grabbed for his comm, his mouth opening to shout an alarm. Tay pointed Jezebel's device and hit the button, and the man slumped, unconscious, to the ground. Tay closed his eyes, silently gasping out a prayer of gratitude that it had worked, and that in the scuffle, he hadn't accidentally turned the thing on himself instead. Damn it to hell. Jezebel could keep the weapons she was developing until she had the bugs worked out next time. He looked around quickly, but none of the officers at the barricades seemed to have noticed anything amiss. He tapped his comm.
Kaz, it's safe. You can come out.
The rest of the street kids had joined him within a few moments. He'd set a hot wire into their comms, but the police had put physical locks on the bikes as well. There were looks of grim satisfaction on the kids' faces as they set to work with their makeshift tools, yanking apart the lock bars, or smashing them with a well-placed blow of a mallet or stone. Tay glanced nervously over his shoulder. The amount of noise they were making... Still, the amount of noise they were making was nothing compared with the shouts and screams and firing weapons around the barricades. The officers, it appeared, had given up trying to fix the gun, and were now trying to swarm the barricade and overwhelm the defenders by sheer force. The ice Ivan had suggested, though, was making it difficult work, and the defenders were throwing down bricks, prefab blocks, even bits of furniture on the heads of their attackers. An officer fired, and there was a shout of agony from the top of the wall. Tay turned grimly back to the bikes. Nothing he could do to help them right now. Jez had asked them to bring back as many bikes as they could, and already a couple of the kids seemed to have their bikes ready to go. Tay turned, surveying the bikes. He grabbed a likely-looking one and set to work prying off the lock bar. And then, from behind him, came the wail of an alarm. He spun. One of the younger kids must have triggered something, and stood there frozen, a horrified look on his face. Tay cursed. "We've got to get out, now!" Half a dozen officers had turned from the barricade, and now they were sprinting towards them, guns drawn. They'd be in range in moments. Tay grabbed the frozen kid, pulling him out of the way, and touched his comm to the bike, typing something rapidly. The alarm shut off as abruptly as it had begun, and Tay lifted the kid bodily onto the bike, firing it up. "Go!" he hissed. Kaz was behind him, grabbing the kids who hadn't finished with their hot wires and shoving them onto bikes behind kids who had. The police officers were close enough now that their shots were heating the air around them to an uncomfortable temperature. A few more steps, and they'd be in range. "Kaz, get the rest of the kids out of here," he snapped, ducking behind the bike and yanking out his pistol. "I'll try to keep them busy for a minute." Damn it. They had heat shields that even Yezbel's mods wouldn't get through. He grabbed a twisted chunk of metal detritus from one of the mangled bike locks and threw it as hard as he could. He hit the helmet of the officer in front, and she staggered back, her helmet coming loose and tumbling to the ground. For just a moment, he saw her face. She wasn't much older than Lev, really, and she was surprised, and maybe a little afraid. He squeezed the trigger. The blast hit her full in the face. She teetered and fell. Two of her companions dropped down beside her, but he knew damn well there was nothing they could do. He felt sick to his stomach. "Hey, get on!" He turned to see Kaz behind him, mounted on the last of the hot-wired bikes. "Kaz, go! Kaz's body jerked, his eyes going wide with pain. Tay choked out a curse and grabbed for him, catching him as he fell. "Kaz!" His voice was frantic, shaking. "Kaz!" Another blast hit so close he could smell burning, and when he glanced down, the edge of his coat was charred. He swore helplessly, then swung up behind Kaz's slumped body and hit the throttle. The bike shot forward, Kaz swaying limply against him at the acceleration. Tay thought maybe his heart would actually stop. Kaz stirred. "Tay?" His voice was tight with pain. Behind them, the whine of skybikes hummed like angry insects. Tay slapped his comm. "Lev, we're coming in with the bikes, but they're after us." "We've disabled the skybike traps where I showed you," said Lev tersely. "Just come through." "I told you they're bloody after us. They'll be able to get in as easily as we will." "I'll worry about that. You get in here. Tay swore and slapped off his comm. The street kids ahead of him might have had no idea what they were doing, but they'd managed to point their bikes' noses towards the barricades. But the police were gaining on them rapidly. Tay slowed his bike, turning over his shoulder to squeeze off a shot at the first officer who rounded the corner. He'd seen how the anti-gravs on the bikes were constructed, and he was pretty sure if he could hit one. His shot hit home. The bike sputtered, coughed, then tumbled out of the air, sending the officer rolling across the filthy alley floor. "Where are you?" came Lev's tense voice over the comm. "We'll be there in about 20 seconds, said Tay through his teeth. He yanked the bike around the last corner, in time to see the first of the street kids pull her bike over the barricade. The others followed close behind, and Tay hit the throttle on his own bike, shooting over the barricade seconds before the police officers rounded the corner. He yanked the bike to a stop and jumped off, catching Kaz as the boy slumped. He didn't even look to see what was happening behind him. In the back of his mind, he heard an explosion, but he didn't have the attention to spare. Panic squeezed his chest, and Kaz was limp in his arms, and Petty was off her bike and running towards them, her face desperate. "Kaz?" Her voice choked on the word. And then Ivan was there, lifting Kaz from Tay's arms as tenderly as if Kaz were an infant. "Come on, let's get him to the medic tent." Tay couldn't do anything but follow, his throat so tight he couldn't speak, even if he'd wanted to. Ivan laid Kaz down in one of the cots, bending over him, and Tay blinked against the sudden dizziness. "Is he?" he started, but he couldn't finish the sentence. Ivan straightened. "He's fine." He paused a moment, his voice rueful. "Relatively speaking. He's still alive, and it's not fatal. I think he's just passed out from the pain." He turned to a student who'd followed him inside. "Get me a blast kit and a medical knife, please." The student nodded and ducked behind a partition into the back of the tent. Tay closed his eyes and kept them closed, afraid of moving, because he was so dizzy at this point he wasn't sure he wouldn't just fall over. Then Ivan crossed over to him and pulled him into a tight embrace. "Tay," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. He broke off, pulling Tay tighter against him. For a moment, Tay stood there, soaking in strength from Ivan like water into a sponge. The press of Ivan's body against Tay's, the strength of his arms, the smell and feel of him, slowly clearing away the dizziness. At last, though, Tay straightened and turned to where Kaz lay. The boy's face was bloodless, but he was breathing. The shot had hit him low down on the thigh, and the sight of burnt fabric clinging to seared flesh almost made vomit rise in Tay's throat. The student returned with a heat blast kit, and Ivan crossed back over to the cot. He knelt beside Kaz and started cutting the charred fabric away from the wound, hands gentle. Petty entered the tent a moment later. "The other kids are safe," she said tersely. "I checked, and none of the police got through the barricade." Tay sucked in a quick breath. Damn it to hell. He'd just about lost it when Kaz had been shot, and Petty, Kaz's own sister, had been the one to hold it together, make sure everyone was in and there were no emergencies to be dealt with, before she even came in to see him. "Ivan says he'll be fine," he said through the knot of guilt in his throat. Petty nodded and went silently over to stand beside Ivan as he worked. Ivan's hands were gentle and sure, and for just a moment, Tay couldn't drag his eyes away from the scene. He shook his head. If they were still fighting at the barricades, there was a chance they'd need him. "I'll be back," he mumbled. Ivan cast a worried look at him, but only nodded. and Tay stumbled out of the tent door. The memory of the way Kaz's body had slumped against him still sent nausea churning in his stomach. But he made his way to where Lev and the others were gathered on the barricade. Lev turned quickly at his approach, concern in his face.
"Are you all right? Did anything—" "Kaz got shot," said Tay wearily. "Ivan says he'll be all right."
Lev frowned, the concern in his face growing sharper.
"Tay, what's happening out here?"
Tay asked shortly. Lev gestured over the edge of the barricades.
"They're gone. I don't think they anticipated we'd be so well prepared for them. And the fact that you were able to get out of the barricades and around behind them, it frightened them as much as we'd hoped. Maybe they'll be less willing to focus all their force on one attack in the future."
Tay nodded, too exhausted to even feel relieved.
Was anyone?"
Lev's face tightened, the crease between his eyebrows deepening.
"No one was killed,"
he said finally.
"But
what happened?" Tay snapped. Lev shook his head.
"Tay, it's all right. Minor injuries mostly. Some heat blast wounds, none of them fatal. 2 concussions. And one of Mattia's kids was knocked off the barricades and broke an arm on the way down."
Tay drew in a deep, steadying breath, trying to force the shaky adrenaline from his muscles. It could have been worse. It could have been much, much worse. They'd been absurdly lucky, honestly.
"Are you sure you're all right?"
said Lev quietly.
"You look like you're about to fall over. Here, sit."
He pressed a hand on Tay's shoulder, pushing him down on the edge of the barricade, his face full of concern. Tay shook his head and tried to smile.
"I'm fine. It's nothing, it's—"
Lev watched him, his gaze uncomfortably perceptive.
"I hate this too,"
he said at last.
"If there was anything else that we could do—"
"Hey, you 2 sourpusses!" Jez scrambled over the top of the barricade, wearing a jaunty grin and sporting a black eye. Lev's posture stiffened.
"Jez?"
She rolled her eyes. "I'm fine, genius. Anyway, gave those bastards hell on that bike Tech had brought back. Bet they won't feel like coming around here again for a while." She paused a moment. "Did you know," she said chattily, "that Yesbel's mag explosives will just kind of follow along behind a bike for a couple seconds before they latch on? If you get them close enough?"
"How many officers did you—"
began Lev, his voice a studied calm. She laughed. "Yesbel set them as percussive blasts, so I didn't kill a single damn one of them. Just knocked the bastards off their bikes." Her grin faded slightly. "I'll be honest, though. Figure if anyone deserved to be killed—" Lev shook his head.
"Enough of them died today. We don't need to give them any more reason to come after us."
Jez nodded, but her lips were pinched tightly. And Tay wondered suddenly if the minor injuries Lev had referred to were worse than he'd made them sound. Lev sighed quietly.
"If Masha's the one behind this, and I think we have to assume that she is, I'm increasingly coming to believe that our only hope is that there are still reasonable members of government who outrank her, who are sympathetic to our position. We'll need to be as careful as possible not to do something that would prevent that."
Tay's mind flashed back for a moment to the face of the police officer he'd killed. She hadn't been very old. How many assignments had she been sent on before he shot her? Kaz slumped against him on the bike, lying senseless on the cot in the medic tent. Petty, kneeling beside him, her face drawn and horrified. The haunted look on Ivan's face that wouldn't go away, the pain in his eyes. Damn bloody Masha to hell. He knew what had happened to her, how she'd watched her parents murder. Perhaps he shouldn't blame her for doing whatever she needed to get back at the people who'd killed them. But Techhead? Jez's voice seemed to come from a long way off. You okay? Tay gave her a small, humorless smile. I'm fine. He stood quickly, turning away before she could ask him any more. Chapter 10. Masha, Day 5. Goran sat watching her, face grim. Masha could read nothing from his expression. Alonia, sit, he said, gesturing to a chair in front of his desk. I assume you haven't heard what's happened in the streets. She took the proffered seat, trying to hide the way her heart pounded. No, I had not. She kept her tone carefully modulated. I understand they've cut off all the news comms and put all the briefings under the highest classification. They have, he said shortly. There was a moment's pause. And? She prodded delicately. Did something happen? Ringleaders captured or killed, perhaps? She hadn't meant to ask the question, but it had been burning under her tongue since she'd learned that there'd been an attack on the barricades. He scowled. Unfortunately, no. The rush of relief was so strong, it almost made her dizzy, and she was absurdly grateful that she was already sitting down. That is truly unfortunate, she murmured after a moment. It is, Goran said, his voice grim. More unfortunate, however, is what happened to the police force we sent. 3 officers dead, and 7 others badly injured. And in return, they injured a few students and shot a street kid. He snorted in disgust. That wasn't all. The rebels disabled the gun and stole a dozen skybikes. As you know, our resources are not unlimited. And if they could steal a dozen skybikes right from under the officers' noses, they could have come from behind and turned the attack into a slaughter, if they'd wanted to. They were sending a message, and I think all the officers know it. The police are demoralized and frightened, and the rebels in the other parts of the city, rebels that you, Alonia, requested that we leave alone, are ecstatic. He glowered. I trusted you to come up with a workable plan, and it's resulted in a disaster. Masha smiled up at him blandly, trying to keep her breathing steady. They'd shot a street kid. She didn't have time to think about that right now. If you recall, I advocated waiting until we had sufficient resources to take decisive action. It was the police commissioner, if I understand correctly, who gave the order to take on the insurgents behind the barricades immediately. Considering there were only 3 officers lost, rather than a mass slaughter, this was likely the best possible outcome. She paused, leaning forward. But you're right. We can't afford another misstep. As I see it, you have a choice. Listen to a hot-headed police commissioner, whose actions have resulted in 3 police deaths and a disastrous blow to force morale, or follow my suggestions. If something like this happens again, it may not be possible to contain the fallout. Goran watched her for a long time, his gaze challenging, but she met his eyes. At last, he gave a short nod. Very well, Undersecretary. She heard the intended bite in his use of the title. You've proven prescient. We'll follow your lead, but I warn you, if this goes badly, you will suffer the consequences of it. I fully understand. He sat back in his chair. All right. So, Undersecretary, since you're the expert in the field, what's our next move? She pretended to consider. She'd had her response prepared for some time now. She'd guessed her crew would make short work of a simple police assault on the barricade, even with the ion cannon. But it would be imprudent to let a man like Goran know that. I still believe it's in our best interest to focus on containment, she said at last, slowly. Put a curfew in place on the street. Tighten down the restrictions in the areas we have contained. Make it more difficult for others to join the group behind the barricades. And, she paused for a moment, we can allow them to use the gangs as enforcement. The words tasted bitter on her tongue. If there needs to be unrest put down, and I emphasize, only if there is unrest that threatens to break out of the containment areas, then use the gangs. They have considerable practice in keeping order. She knew very well what keeping order meant to the gangs. And she knew very well that the police force, angry, frightened, upset at the challenge to its power, would be looking for the slightest excuse to set their attack beasts loose on the people opposing them. People would die, and it would be on her head. How many deaths could be justified to save the system? She wasn't certain, but she knew damn well that she'd long since passed the point where she had the leisure to worry about the calculation. Goran was frowning at her.
What makes you think the police are working with the gangs?
He asked, a cautious note in his tone. She raised an eyebrow. Was Adric not supposed to have mentioned it? I assumed he wouldn't have said anything if...
Goran scowled, swearing under his breath. Adric shouldn't have known. Thank the lady he's locked up somewhere he can't cause any more harm.
He took a deep breath and looked up at her.
I'll consider your suggestion.
I would appreciate that. She paused. This was the most delicate part. If you would like me to continue to advise you on policy, it would be extremely helpful if I am given full access to the information pertinent to the policies on which you would like my advice. Knowing the police have brought the gang members and Boyeviki on board to assist allows much more flexibility in a response, and if you were to provide me with information on everyone who is in position to give orders to the police, or direct the weapons distribution, she let her words trail off delicately.
Of course,
said Goran, standing. Masha fought back a small frown. She hadn't expected him to acquiesce so easily. He turned and pulled a chip off a shelf on the other side of the room from the one she'd taken last night and replaced in the early hours of the morning.
I believe this should answer your questions,
he said, turning back and handing it to her. Masha nodded, letting her face show nothing. I shall be sure to study it. Thank you.
Of course.
He turned back to his desk.
Now that you have the necessary information, I will expect a full report sent to my comm by tomorrow morning. I'll call you into the office if I have questions.
I'll get to work on it immediately, she murmured. Goran had pulled his holoscreen in front of him and was frowning down at it, clearly indicating that, as far as he was concerned, the conference was over. But she could see the slight tension in his posture. She'd trained herself to recognize the small signs of strain on people who were expert at hiding it. Goran was expert, but he couldn't hide everything. She took a deep breath. This may prove to be a miscalculation, but things were moving too quickly, and there were too many things she didn't understand, too many players she wasn't aware of. And once their tokens landed on the table, it might be too late to counter them. I did have one further question, she said diffidently, pushing back her chair and bending down to pick up her bag.
Yes,
Goran snapped, glancing up from his screen. Adric mentioned something else to me while he was discussing my role. He mentioned that his position was constricted because it was being co-opted by an individual named Mirny. The effect of the name was almost enough to startle Masha. Goran's head jerked up in surprise, his expression icy cold, and for a moment, she thought he'd go for a heat pistol. She forced her hands to remain loose, her posture calm. He shoved back his chair and stalked around his desk to stand over her. He was tall and broad, and he stood close enough to force her to look up at him. She let her posture signal subservience, although it wasn't a role she was accustomed to.
"Where did you hear that name?"
he hissed.
"Tell me."
"I'm sorry if I've misspoken," she said apologetically. "Had I known it was information I was not meant to have access to."
"Where?"
His voice snapped out, sharp as a blade. She raised her eyebrows and met his furious gaze. "As I said, Adric told me exactly what I told you, and," she added, allowing a hint of wryness to creep into her voice, "from much the same position as the one you are currently speaking to me from." He glared at her, and she forced her breathing to slow. He might shoot her, right now, but he might not. And she couldn't risk her position. He let out a long breath, stepping back slightly.
"I apologize,"
he grunted, but his expression was sharp and suspicious.
"It's a vicious rumor that's been circulating, is all. A mysterious person pulling strings behind this insurrection. It's nonsense, of course, but it stirs people up and scares my underministers. So I would appreciate it if you wouldn't mention it again."
"Of course not," she said. "I do apologize." She picked up her bag and turned to the door. "I'll send my report first thing tomorrow." Goran nodded, evidently engrossed once again in whatever was on his holoscreen. But the tension in his posture was even more pronounced than it had been before. He'd been lying to her, and whatever he was lying about terrified him. When she stepped out into the hallway, Radka jerked to attention, and Masha bit back a small sigh. "Undersecretary?" the girl began, but Masha gave a quick shake of her head, forming her face into an expression forbidding enough that the girl shut up. They walked back to Masha's office in silence, and Masha was grateful for it. Her mind was spinning, thoughts tumbling over each other. At the door, she paused to hit the key on her comm. Radka cleared her throat. "Undersecretary," she began, her uncertain uncertain. Did the meeting not go well?" "It went well enough," said Masha brusquely. "Now, if you'll excuse me." "It's only that, like I said, I have some friends who are aides to some of Goran's superiors. I could talk to them, and maybe they could—" Masha closed her eyes, trying to fight back the sudden ice forming in her chest. "No," she snapped, more harshly than she'd intended. "I'll give you one piece of advice, Radka. Don't trust anyone here. Don't risk yourself for someone in government. Not me, not anyone. Loyalty like that will get you killed. Do you understand?" The girl stared at her for a moment, then gave a small, frightened nod. "Good," said Masha shortly. She shoved the door open, stepped inside, and closed it sharply behind her. Once inside, she dropped into her seat, letting her bag fall to the floor beside her, and lowered her face into her hands. The icy panic she'd thought she'd brought under control that morning washed over her in waves. They'd almost been killed. Jez, Lev, Tay, Yezbel, Tanya, the children, Ivan, that student who'd once saved all their lives, Dmitri, and his friend Vera. They'd almost been killed, and she would have been the one who'd given the orders. A street kid had been shot, Goran had said. Not Tay. They would have taken pains to identify Tay. But, for a moment, an image flashed in her mind. Tay, his face gaunt and horrified, posture slack with shock, as they stood with hands bound by armed guards in a small room in the Svodrani house, and Olyesa mentioned, offhand, that his friends had been killed. Olyesa had been wrong, and the mafia hadn't ultimately killed them. But perhaps Masha, finally, had. She squeezed her eyes shut and pushed back the wave of nausea, forcing herself to breathe. It shouldn't be this hard. It was just a street kid, someone she'd met perhaps twice. Tay's friend. She took a deep breath and straightened, pulling up her holoscreen. She'd need to have the report together for Goran by tomorrow morning, and she had plenty of work to do. But somehow, she couldn't seem to focus on her work. At last, reluctantly, she tapped her comm. Undersecretary Alonia. Zhenya's expression over the holoscreen was a mixture of smugness, curiosity, and what looked like genuine pleasure. I'm delighted you're contacting me. Minister Gavril, she said, keeping her voice carefully neutral. What can I do for you? They asked. I recently returned from speaking with Minister Goran about our strategy in response to the insurrection in the streets. He has given me rather a free rein in coming up with strategies to contain it. But it occurs to me that if I had more precise information on what had happened yesterday at the barricade. Zhenya nodded again, the calculation sharpening in their eyes. Of course, they said. And what exactly would you like to know? She took a deep breath. It would be helpful if I had full details of everything that took place, including a list of dead and injured on both sides. I had been led to believe you had connections which could provide you with insights in the matter. Ah, said Zhenya, their voice ever so slightly amused. I see. On both sides, you say. They paused. And what would you be willing to provide me in return for this information? A small favor in exchange for a small favor? You certainly would not find me ungrateful in the matter of small favors. Even an undersecretary can be a useful friend, she said lightly, or a dangerous enemy. Of course, said Zhenya, their voice smooth. I'll track down the information you requested. For, of course, both sides of the interaction. There was a tone in their voice that told her they knew exactly what she was asking. Masha tapped off her comm and sat for a few moments, staring blankly at her desk. She had enough work to do. But the look on Tay's face kept playing itself over in her mind, interspersed with the sound of Radka's quiet, vulnerable voice. Was what she was doing worth it? Betraying people who'd trusted her? Using their lives as currency? But Radka and 100,000 other people like her lived in a system where they were used up and thrown away, their own lives fodder for any ambitious government official looking for a step up, no matter how many bodies had to line the path to get there. And with Grigory and Olyesa gone, there would be wholesale slaughter if Masha didn't step in, if she didn't do whatever it took to change things, if she didn't, possibly, sacrifice her crew. How many lives was her pathetic sentiment worth? She knew the answer, but somehow it didn't warm the ice that had formed in her stomach. Chapter 11. Yespel, Day 6.
Mama.
Yesbel glanced down at her daughter. Even in the dim light of the makeshift shelter-cum-meeting room, she could catch the hint of worry in Olya's face. It had been there for far too long, but had grown sharper in the last few days. Something in Yesbel's chest hurt to see it. She tried to smile. "Yes, my love."
When is Mamochka coming back?
Yesbel heard the unspoken question. Would Tanya come back? It was the same question she had every time someone she cared about left from behind the barricades. She gave Olya another small smile. "It will be a little while yet, my love." Lev looked up from where he was sitting on the other side of the small shelter. He'd been frowning in concentration, his holoscreen pulled up in front of him. But he smiled at Olya. "Olya, I need some help over here interpreting data. Would you come give me a hand?" Olya stood with a long-suffering sigh, but there was a sparkle of pride in her eyes as she crossed over to Lev.
I guess I can, for now,
she said in a self-important voice, and Yesbel smiled to herself. Even with everything going on, she was unutterably grateful that between Lev, Jez, and the others, her children were still able to smile. Although, she shook her head wryly, Tanya hadn't been overly amused by Jez's method of keeping the children entertained, which mostly consisted of teaching them how to gamble, how to swear while gambling, and how to cheat at tokens. Honestly, though, given enough time with Jez, they'd pick up those skills by osmosis, if nothing else. Jez sauntered into the tent a moment later. An irrepressible grin spread across her face.
Hey, you plaguers,
she said cheerily. "Gonna do anything other than sit in the damn shelter all day?" She shivered.
Can't blame you, though. Damn cold out there.
Lev had looked up at her entrance and was watching her with that faint smile he got every time he saw Jez. Equal parts love, concern, and raw, untempered lust. Jez winked at him, and his expression went visibly hazy. Olya glanced between the two of them, gave another long-suffering sigh, and hopped down from her seat beside Lev. "Olya?" Lev glanced down at her, shaking himself out of his reverie. She rolled her eyes.
Just go kiss Auntie. I'll help you with your work when you're finished.
Yesbel bit back a chuckle at the look on Lev's face. "Why do you think I was going to?" He began carefully. Olya rolled her eyes again.
Because you and Auntie kiss every time you see each other anymore, especially when you don't think anyone's there.
This time, Yesbel couldn't hold in her snort of amusement. "How do you know what Auntie and I do when no one's there?"
I said, when you think no one's there.
Olya's tone was slightly smug. Lev's expression now said he was frantically going over everything he and Jez had done over the past few days, when he'd thought they were alone. Jez snickered, dropped down next to him, grabbed his face in both her hands, and kissed him thoroughly enough that within about 3 seconds, Yesbel was very certain that there was now only one thing on Lev's mind, and it had nothing to do with whether or not they were being observed. After a few moments, Yesbel cleared her throat. She cleared it again, more loudly. She was about to resort to more drastic measures when Tay stepped into the tent, his face creased with concern, turned towards Lev, and gave an involuntary yelp. Reluctantly, Jez released Lev, and even more reluctantly, Lev drew back, blinking, and apparently trying to reorient himself to a world in which Jez's lips were not pressed to his. He cleared his throat, shook his head, and said, his voice only slightly unsteady, "Tay, what is it?" Tay was looking fixedly at the back of the tent, his expression one of grim resignation.
Deked, relax,
said Jez. She was still grinning, but there was a slightly dreamy look to her face.
Even genius here can't talk and snog at the same time, so you're safe to look.
Tay sighed and turned back around, shooting a glare in Jez's direction.
For the lady's sake, Jez, he said through his teeth, I would just like, for once in my damn life, to be able to walk in here without stumbling over someone making out with someone else.
Jez winked at him.
What? Jealous? I could call Ivan in here. Bet he'd be happy to.
Jez!
She snickered, and Yesbel bit back a grin.
Lev,
said Tay, still through gritted teeth, ignoring Jez.
I thought we were going to be planning in here.
Lev sighed.
We are. We're just waiting for everyone to show up.
And we figured while we were waiting...
Jez broke in with a broad wink. Tay glared at her, and Yesbel smiled despite herself.
Yessi, are you there?
Yesbel slapped her calm.
Tanya, what's wrong?
Something about the slight hesitation in her wife's voice tightened her chest with dread. Which was ridiculous. Tanya was fine. Of course she was fine. This was what she was good at.
Yessi, I'm sorry.
Her voice was a strained whisper.
I need help.
For a moment, Yesbel stared at her calm blankly. Then she scrambled to her feet, sudden terror flooding through her. Tanya couldn't be hurt. It was impossible. She ignored the alarmed looks from the others. Where are you? I'm coming.
Solovy Street.
If you're going out from behind the barricades, probably better take someone who knows how to fly. Jez was on her feet, too, her grin sharp and dangerous, and Yesbel's heart stuttered with desperate gratitude. Skybikes, she snapped. Jez nodded, and a moment later, they were sprinting across the open square.
Yesbel, what do you need?
Tay's voice through the comm was worried. Jez grinned and tapped her comm. Figure I can be a damn good distraction while Yesbel gets Tanya out of trouble, but we'll need a way in and out of the barricades for our bikes.
I'll get someone over there,
said Tay. Jez turned to her. Did Tanya send coordinates?
No, she just said Solovy Street,
said Yesbel shortly.
But she can't be too far. She wasn't planning on going beyond the police blockade.
Jez winked.
See you there.
She swung onto the nearest bike and leaned forward, shooting over the barricades where a student and a street kid were hurriedly pulling down a section of the wire netting. Yesbel followed close behind. They didn't speak as they rode, and soon Jez was out of sight. Yesbel gripped the handles of the bike tightly enough that the patterned surface gouged her palms. Her teeth clenched so hard they hurt.
Lady, please,
she whispered, the words catching in her throat. Tanya had to be all right. I found her, came Jez's voice through her earpiece a few moments later. I'll send you the coordinates. I'm getting the damn police off her tail, but you should probably get her out of here. There was worry under Jez's jaunty tone. Yesbel glanced at the coordinates on her screen, then leaned forward on her bike. She hardly noticed the streets flying past under her. Every drop of her concentration focused on flying. Tanya had to be all right. She had to be. Yesbel couldn't lose her wife again. After what seemed like an eternity, she rounded the last corner and yanked her bike to a halt. Tanya leaned against the side of a building, her face deathly white. Blood stained the front of her shirt and soaked down her trousers, but she smiled when she saw Yesbel.
Yessi.
Her voice was weak.
Don't worry. I'm all right.
Yesbel's heart was skipping strangely as she jumped from the bike and strode over to her wife.
Tanya,
she whispered. Tanya tried to stand and swayed on her feet. Yesbel caught her, her body shaking with tension. Tanya's skin was cool under her hands, and she choked out a curse.
We've got to get back. Let me carry you, please.
Tanya's eyelids drooped for a moment, but she forced them open with an effort. She nodded and reached up, brushing Jesper's cheek with a hand. I'm glad you came.
I'll always come for you.
Jesper's voice caught, and she blinked back tears. Tanya sucked in a quick breath as Jesper lifted her, then let it out through her teeth. Jesper closed her eyes for a moment, cradling her wife like a child. Tanya's slender body was limp in her arms, heavier than she remembered, and suddenly, achingly fragile. Tanya, wistful, beautiful Tanya, who'd always been so much stronger than she looked. This couldn't be happening.
Can you hold on while we ride?
Jesper's voice trembled, and she couldn't stop it. Tanya smiled weakly. You see, I only lost some blood. I'm not about to die. I'll be all right. Jesper set Tanya carefully onto the bike and mounted up behind her, pulling her wife against her chest. She could feel Tanya's heartbeat, rapid and weak, feel the warm, wet stain of blood soaking through her shirt and trousers where Tanya was pressed against her. She swallowed back the sickness in her throat, hit the throttle, and started for the barricade, holding the bike as steady as she could. The ride back was endless. The twists and turns of the street that she'd hardly noticed on the trip here, stretching out into infinity.
Ivan,
she said in a low voice, tapping her comb against her thigh. There must have been something in her tone, because when Ivan answered, his voice was sharp with concern.
What is it? Tanya's hurt. She's lost a lot of blood.
There was a short pause.
When you get in, bring her straight to the medic tent,
he said grimly. Hey, Jesper, you and Tanya out of the way? Because I've got about 6 police on my tail, and it looks like they're planning on shooting me out of the sky. There was a pause, or at least trying. There was no mistaking the jaunty tone in Jez's voice.
I've got her. Get back behind the barricades, you lunatic pilot, before I have to come get you too.
On it, Captain, Jez drawled. In the background, Jesper heard the hiss of a heat gun, then Jez's delighted whoop. She clenched her teeth. She reached the barricade a moment later and maneuvered through the opening in the netting. She pulled the bike to a stop outside the medic tent, and before she'd finished sliding off, Ivan was there with a couple frightened university students he'd conscripted to help. She ignored them, lifting Tanya and carrying her into the tent herself. Her wife was still breathing, but her eyes were closed, the blood standing out in sharp relief against the pallor of her skin. She laid Tanya on the cot, kissing her forehead before straightening. Tanya's eyes fluttered for a moment, and Jesper bit back another choked sob, running a hand gently along her wife's face. Then she stepped back to give Ivan room. Her arms ached to hold Tanya, and the wet of Tanya's blood chilled her skin in the cool air. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to stop her muscles shaking. She wasn't sure how long she stood there, as Ivan and 2 of the students surrounded Tanya, cutting away her torn tunic and mopping up blood. She didn't want to watch, but she couldn't turn her head away. Blood had never bothered her, but this, the sight of this much blood, knowing it was Tanya's, made her dizzy in a way she'd never experienced. You see? She started at Tanya's voice and crossed quickly over to the cot. One of the students stepped back to let her through, and she dropped down beside her wife. My love, she whispered. My heart, what happened? Her voice was shaking so badly she could hardly speak. Tanya reached up and brushed a tear from Jesper's cheek, her fingers shaking with weakness, and Jesper caught her hand and pressed it to her lips, squeezing her eyes shut against the tears. I'm all right, you see, said Tanya, her voice barely a whisper. Honestly, I'm fine. I lost some blood, that is all. Ivan glanced up from the other side of the cot, where he was bent over, carefully sealing a bandage over the wound. His face was drawn, written over with strain and exhaustion, but he was wearing a faint smile. She's right, Jesbel. You got her here in time. She'll be weak for a while, but it won't kill her. Jesbel closed her eyes and dropped her forehead against the edge of the cot. Tanya, she said at last, voice choking. She'd never worried about Tanya going out from behind the barricades, any more than Tanya worried about her working on explosives. Because who was going to be able to hurt Tanya? The shock of it numbed her. The thought that she could have lost Tanya, lost this woman who was her whole heart, her whole life, draining the strength from her muscles. Yessie, I'm all right. I promise. Tanya tried to smile, even as her eyelids drooped with weariness. Tanya, I love you, she whispered. I love you too, my Yessie, said Tanya, her voice weak. She gave Jesbel that wistful smile she loved so much, and Jesbel felt the tears welling in her eyes again. Suddenly, Tanya drew in a short, sharp breath, her face tightening with something like pain. Yessie, I'm sorry. I tried to stop it, but... Stop what? Are you hurt somewhere else? What happened? Her heart was pounding fast enough to make her dizzy. No, said Tanya softly. But... She paused a moment. We'd better call the others in here. Everyone is going to need to see this. I'll get them, said Ivan, and he stood and slipped out of the tent. Jez sauntered in a few moments later. The sleeve of her jacket was scorched, but she appeared unharmed, and Jesbel was almost surprised at the strength of the relief that washed over her at the sight of the lanky pilot. Hey, Tanya. Still alive? She asked, peering down at the woman on the cot. Yes, Jez, said Tanya quietly. Thank you. Jez grinned. Well, figured if you died, I'd just start teaching Olya some more smuggler terms, and you'd probably have come back from the dead to stop me. She paused a moment. Although, she continued, tilting her head as if considering. Looks like you'll be out of commission for a while anyways, so you won't exactly know. Believe me, Jess. Tanya's voice took on a tinge of ice, weak as it was. I'll know exactly what you teach my daughter. And if you'd like to remain alive... Jez snickered and winked at Tanya. Hey now, Olya's almost 9. Should have seen the things I was getting up to by the time I was almost... If you plan on getting any older than you are today, Jez, began Tanya, her voice growing even colder. Jez gave a snort of laughter, turned, and strolled out of the medic tent, calling over her shoulder, I'll see what's taking those other plaguers. Jesbel glared after the pilot for a few moments, with a mixture of amusement and irritation. Until she'd met Jez, she'd never realized that you could be willing to die to keep someone safe, and at the same time, want to actually strangle them. Tanya gave a long sigh. She does that on purpose, doesn't she? I suspect she does, said Jesbel dryly. It's hard for me to imagine someone being that irritating on accident. By the time the others were gathered in the medic tent, Jesbel had managed to dry her eyes, although she couldn't bring herself to let go of her wife's hand. The children? Tanya asked quickly, as Lev stepped inside. He gave her a weary smile, taking a seat in the corner. Hello, Tanya. The children are fine. I sent them to play with Kaz and Petty for a bit. He hesitated a moment. I didn't tell them what happened. Only that Jezebel had brought you back, and that I was going in for a meeting with you. I thought you'd want to explain it yourself, so I told Olya you'd talk to her when we were finished.
Tanya nodded, her face softening slightly. Thank you.
Jez, who'd been wandering around the small space, dropped down beside Lev, and he put an arm around her, pulling her onto his lap. Jezebel exchanged glances with Tanya. It would be a more productive meeting if Lev could form a coherent sentence. At last, though, when they were all seated, Lev gave a reluctant sigh and loosened his arms from around Jez. All right, Tanya. What happened?
Tanya took a deep breath, her expression sobering. I'm sorry, she said, voice quiet. I wasn't able to. She closed her eyes for a moment, and Jezebel squeezed her hand gently, her throat tight with worry. Tanya pulled up her holoscreen, her hands shaking slightly. I'll send it to your comm, Lev. Something about her voice made Jezebel suddenly certain she would not want to see whatever Tanya had brought back for them. Lev pulled up his comm screen and expanded it, then started the recording playing. It was a video, the quality poor, the image shaky. Jezebel frowned at it, trying to make sense of the blurred picture. Then she sucked in a quick breath. It was an apartment complex, and it was burning. For half a second, the sight of those flames, the screams of adults and children from within, hit her like a physical blow, and she closed her eyes, trying to remember how to breathe. Tanya's face pressed to the window of the cottage, the screams of their children as Jezebel was dragged away. The first time she'd thought she'd lost her wife, her family. She forced herself to look back at the screen. Who did this? Asked Lev softly, a tone in his voice that Jezebel had only heard there a few times. The gangs, Tanya answered softly. It was the blood riots, I think. The people inside the complex had been throwing rocks at the police. I arrived just as a rock hit an officer. He went down, and they pulled him back. And then the captain made a call over the comms. The blood riots showed up a little while later. Her voice broke just a little. I was going to go help, but someone had been tracking me. It was one of my old classmates. Jezebel sucked in a quick breath. An internal security agent? Asked Lev, worry sharp in his tone. Tanya nodded. It took me longer than I'd hoped to get away from him, and he gave me this before I did. She gestured at the bandage that stretched from her hip to her rib cage. By that time, she shook her head. There was nothing I could do. She paused a moment, as if collecting herself. I tried, but I could barely walk. The video cut off abruptly, and Tanya gave a humorless smile. And that's when the police saw me. Did the police try to stop this? Asked Vera in a hollow voice. No, said Tanya. Her voice was barely audible, and she was clearly struggling to stay conscious. They talked with the blood riots before it happened. Then they stepped back and let them through. No one spoke for a few moments. Jezebel's heart was pounding far too rapidly, and the sick, shaky rage rising in her throat threatened to choke her. There'd been children in that building, and someone had tried to kill Tanya. Is there anything? Maybe we can... Tay's voice was thick with horror. Lev shook his head, face grim.
Did you see the timestamp on the video? Even if there'd been something we could have done, it's far too late now.
For a few moments, no one spoke. There was a grim look on Lev's face, and his jaw was set. Ivan had an arm around Tay, but she couldn't tell if it was to comfort him or to keep him from jumping on a skybike and taking off towards the apartment complex, regardless of what Lev had said.
Tay, I'm going to play the video again,
said Lev quietly.
You had scanners set into Tanya's comm, right?
Tay nodded mutely.
Good,
said Lev.
I'd like to see where the orders came from.
Yespel forced herself to look away as the video began playing. Tay, however, was crouched beside Lev, his own holoscreen pulled up, and was tapping something into it rapidly. At last, he looked up at Lev with a grim, humorless smile.
Got it,
he said, expanding his screen. Lev frowned down at it for a moment. When he looked up again, his face was even grimmer than before.
I have the IDs associated with the orders of the officers there,
he said in a low voice.
Well,
snapped Yespel. Her nerves were too taut for her to wait until Lev had finished thinking through his response.
There was someone in the ministry who authorized the gangs to work with the police to keep order. I believe the exact words were,
he glanced down at his comm,
the police are to stand back, not attack the barricades at present. If there are disturbances that need to be taken care of, they're authorized to call on the Rims or the Blood Riots for assistance.
And who was this person in the ministry? Asked Tanya softly. Lev gave her a grim smile.
Difficult to say. It was an undersecretary this originated with. Something of an unknown quantity, which is understandable since she only began working there 6 days ago.
Jez's face had gone bloodless, and Tay made a sort of choking noise. Ivan's face was dark with anger, but the hand he placed on Tay's shoulder was gentle. She gave the order that authorized the police to use the gangs as enforcement? Asked Tanya at last. Lev nodded again. Jez reached out and took his hand, and Yespel wasn't sure if it was to reassure him or her. Maybe both. She couldn't speak. The choking horror of what she'd seen caught her tongue. Lev was clutching Jez's hand so hard his knuckles were white. But with his free hand, he pulled up the holoscreen again.
That's not all, though,
he said finally.
What else did Masha do?
Tay's voice was hard and bitter, and half choked with tears.
It's not Masha this time,
said Lev. He was frowning down at his holoscreen.
Masha, or at least this person we can safely assume was Masha, authorized them to work with the gangs. But it wasn't Masha who gave the orders for what happened, because there was an order. It looks like there was a request sent out right before the gangs went in, and there was a response that came from the government.
Who sent it, then? Asked Tanya.
I don't know. Their ID is completely concealed. I can't even see their rank, but...
Lev looked up at them, his face grave.
But their code name is Mirny.
There was a long silence.
That's the person Masha wanted information on, right?
Said Tay at last.
I guess we can assume they found each other. Maybe,
said Lev slowly.
Or maybe there's a player here Masha doesn't control.
He closed down his holoscreen with a quick gesture.
Tanya, you said you ran into an old classmate?
Tanya nodded.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
he said.
But there aren't many people who'd have the authority to command internal security agents.
Very few, said Tanya quietly. I could name each of them when I was in training.
Whatever Masha's done, I'm certain even she hasn't gotten to that level in 6 days.
He glanced around at the rest of them.
There's someone here I don't know. And if my guess is correct, Masha doesn't know either. And whoever it is has more power than I'd really like to think about.
He shook his head in frustration.
I wish I knew what they were doing. I'd expect the police to have come after us by now with all their weapons. I don't know why they haven't.
I've been thinking about that, said Dmitri quietly. Like you said, the police have pulled back. It could be caution, or it could be a trap. But it's possible that the moderates in the government are finally speaking up. There are factions in the government, but there are still people like my mother who aren't in anyone's pocket. And there are plenty of government bureaucrats whose kids are behind the barricades right now. Or if not their kids, kids like theirs. My mother's an underminister and my father's secretary to a powerful minister. There will be a heavy internal push for calmer heads to prevail.
Lev frowned. We can't afford to wait much longer. We don't have much left in the way of supplies. A few more days, maybe, but we've already had to put people on short rations.
He looked up at Dmitri.
The police have had you cut off for weeks. Why would they negotiate now?
Last time, the police were doing everything in secret, said Dmitri grimly. They cut off communication to the university. Until Tay hacked us through to the general line, no one knew what was going on. But a week ago, everyone saw. Everyone in the damn city saw what they were doing. And they came out on the streets in protest. It's not going to stay a secret any longer.
Vera, what are your thoughts?
Asked Lev at last. Vera nodded slowly. There's no guarantee. But like Dmitri said, this isn't a secret anymore. I can't imagine the parents of all these students won't be calling for a peaceful solution to this. And if we can open negotiations, there'll be plenty of internal pressure to end this in the least painful way possible. Even if it means clemency for the insurgents and protection for the street kids. Lev bit the inside of his cheek, and Jesbel could see the uncertainty in his expression. She couldn't help but sympathize. Perhaps it would be just that easy. And she was so jaded from her years of prison and then running with this crew, where it seemed that everything that could go wrong did, that she was no longer able to recognize a simple solution when it presented itself. At last, Lev nodded.
It may be the best strategy we have,
he said.
Make enough trouble to let them know we can be an inconvenience, but keep from killing anyone we don't have to. Show them we're holding back. Give the pacifists a day or two to make their positions known. Then try to open negotiations. We certainly aren't going to outfight the government forces, not with what we have here. Our supplies won't last much longer, and I don't know how we'll get more. So that may be the only survivable option.
He shook his head wearily, and Jez put a hand on his knee in an unconscious, sympathetic gesture that almost surprised Jesbel. It was odd, sometimes, to think how much they'd all changed since that first afternoon so many months ago, when they'd sat glaring at each other in Masha's small, eclectic office. Jesbel stayed by Tanya's bed as the others left the small tent. When they were alone, she sat down beside her wife and pulled her into a gentle embrace, even though the muscles in her arms were shaking, and she wanted to crush Tanya into a hug, hold her where no one would be able to hurt her again. The cold, sick panic that had been there since she'd heard Tanya's strained voice over the comm that morning still twisted through her stomach. She glanced over at her wife's pale, drawn face, the neat bandage under her blood-soaked shirt. They'd been lucky this time, but who knew how long their luck would hold? Chapter 12. Masha, Day 6. You're entirely mistaken. Bronca's voice was cold. Her eyes narrowed as she glared up at Masha from behind her desk. Masha ducked her head contritely. I am sorry. My comms timestamp has been acting up. The message I saw must have been the one you sent yesterday, asking for my report. I thought it was from this morning. I do apologize for interrupting you. I'll ask a technician to see that the timestamps on your comm are updated, so it won't be a problem in the future, said Bronca, her voice softening slightly. Masha nodded. Thank you, Minister. As she turned to leave, she glanced quickly back at the small stack of information chips piled haphazardly on the corner of Bronca's desk. The chip she'd surreptitiously deposited there as she stepped inside was tucked in near the top. Bronca would have to go through the entire pile soon, judging by the urgent markings on the chips. And Masha had far too much confidence in her own skill at forgery to worry that the extra chip would be noticed. She'd studied Bronca's files thoroughly, and despite the woman's lack of visible status, Masha was quite sure that if the information on the chip had the desired effect, Bronca would be fully capable of doing what Masha needed her to do. She pulled the door closed, and it locked with a quiet click. As she made her way down the corridor towards the building's exit, someone stepped into her path. She moved aside automatically before she noticed who it was. Alonia, said Jenya smoothly, falling into step with her. What a pleasure to run into you. She gave them a bland smile, even though her heart had begun to pound quickly. I assume you have news for me? Jenya's smile broadened. Of course. They reached into their pocket and pulled out a small chip. I believe this contains all the information you requested. Do be aware that I've timed it to erase itself in 4 hours' time. As you might imagine, a source such as the one I have is valuable, and I'd prefer not to compromise them. She took the chip from them, her fingers somehow steady. You always did play your tokens from a closed hand. They studied her with faint amusement. Perhaps it would ease your mind if I told you the details. Your information is correct. A street kid was shot. I believe his name was... Jenya tapped their fingers on their chin in thought. Kaz. Masha managed to keep her face impassive, her expression one of polite interest, despite the icy dread in the pit of her stomach. Jenya waited a moment, as if expecting a question. Then they smiled. You're not going to ask, are you? He's still alive. He was injured, but a mutual acquaintance of ours apparently dragged him back across the barricades to safety. Again, she managed not to let her relief show in her expression. You may wonder why I was willing to do this without any reassurance besides your word that I'd be paid back. They continued, still smiling. But we have mutual friends, and you showed me on the pleasure planet that you would go to great lengths to protect a friend. Masha glanced at Jenya sharply. It would be a tragedy if something happened to them, she said quietly. For them, certainly, but not only for them. Jenya shook his head. I'm not making threats, Masha. I'm far too intelligent to try to blackmail you. I only ask that you uphold your end of our bargain. Have I ever not? No. You've always done exactly what you promised. But I've watched your career, Masha. The day you decide to break your promise is the day I'll be killed. Which is why I thought it prudent to remind you of my insurance policy. I do have my sources, after all. She gave them a small, polite nod and stepped past them. There was an icy cold in her chest that had nothing to do with the bitter Prosvishoni winter outside. She pulled her collar of her jacket up as she stepped through the door into the blowing snow. It was dark. This time of year in Prosvishoni, it was always dark before you left your office, and she knew her way through the streets of Prosvishoni at night almost as well as she knew them during the daytime. She tucked her scarf over her face, squinting against the bitter wind, lowered her head, and started towards the small apartment she called home. Her mind kept replaying Zhenya's words. Kaz, the tall, skinny boy with the haunted eyes who'd spent an evening in a hangar bay with them, and who'd looked at her with such desperate gratitude when she'd found the kids an apartment. The look on Tay's face when he'd thought Kaz and the others had been killed. Zhenya knew her weak spot, and they wouldn't forget it. She walked faster, as if somehow she could walk fast enough to stop seeing the look on Tay's face, picturing the skinny, dark-haired street boy he'd die to protect, lying limp and senseless on the icy Prosvishoni streets. The calculating look in Zhenya's face when they'd made their unspoken threat. She couldn't afford this. She'd never been able to afford this, and she'd thought she'd put it behind her. When she reached her tiny, dingy apartment, she dropped down on the couch, pulling the holoscreen up in front of her. There was a dull, exhausted ache starting behind her eyes. But she didn't have time to waste. She looked quickly through the chip Zhenya had given her. As she read, she couldn't stop a slight smile, despite the knot in her stomach. It was clear Zhenya believed they still had her. They hadn't figured out her ultimate plan. They didn't realize how well she'd learned, over her lifetime, to sacrifice what needed to be sacrificed. Yes, she'd wanted desperately, more desperately than she liked to admit, to know what had happened to Kaz. But there was information on this chip that Zhenya would never have let slip if they'd had any idea of its importance to her. As far as they were concerned, they were simply giving her the small indulgence of making sure her favorite crew of misfits and outcasts was still alive. She studied the chip carefully, jotting down the important details on a writing pad, until the 4 hours were up, and the information on her holoscreen flickered and disappeared as the chip was wiped. But she had everything she needed. She sighed heavily as she stood and stretched the stiffness from her muscles. Then she shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around her. She wasn't unaccustomed to sleeping in layers for warmth. When she'd been young and just starting out in government, she'd lived in an apartment not unlike this one, where there was a very real chance you'd freeze to death overnight if you didn't. Still, she was getting soft. The thought of her warm, comfortable cabin on the Ungovernable sent something like homesickness washing over her. She shook her head to brush away the thought and the accompanying memories, crossed the icy floor to the bedroom, and shut off the lights. But whether it was the conversation with Zhenya, or the cold, or the thought of Tay's face when his friend had been shot, despite her exhaustion, it took her much longer than she'd expected to fall asleep. She woke with a start hours later. She was gasping for breath, and it took her a moment to recognize the familiar, bleak walls of the apartment and remember where she was. She closed her eyes, trying to calm her racing heart. The scene from her dream was still sharp in her memory, cut in crisp detail across her eyelids.
a rough table leg under her hand, the scent of her father's laundry soap as the tablecloth brushed across her face, the view through the gap where the tablecloth was pulled carelessly to one side of the kitchen of the apartment where she'd grown up, the bodies lying on the floor, the gruesome tableau of blood and broken flesh that had once been her mother and father, the sound of their screams ringing in her ears. She'd woken to that sound for months afterwards, but she'd never told anyone. As far as her aunt knew, her parents had died in a house fire. Then, as now, she'd started awake, gritting her teeth closed against the screams, and stayed like that until her heart rate finally slowed. She hadn't woken to that dream in a very long time, but now that she had, the memories were back, cutting through her mind as sharp as a knife. There was a tiny sound, just on the edge of her hearing. She frowned. It hadn't been only the dream that had wakened her then. It had been something else. The noise came again, a small, slight scraping, the sound a hand might make brushing across a door frame. She lay very, very still. It had come from outside her bedroom door. Silently, she slid from her bed, pulling the heat pistol from under her pillow as she did so. Her fingers brushed the tiny chip beside it, but she didn't disturb it. There was the tiny, almost inaudible click of a lock scrambler against the door. Then the door inched open. The clinical part of her mind was coolly analyzing her reaction. Her pounding heart, the sour tang of fear in her mouth. She had moments. There was her bed, and behind the bed a small dresser, and beside that, a storage shelf. And if she remembered correctly, a small space between the dresser and the wall, where the shelf had been pulled out just a little. Moving as silently as the person outside the door, Masha slid into the narrow space. The door pushed slightly wider, and the figure slipped inside. Silhouette dark against the dark of the room. Masha stood very still, her hand resting on her heat pistol. The figure crept into her bedroom, steps so silent that they were all but inaudible, and moved to stand over her bed. She could tell the moment they noticed she wasn't there, the faint tensing of their posture, like a desert dog searching for a scent. They turned slowly, scanning the room, the outline of the pistol in their hand visible in the dim half-light from the street lamp outside the window. Carefully, Masha loosened her hand from the butt of her gun. Whoever this was, they were a professional, which meant they'd be wearing a heat shield. Moving so slowly her muscles ached, she crouched until she could reach the top of her boot. Gently, she worked the hilt of a long, thin gutting knife, free from its concealed sheath. The figure turned, facing in her direction. All it would take was a quick heat scan, and they'd know exactly where she was. She tensed, bracing herself. She'd get one chance. A loud crash sounded from outside her apartment, and Masha almost jumped. The figure started in surprise, glancing around quickly. The crash was followed by muffled, slurred cursing, and the sound of someone getting unsteadily to their feet.
Damn door won't open like it should.
The slurred voice trailed off into unintelligible curses, and the speaker pounded loudly on the door of Masha's apartment. From across the hall, a man's voice called out,
"Shut up, you dirty drunk."
Someone rattled the door to Masha's apartment again, then swore.
Not my damn door,"
he grumbled, as if it were a personal insult. The figure in Masha's room made a quick, disgusted gesture, then slipped out the door. A moment later,
Masha heard the soft click of a window closing in the outer room. She slumped against the wall, heart pounding. At last, she tapped her comm and pulled up Tay's scanner. No heat signatures in the apartment. She was alone. Cautiously, she opened the door to her bedroom. By the light of her comm, she could make out faint markings on the windowsill where the latch had been forced. It was an old apartment. Understandable that the window had been easy to get through. But no one in the government should have known where she was staying. She pulled out her heat pistol and melted the latch shut. It wouldn't protect against a determined intruder, but then, she doubted the assassin would be back tonight. Still, she glanced around, then balanced an empty tin mug on the edge of the sill, just out of sight. If someone tried to force the lock, the tin mug, landing on the hard floor, should make enough noise to wake her. She shivered. This was always a risk in her chosen path. She'd known that since she started down it as a young girl. Still, her hands trembled just a little as she opened the door to her bedroom. She bent over her vacant cot, feeling under the pillow, and retrieved the small chip she'd planted earlier. She slid it into her comm and pulled up the holoscreen, smiling slightly as the data populated. She'd hoped the assassin would bend over the cot before realizing she wasn't there. It had only been a moment or two, but enough for the scanner implanted in the chip to do its work. She glanced through the lines of data quickly. She'd been correct in assuming they were a professional, judging from the specs on their weapons tech. Then, she frowned. Biometrics matching hers had been set into the assassin's weapon. That was no surprise. It was the most logical explanation for how they'd tracked her so easily. But there was a name linked to the biometrics. Masha Volkova. She stared at the name for a long moment, something cold clutching her chest. It wasn't Zhenya. Not now, when they believed they had her exactly where they wanted her. And no one else should have any idea who she was. If they knew who she was, why not disclose it? Why this assassination attempt? She shivered again. She didn't know who this was, or what they were after. But her timeline had suddenly contracted. She couldn't be killed before she finished her plan. She'd worked too hard, sacrificed too much. But she knew, deep down, that meant nothing at all. Chapter 13, Jez, Day 7, Early. Jez grinned, bouncing a little on her toes. It was dark. The only light, the scattered campfires behind the barricades, and the dim orange glow of the faded street lamps. The bitter morning air bit her skin and stung her teeth, but her lips still tingled from Lev's kiss a few moments before. His dark eyes had been full of concern, and she could read the exhaustion and strain in them. But there'd been that gentle look in his face that always made her heart skip a beat. The fondness in his expression as he watched her, and something a hell of a lot better than fondness in his kiss when he'd pulled her against him. The memory sent a pleasant shiver through her whole body. Hell, she was about ready to take out the damn Prasvishoni government herself just for the chance to get Lev alone in a room again. A skinny kid, who couldn't have been more than 15 or 16, stepped up beside her, glaring at her sullenly. "Guess you're working with me then," he muttered in her general direction. "Better learn how to keep up." Jez's grin widened. "Here's the thing," she drawled. "I'm leading this crap show because Genius there asked me to, and I trust him. So you'll do what I say, long as we're out there. Once we get back, you don't have to listen to a damn thing I say for the rest of your life. But you can't agree to that? You don't come." The kid, Felix, she was pretty sure his name was, stared at her for a moment. Then his face darkened with anger. "Who the hell do you think you are?" he hissed. "Think you're tough, do you? Hell, I could take you with one hand behind my back. I'm not damn well following orders of some skinny, worthless, scrawny, mouthy, disrespectful—" Jez grinned. "See, I can do it too. But you're damn well going to take orders from a skinny, worthless, scrawny, mouthy, disrespectful pilot. Or like I said." She shrugged. Felix took a step towards her, hands clenched into fists. "I'm here because of Tay," he said softly. "I don't know who the hell you think you are, but you don't get to tell me what to do." She studied him. Kid was mad. Fair enough. She'd probably be pretty pissed off herself in his situation. But hell, he'd learned to live with it. Because she'd seen enough of this bastard to know he'd either screw up the plan or get himself killed. And she wasn't about to let one of Techhead's friends die if she could help it. The boy reached for his weapon, or at least where his weapon had been. He cursed. From the corner of her eye, she could see Tay, his posture tense. Ivan's hand on his arm, the only thing holding him back from coming to her aid. Lev, though, was just watching, a small smile of amusement on his face. She took a deep, happy breath. Funny how something as simple as someone trusting you could handle a situation could make your whole body feel warm, even in the middle of a damn Prasvishoni winter. Even better if the someone trusting you happened to be someone you had the hots for, and who had the hots for you right back. And now she was thinking about it. She sighed and turned her attention back to the matter at hand. The kid was still cursing, patting his pockets down in disbelief. He turned, presumably, to grab a gun from one of his companions, but she stepped in close and whispered, "Looking for this?" He glanced down at the heat pistol in her hand, a street weapon that had probably belonged to the blood riots, if she was any judge, and started violently. He grabbed for it, swearing, but she pulled it out of reach. From the look on his face, he was about to try to kill her with his bare hands. She winked. "Trick I picked up in one of the Zestavas when I was doing smuggler runs. Guess even scrawny, worthless pilots can learn a thing or two." "Damn mud-eating pickpocket," he hissed. "You think that'll impress me?" Jez shrugged. "Don't really care, honestly." She tossed the pistol towards him. He gave another surprised curse, snatching it out of the air. A moment later, it was pointed at her face. "That was damn stupid of you," he said quietly. "Damn bloody stupid. I like Tay, but I don't like him enough to keep from shooting you in the damn face." Jez's grin widened, her heart pounding, adrenaline pumping through her muscles. "Sure," she drawled. "You could shoot me if you wanted. At least, you could try. But here's the thing. You're not the first damn bastard tried to kill me. Grigory Korzakov tried it, not too long ago. And Olyesa Yankovic. Hell, and the government. And Lev's old professor, which, I'll be honest, creepy old bastard, that one. And Vitaly Dobrev. And Lena. Well, Lena tried it a few times." The anger in Felix's face was gradually being replaced by wariness. "So," she said, "you want to try your luck? Sure. But if you do," she grinned wolfishly, "you'd better be damn sure you get it right, because you sure as hell won't get a second chance." Felix glared at her, but his expression wasn't as certain as it had been a moment earlier. She raised an eyebrow. "Look, you can come with and follow the rules, or you can stay here. Don't really care which. But you try to use that pistol on me, and I promise you one thing. You'll live just long enough to damn well wish you hadn't." For a few moments, they stared at each other. Felix was still scowling, his pistol still pointed at her face. But she could see the tells, the uncertainty in the set of his posture, the way his eyes couldn't quite hold hers. He wasn't sure of her. Maybe he wasn't afraid yet, but he was starting to wonder if he should be. He dropped his arm and turned away in disgust. "Your friend's a damn lunatic," he muttered in Tay's direction. "Yep," said Jez cheerily. "But anyone who wants to come along with the damn lunatic best get their butts onto their sky bikes." She turned to where the bikes were leaned up against the corner of an alley. Felix grudgingly followed suit, gesturing to 4 ragged, skinny kids that apparently made up his gang to do the same. Before she swung onto her bike, Lev stepped forward, putting his hands on her arms. The look in his eyes made her heart skip a little. "I sent you the coordinates to the places you'll need to hit," he said quietly. "Tanya's working with Tay on getting into the government databases to see if there's anything I missed. If you need anything, information, specs, anything, call me, please." She gave him a wink. Any excuse to talk to a hot scholar boy. He chuckled reluctantly, then sobered. "Be careful, okay?" "Yeah," she said. "Yeah, I will." Hell, he was standing so close, and the way he was looking at her. She leaned forward and kissed him. The kind of kiss that sent butterflies dancing through her stomach and made Lev slide his hands down her back, tightening his arms around her. When she finally drew back, her whole body felt light, and her legs were a little less steady than they had been. Lev looked like someone had hit him over the head. "Come back soon," he whispered, and something in his voice made her want very badly to come back very, very soon indeed. She kissed him again, lightly, and swung up, gripping the icy handles of the bike. She closed her eyes for a moment. It had been way too damn long since she'd last been in the sky. She glanced over her shoulder. Felix glowered at her from his own bike, his expression a mixture of irritation, exasperation, and simmering hate. "Hope you fly as well as you talk," she said. Then she hit the throttle and leaned almost parallel with the cement, and the bike shot forward in a glorious burst of acceleration that left her insides far behind and brought a grin to her face so wide that she could hardly stand it. She skimmed over the top of the barricade, where the students had made a gap in the network of strung wires, slipped down a few alleyways, and then popped up into the flight lane above the buildings, slowing enough that the damn smart-mouth street kid could catch up. When he was about in shouting range, she started off again, forcing herself into a more reasonable pace, even though it just about killed her. Through the haze and distortion of the city force field, she could see the faint, washed-out stars, obscured by the city's creeping mist and the uneven glow from the brightly lit government buildings. No one was out on the streets, not at this hour, and especially not since the entire damn city was in an uprising. She didn't blame them. Be as much as your life was worth, probably. Even through her heated gloves, her fingers tingled with the cold, and her face was raw with it. As they neared the police building, she dipped back into the alleys again, slowing even more. Much as her entire body ached for the tear of the wind against her face, the walls of the alleys brushing the sleeves of her jacket. Pancaking one of Tay's friends against an alley wall probably wouldn't be the best use of everyone's time. At last, she idled to a stop. Felix and the others stopped their bikes as well and slid off. She couldn't tell in the desultory light from the street lamps, but she could have sworn that Felix's face was grimmer than it had been before he'd gotten on the bike. He didn't say anything, though, and she grinned to herself. Jez glanced around. All right, 4 of us on watch, 2 of us to plant the explosives. Don't want anyone on their own. Not with this many damn police around. Felix gave a brusque nod, then gestured with a jerk of his chin to the other kids. They didn't seem to need more than that, breaking off and sliding silently into the narrow streets on either side of the alley. Jez eyed Felix dubiously. Guess it's you and me, then. His eyebrows lowered. You got a problem with that? She grinned. Not particularly, but I thought you might. Worked with the damn blood riots, he muttered. Figure I know how to work with people I hate. Good, said Jez cheerily. She reached inside her shirt for the padded bag of explosives Jezebel had given to her. Well, given might be a bit of an exaggeration. She'd handed them over with a look of deep foreboding, muttering that if Jez came back as something that had been scraped off the alley walls, it wasn't her fault. She'd damn well explained to Tay how she felt about Jez going anywhere with explosives. And when Jez asked with a grin if Jezebel was actually worried about her, Jezebel grumbled something about being more worried about the entire damn city of Prasvishoni, with Jez and a bag of explosives set loose on it. Jez pulled out 2 small spheres, guessing the ones she wanted by feel, and handed one to Felix. She gave a short nod of acknowledgement, and they crept down the alley towards the brightly lit police building, its bare white walls rising higher than her head. Bloody cowards, Felix muttered. Brave enough to send their damn drones after street kids. They hide behind their damn walls when there's a chance the street kids will fight back. Jez raised an eyebrow at him. Considering how you and your killers fight, don't actually blame them. He glared at her, as if trying to parse her words. Then his scowl deepened, and he turned back to the gate. Jez studied the wall thoughtfully. Lev had showed her the layout of the police station. She knew where she wanted the damn thing to land, right in the back corner of the building, where it would blow the supplies, but probably not kill anyone. And she was pretty sure she could get it there. Or she'd blow herself up, but hell, what was life without a few risks? She took a step back, gauging the distance, and tossed the explosive in a low arc. It glittered in the dim light as it skimmed over the wall, just low enough to pass under the lattice of laser sensors. Or at least, she assumed so, considering they hadn't all been blown to hell. Are you plaguing insane? Felix choked. You could have killed us. She grinned at him. He rolled his eyes to the sky in exasperation and started cautiously up the wall, scrabbling for handholds, but being impressively quiet, all things considered. He reached the top, pulled out the explosive, and tipped it over the edge of the wall, then scrambled back down. He glared at her, then turned back to the alley. You coming? He hissed in a disgusted tone. She bit back a smirk and followed. He tapped his comm, whispering something into it as they reached the bikes, and moments later, the other 4 reappeared beside them, as silently as the thick morning fog. Any trouble? Felix asked. Nothing, said a tall girl, who looked to be maybe 14. He nodded and jerked his head towards the bikes. The kids scrambled on, and Jez swung up on her own bike. She leaned over to Felix. For a kid who doesn't like listening to orders, you sure as hell know how to give them. The glare on his face hardened, and for a moment, she thought he might go for her. She grinned, and he turned away sullenly. She hit the throttle on her bike and leaned forward, and they shot off down the alleyway. By the time they'd planted their explosives in the second police station and started off again, the faintest hint of gray smudged the edges of the horizon through the maze of tall buildings. "Gonna have to hurry this up," said Jez quietly into her calm. When they reached their final target, the light on the horizon had grown brighter, casting the streets in shades of gray-black shadows. She stopped the bike a couple streets away and slid off, rubbing her numb hands to warm them. Behind her, Felix was speaking quietly to the other kids. "Come on," she whispered over her shoulder. "In a bit of a hurry here." Felix glared at her, then sauntered over slowly. "See, some of us aren't afraid of the police," he said, his voice a slight sneer. "Some of us know how to use a damn weapon, how to actually fight, not just use cheap tricks they learned in a filthy off-world Zastava." Jez grinned, her heart pounding in a tight anticipation. Lots of talk from the kid who lost his gun to a cheap trick from an off-world Zastava. Felix's face darkened. From the corners of her eyes, she could see the other kids moving slowly around behind her. She turned so her back was against the wall and gave Felix a dangerous grin. "All right, you dirty bastard," she said in a low voice. "You want to try this? Hell, there are 5 of you and only 1 of me. And you're all damn killers. Kill people for fun, right? So, sure. Go ahead. We can have it out right here, right in the middle of the damn street." She paused a moment. "Or we can bloody well act like adults and do what we came here to do. Your choice, you scum eater." For a moment, none of the kids moved. Jez was wearing a grin that showed all her teeth. She could feel the comfortable weight of the heat pistol in the pocket of her jacket, and she knew damn well that every single one of those kids had enough dirty weapons on them to turn this place into a battlefield. But at last, Felix turned away, jerking his head at the kids. They faded back as well, off to the side alleys, presumably to keep watch. Or to try to ambush her, but hell, she'd never liked boring jobs. "Fine," Felix said through gritted teeth. "You're right. There's more important things to do than try to take out some skinny, useless pilot." Says the funny-looking street kid who can't figure out where the throttle is on his damn skybike. She winked at him and tossed him an explosive. Then they crept forward. This time, as they approached, she could hear voices from inside the walls, raised in anger or alarm. She couldn't tell which. She exchanged glances with Felix, and they edged silently closer to the walls. "Doing outside our walls? How could they have gotten so close?" There was a moment's pause. "Where did you see them?" She didn't wait for the response, her stomach already tight with anticipation. "Listen," she began in a low whisper, turning to him. "Looks like we'll have to." Then she caught sight of his face and bit back a curse. He was wearing a small smile, his eyes narrowed and his expression savage. "What the hell did you do?" she hissed. He shrugged. "Can't help it if the police saw one of my kids. Guess that means we're going to have to take care of it." Jez narrowed her own eyes and stood quickly. She tossed her explosive over the fence, then snatched Felix's neatly out of his palm, tossing it before he had time to react. He spun, face dark with fury. "You don't," he began in a low growl. "You're not damn well doing this. Not on my damn watch," said Jez through gritted teeth. "You want to bring the whole damn force down on us?" Lev said buildings only, no people. Felix smirked at her. "Oh, and you do everything that soft scholar bastard tells you? I saw you. One kiss. He's got you off your damn head, just following orders like a good little soldier." He leaned closer.
If I kissed you, you'd do everything I say too?
She gave him a tight grin. Sorry, kid. You're not nearly hot enough. Got standards, you know. She turned, starting towards the alley where the other street kids had disappeared. And you'd better damn well hope, for your own bloody health, that when I find your kids, I don't find a dead police officer with them. She was halfway jogging down the street, and she could hear Felix's footsteps, soft on the pavement behind her. Could be the bastard had pulled his own weapon and was lining up a shot. But hell, at this point, she almost hoped he'd try. She rounded the corner and came to an abrupt halt. 2 of Felix's kids were facing an officer. The officer's gun was drawn. And behind the woman, Jez could see the 2 other kids creeping closer, weapons ready. Damn it to hell. Blowing up police stations was one thing. Shooting down an officer in cold blood? 6 on 1? That was gonna bring a pile of crap down on them that they weren't damn well ready for, just to satisfy the pique of some bastard smartass street kid. Hey, she shouted. 5 heads whipped around. What? The police officer began, but Jez was already moving. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Jez had reached her, grabbed her by the arm, swung her around, and planted a knee in her stomach. The officer collapsed, choking, and Jez yanked off the woman's helmet, slamming the butt of her pistol into the woman's temple. The officer groaned and went limp. Jez stood, breathing heavily.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Felix hissed. He turned to the other 4 kids.
All right, she's down. Kill her. Leave the body outside. Let the plaguers know we were here.
You're damn well gonna have to go through me first, said Jez through her teeth. Damn these street kid bastards to hell. The last thing in the plaguing system she wanted to be doing right now was protecting a police officer. She grabbed the woman under the arms, turning her back on Felix deliberately, and hauled her towards the station entrance.
Solikov.
Felix's voice was soft with menace.
That officer was threatening my kids. You heard Tay. We can kill an officer if they were gonna kill us first.
She yanked the limp body into the pool of light from the front entrance of the station. Then she turned back to Felix, keeping her body between him and the officer. Listen, kid, you're a lot of damn things, but you're not stupid. And right now, you're damn well going back to the barricades, and you're not coming out with me again. I'll take bloody Mila before I take you.
Sure,
Felix said, his mouth pulled back in a sneer.
You let me kill that officer behind you, and I'll happily go back to the damn barricades. I don't work with softies. Damn bleeding hearts trying to protect the poor, innocent police. You know how many of my kids I've watched killed?
His voice was still sneering, but she could hear the choke of emotion under his words.
Watched 3 of my kids gunned down by the police. You want to know why I agreed to be a killer for the gangs? It was the only way I could stay alive. Kill the other street kids, or watch my own kids die.
He took a step towards her.
3 kids, Solikov. 3 damn kids, shot by these bastards. And now one's lying on the ground in front of me, and you want me to bloody walk away?
Jez reached into her pocket, hand on the hilt of her heat gun. Look, she said quietly, I don't like these bastards any more than you do. But we're not ready for what would happen if we kill an officer outside the barricades. Blow up a police station or 2, sure. They see that, they know we could have hurt them and didn't. They figure they leave us alone. Maybe they stay alive. They're scared. They give us time. They give those idiots in the government time to decide not to kill us all. But we come out hunting them? Then the only way they stay safe is to take us out. So yeah, I don't blame you for hating this bastard. Far as I'm concerned, we could send her into space without a spacesuit,
and the system would be better off for it. But I have friends behind that barricade, and I'm not about to watch them die because you couldn't keep your temper. So you want to kill her? You'll damn well have to kill me first." A slow, ugly smile was spreading across Felix's face. He reached into his own pocket. "You say that like I haven't been wanting to kill you since I damn well met you." "Jess, are you there?" Tanya must have been calling on the group's general channel, because all the street kids started at the sound. Jez glared at Felix, then tapped her comm against her leg. "What is it?" Tanya's voice was tense. "I'm in one of the databases. The police have brought in a new gun, and it looks like they're getting it ready to use. It's at a weapons depot, not too far from where you are. They'll be moving it soon, but if you can get there and take it out." Jez winked at Felix. "Just finishing up some business. Figure we're just about done." "Good. If you're going to do this, it's now or not at all." "Oh, we'll be there," murmured Jez. She tapped off her comm and turned back to Felix and the other street kids. "Your choice," she said. "Leave this bastard here, head back to the bikes, and take out the gun, or try to take me. Maybe you walk out of this alley, maybe you don't. But either way, that gun breaks down the barricades next time the police stop by." Felix's face was dark with fury. The other 4 street kids watched him, faces tense, waiting for a command. At last, he snorted in frustration and jerked his chin towards the sky bikes, and the kids started after him down the alley, casting dark looks at Jez as they went. When Jez was sure they were far enough away, she stepped away from the police officer, who'd begun to stir. She sighed heavily, turned, and kicked the door hard. There were voices from inside and approaching footsteps, and she turned and sprinted down the alley after the street kids. The door creaked as she rounded the corner, and someone gave an exclamation of surprise. Then she'd reached the bikes. She swung up and shot Felix a challenging grin. The way his eyes narrowed told her that he'd keep up or die trying, and honestly, at this point, she didn't really care which. She leaned over her bike and shot off. She slowed as they got closer to the weapons depot. It was in the heart of the warehouse district, which meant wide, empty streets with basically no shelter. She dropped down between the buildings, twisting through alleys until she was a couple blocks away, then pulled to a stop. The street kids arrived a few minutes later. She grinned at Felix as he shot into view. "Thought you were planning on keeping up." He didn't deign to answer, just jumped off his bike, looking like he wanted to go for his pistol and was barely restraining himself. "Tanya, we're here," said Jez into her comm. "Send me the specs." A moment later, her comm beeped softly, and she glanced down at it. The layout was simple. There was a small loading entrance in the back, and from there, a few narrow service corridors that should take them through to the weapons bay. "Be careful," said Tanya tersely. "It will be busy if they're getting the weapon ready to move." "Yep," Jez drawled, tapping off her comm. She glanced over at Felix. He scowled. "Same as before. My kids keep watch. You and me take out the gun." Jez nodded, and they started silently towards the back entrance. She pulled out one of Tay's lock scramblers and clipped it onto the door, and a moment later, the door swung gently open at her touch. She stepped cautiously inside, resting her hand on the butt of her heat gun. The long hallway was empty, at least for the moment. She breathed a quick sigh of relief and beckoned the others, and Felix's small gang followed her inside. At the first intersection between corridors, she paused, pulling up the diagram Tanya had sent. "We'll go this way," she whispered, pointing at the screen. "If your kids stay back here, And here, they should be able to keep an eye out. Felix gave a terse nod, and the other four melted silently away in the direction she'd indicated. Then she and Felix crept towards the weapons bay. When they reached it, Jez opened it a crack and peered through. "Hey, Felix," she whispered over her shoulder. "How quiet you think you can be."
"What are you talking about?"
he grumbled. She grinned. "Couple soldiers in the weapons bay. Don't think we have time to wait around for them to leave. Can't kill them, which we already had a chat about. So," she raised an eyebrow.
"I can be as quiet as I need to be, you plaguing smuggler," he growled.
"Good," she said cheerily. The officers were on the far side of the room, examining one of the large troop transport vehicles. Plenty close enough to shoot Jez and Felix down without even having to aim. But hell, she'd been in tighter situations. Silently, she slipped through the door. After a moment's hesitation, Felix slipped in after her, leaving it cracked open. If they were getting out of here, they wouldn't have time to be fumbling around with a lock scrambler. She looked around quickly. The massive street cannon was sitting in the open, halfway across the room, maybe 20 meters from where they stood. No real cover between them and it. But then, probably didn't matter. If the officers turned, they'd see the door cracked and sound the alarm. Or just shoot her and Felix dead. She started forward, testing her footing carefully at every step. Places like this, easy to step in an oil slick and slip. And at least in this situation, easier still to get your damn head melted in. When they were only a couple meters away, she slipped 3 explosives from her pocket, 1 for each muzzle on the gun. Across the room, one of the officers glanced up casually. Damn it to hell. As the expression on the officer's face flickered through from puzzlement to confusion to shock to alarm, she grabbed Felix's arm, slipping the explosives into his hand. "Get those in the guns," she muttered. "I'll keep them looking at me." Before he had time to protest, Jez yanked the heat pistol out of her pocket and started towards the officers at a dead sprint. They scrambled for their own weapons, and she fired off a shot that melted a hole in the siding of the troop transport next to their heads. "What the hell do you think?" Jez fired again, hitting the front of the transport this time. The shielded metal glowed a dull orange momentarily, and Jez gave a small sigh of satisfaction. Damn, she loved working with Jezebel's weapons. The officers had their guns out now, and she dove to the ground as a heat blast sizzled over her head, then rolled upright and ducked behind another transport. "There's someone in the weapons room," one of the officers shouted into his comm. "Looks like she's trying to take out the troop transports." Jez grinned to herself, placed the muzzle of her heat pistol against the engine compartment, and pulled the trigger. Black smoke rose from inside the machine, carrying the thick, astringent scent of burning metal. She stepped back, coughing, and the 2 officers rounded the corner of the transport where she was hiding, their pistols raised. Jez winked at them and slipped around the side of the transport as they pulled their triggers. Heat seared the air where she'd been standing, and they charged after her. She slipped around the corner again, just ahead of them. They paused, and after a quick muttered conference, split up, sprinting around the transport in opposite directions. Jez grinned and dove out from behind the transport as heat lit the air above her head, running in a half-crouch towards another transport. She tapped her comm as she ran. "Felix, got the explosives in?"
"Yes."
His voice was strained. "What the hell?" "Get out. Leave the door open. I'll be coming through in a jiff." She reached the transport and yanked open the door, slid into the cockpit, and hit the controls. The control chip had been left in, thank the lady, and the machine powered up with a low hum. She let out a long, blissful breath. Something about feeling controls under her fingers, even controls of a clunky old beast like this one. One of the officers reached for the handle. Jez slammed the throttle forward, and the transport jerked, lurched, and barreled across the open floor. She could hear shouts from the main hangar door, and a moment later, a dozen officers appeared in the opening. Her grin widened, and she shoved the throttle even harder, pointing the transport at the opening. Officers dived out of the way as she hurtled towards them. But at the last moment, she yanked back on the controls, pulling the transport into an ungraceful swerve towards the transport the officers had been inspecting earlier. She pushed the throttle all the way forward, then pointed her pistol and fired at the controls. They melted. She grabbed the door handle, yanked it open, and dived out, landing in a roll. She'd half expected to be dodging heat blasts before she got her feet under her, but the officer's eyes were glued to the impending collision. She leapt to her feet and sprinted towards the back door of the weapons bay. One of the officers glanced up, then shouted, pointing in Jez's direction. The two transports collided with a bone-numbing crunch. For half a second, the eyes of every officer in the room jerked involuntarily towards the disaster. Jez dived through the partially open door and slammed it shut behind her. She leaned against it, panting. Felix was waiting for her, still scowling. "Come on," he said. "They'll be after us any second." They took off down the empty hallway. Felix hid his comm as they ran. "Casimir, Nadia, meet us at the back door. We've got to leave in a hurry." They reached the back door, and a moment later, two of the kids skidded to a stop beside them. "Where's Casimir?" Felix snapped, voice tight with concern. They heard a boy's voice through the comm. "Felix, they caught us. I'm sorry. His voice cut off. Felix and Jez glanced at each other, faces grim. Then Felix turned to Nadia and the street boy that stood beside her. "Get out. Wait for me by the bikes. If I'm not back in 10 standard minutes, go without me." "If we're not back," said Jez with a sharp grin at Felix, "not letting you get into trouble by yourself." He glared at her, then seemed to realize arguing would be a waste of breath. They turned and sprinted down the hallway where the other two street kids had disappeared. They heard voices long before they could see anything, and they slowed. Ahead of them, the corridor turned, and according to Tanya's specs, led into a mess hall. That must be where the kids were, if they hadn't been shot already. She glanced at Felix and saw on his face that he'd come to the same conclusion. He took a deep breath, clearly prepared to burst in, even though he must know as well as she did it would be suicide. She grabbed his arm. He turned to glare at her. "I'm not leaving my kids to—" She rolled her eyes. "Not asking you to, but figure there's a better way in than getting ourselves made into barbecue." She cut a meaningful glance at the ceiling. Felix frowned, and she rolled her eyes, pulling out her heat gun. The ceiling panels melted with one shot, and she took a few steps back and, with a running jump, caught the edge of the latticework, pulling herself up. Then she flattened herself onto her stomach and put a hand down to Felix. He was still glaring at her, but he caught her hand, and she pulled him up after her. He scrambled through the melted hole, pulling himself up beside her. She jerked her head down through the open space towards the mess hall, and he nodded grimly. It wasn't tall enough to stand, so they made their way through the dusty, cobwebby space on hands and knees until they reached what Jez was pretty sure was right over the mess hall. She leaned down, pressing her ear against the ceiling panels. The murmur of voices below resolved into words. "I'll ask you one last time. What are you doing here? A woman's voice snapped. Who are you working with? Why are you trying to take out the transports? There was no answer, and a moment later, there was the sound of a sharp slap. From beside her, Felix sucked in a quick breath and put a hand on the ceiling panel as if to yank it back. She grabbed his arm. Wait, we go in now. There's a good chance they get shot in the confusion. He hesitated. Then finally, reluctantly, he nodded. She rummaged around in her pouch and then grinned. This should help, she whispered, pulling one of Jezebel's gas bombs out of the bag. She stripped off her coat, shoving it in Felix's hands. Don't have a good rope, so you'll have to tie this together with your coat. What? He began. She held up the gas bomb. When I drop this, everyone down there will be out in about 5 seconds flat, including your friends. Shouldn't affect us up here, because the gas is pretty heavy, tends to stay low. I'll jump down there, grab the kids, and you haul them up with this. Then drop it down for me again. Don't think I'll have the breath to be able to jump and haul myself up again after that. Felix glared. Why don't I go down and get the kids? She raised an eyebrow, deliberately looking him up and down. I might be a skinny pilot, but I figure I've got about 10 centimeters and 15 kilos on you. We'll get one chance to get those kids out, and we sure as hell won't have time for more than one trip through that smoke. So I go. He was still glaring at her. His eyes narrowed. Finally, he muttered, Fine. She nudged the roof panel aside, just enough to peer through. 6 or 7 officers down there, plus the 2 street kids. The kids' hands and feet were bound with mag cuffs, and from the bruises some of the officers wore, they hadn't gone down without a fight. The boy was sporting a black eye, and blood dripped off the girl's lip and chin, staining the front of her tunic. And, okay, maybe the little bastards had tried to jump her not too long ago, but hell, they were kids. The girl couldn't be much more than 12. Jez was smiling grimly as she tipped the smoke bomb through the narrow opening. The officers turned as it hit the floor, surprise registering on their faces. And then a thick fog of smoke exploded from the tiny sphere. Within seconds, the first of the officers was down. In less than a minute, everyone in the room had slumped to the ground. Felix's face was drawn, expression strained. If you hurt them, he began in a choked voice. She rolled her eyes. Told you, I know what I'm doing. Be ready to hold them up. She took a deep breath, pulled the ceiling panel all the way back, and jumped to the ground. The thick, heavy gas wound its way into her nose and tickled her lips as she landed, and she had to fight back the urge to cough. She glanced around quickly, halfway disoriented, then started for the 2 cuffed figures. When she reached them, she threw one of them over her shoulders and grabbed the other under the arms. Damn it to hell. She was running out of air. And who knew 2 skinny kids could possibly be this awkward to carry? She heaved the other kid onto her other shoulder and staggered to her feet. Her head was pounding, and her lungs burned as she stumbled towards where she was pretty sure the open ceiling panel was, although in the haze, it was hard to tell. Over here, Felix called, and she stumbled toward the sound. Something brushed her face, and it took her a moment to realize it was their makeshift rope. She shrugged one of the kids off her shoulder, tying their limp body under the arms with a quick knot, and jerked at the rope. A moment later, the kid was pulled up through the ceiling panel. Her lungs ached, and black spots were starting around the edge of her vision. In about 30 seconds, she was going to breathe in whether she wanted to or not. The coat came down again, and with fumbling fingers, she tied the other kid into the makeshift harness. It took her 3 tries to get the knot tight. Then she gave a tug, and again, the kid was pulled up. The floor swayed under her feet, and she reached out to catch herself before she realized she wasn't standing near anything she could catch herself on. He should have already dropped the rope again. Unless... Her stomach sank. Damn it to hell. She was a damn innocent. All this time, and she was still a damn innocent. Felix had wanted to kill her since that morning, and she'd just damn well handed him the opportunity on a credit chip. She was going to die here. She was going to bloody die, and she wouldn't even be able to say goodbye to Lev. Stupid reason to be upset, but in the end, that was the thing that hurt the most. For the lady's damn sake, grab on. She looked up with a start. The jacket sleeve dangled in front of her face, and she grabbed for it desperately. Her lungs hiccuped and spasmed, trying to draw in a breath. Someone yanked up on the makeshift rope, but her fingers didn't seem to want to hold on, and she could feel her grip slipping. A hand grabbed her wrist and yanked her up, and she gasped in a breath and found she was breathing clean air. She collapsed on her stomach on the ceiling tile, gasping and choking, still dangling halfway out of the ceiling panel. As the black dissipated from her vision, she saw Felix crouched beside her. He was peering at her with what looked like actual concern on his face. "You okay?" His voice was rough. "Sorry it took me so long. Couldn't get the knot untied. Had to cut it loose with my damn gutting knife. You all right?" "I'm fine," she gasped. Her muscles were shaky and her chest still ached, but she managed to pull herself up into the space above the ceiling. To her shock, Felix grabbed her arm and helped her. She glanced down at the 2 unconscious street kids. "Only one way to get them out of here," she muttered, crouching down and slipping one of the kids' bound wrists over her head, so he was slung around her back like a heavy, unwieldy knapsack. She hoisted him up as Felix took the other kid, and they started off at a half-crouch back the way they'd come. Behind them, there was a shout, abruptly cut off. Presumably an officer had discovered the scene and been promptly knocked cold by the gas. But it wouldn't last. Once the door was open, the gas would clear quickly. When they'd gone far enough, Jez pulled out her heat gun, melted another ceiling tile, and she and Felix jumped down and jogged for the exit. The unconscious street kids bouncing awkwardly on their backs. They slammed the door behind them, and from inside, an officer shouted the alarm. And then they were running down the icy Prasvishoni streets. When they reached their bikes, Jez cursed. "Felix, you take the kids back to the barricades." He scowled. "No way in hell. What are you doing?" "Not gonna leave these bikes for the damn police," she muttered, yanking out her gutting knife and slicing a strip from her tunic. "And I fly these things a hell of a lot better than you do." Felix rolled his eyes. "Nadia, you got binding twine?" The street girl pulled something from her pocket, tossing it at Felix. He snatched it out of the air and handed it to Jez. "Use this. I sure as hell don't want to see you naked. Tie one bike to yours and one to mine." The shouts from the officers grew suddenly louder. They must have opened the back door, which meant they had maybe a minute at this point. She sighed. "Fine." She wrapped the bikes together neatly, then slid onto hers. "But you damn well better cut it loose if you can't keep up. Easier to get a new street bike than a new damn street kid, probably." "Worry about your own self," Felix muttered. But to her shock, she saw the hint of a smile on his face. Jez hid her calm as they shot forward. "Got the explosives planted. Tell Yezbel if she wants to make some noise, now would be a good time." "You're safe?" Lev's voice was strained. "Yep," she drawled, Safe was relative, anyways. A moment later, a boom shook the streets of Prasvishoni. Matching balls of fire rose from the weapons depot behind them, and where the police stations must be, or had been. She glanced over at Felix, and they grinned at each other, despite the icy wind cutting through their thin tunics. "Hey," she said through the private line, "you didn't do too bad back there, you scum-sucker." "Yeah, you didn't do too bad either for a skinny, ugly plaguer." She was grinning as they shot back towards the barricades. Her arms ached with cold, and her bike shook with the added strain of the loose bike tied on beside it. And the speed they were flying was probably dangerous. But honestly, she couldn't have cared less. Chapter 14. Masha, Day 7. When Masha approached her office the next morning, 2 police officers stood outside the door, waiting for her. They held their weapons in a businesslike way, their stances ready. Masha hid a smile. "Alonia?" one of them asked as she stopped by the door. "I'm she said. "What's the meaning of this?" "We're here on orders from Minister Bronca," said the first officer. "There was an unfortunate occurrence in the building last night, and the minister wanted to assure your safety. She requires your presence at a meeting this morning." Masha raised an eyebrow. "And did Minister Bronca see fit to explain what happened?" The officer scowled. "If the minister wishes to explain, I'm certain she'll do so," she snapped. Masha gave a small shrug. "Very well. I assume I'm to follow you then? Please, lead the way." When Masha stepped into the meeting room, she could feel the eyes on her. At least 24 ministers were gathered around the table, many of them surprisingly important. For a brief moment, she felt a spark of fear. Either things had played out as she'd intended, or she'd been found out, and she wasn't certain which. Then she noticed the preoccupied looks on the faces turned towards her, and her shoulders relaxed. "Undersecretary," said Bronca, gesturing to a seat. "Please, we've been waiting for you." Masha kept her expression one of polite curiosity, and sat. Bronca glanced around the room with a slightly wry expression. "No one officially knows the news I'm about to tell you. However, I'm certain many of you have heard unofficially." She paused a moment. "For those of you who have not, Minister Gorin is dead." A buzz of whispers started around the table. Masha watched Bronca out of the corner of her eye. The woman was very good. She'd managed to give the news with an air of complete detachment, and now she stood looking around the room, expression placid, but mildly concerned. When the murmurs had faded, a man in the back said gruffly, "How?" "Assassination," said Bronca curtly. There was a look of hunted fear in the faces around the table now. Gorin had been a high-up minister. If he could be killed, none of them were safe. None of the people in this room knew, of course, what had been on the information chip Masha had planted in Bronca's office the day before. If they had, they would have been much less surprised. No one around the table would have seen the internal security files Masha had seen either. And likely, none of them knew exactly what Bronca was capable of, as Masha did. The assassination of Minister Gorin, for one thing. "With the current crisis, it's vital that we deal with any potential fallout up front," Bronca continued. She turned to the man at the end of the table. "Minister Pasha, you are in charge of internal government security?" The man looked nervous. "I am, but the details—" Bronca cut him off with a curt gesture. "I'm aware the details are delegated to your staff. I'm not blaming you for what happened. However, I request that you take personal charge going forward, The rest of the ministers and staff in this building need to have enough confidence in their personal safety to remain at their desks during this crisis. The man nodded, clearly unhappy with the situation.
Speaking of the current crisis, said another woman, Goran was in charge of the response to the insurgency. It seems to me the most urgent task now is to find someone to replace him.
I fully agree, said Branka. That's why I've asked Undersecretary Alonia to be present. She turned to Masha, studying her with her piercing gaze. Undersecretary, she said, as I'm sure you are aware, this is a highly unusual request. However, we are dealing with highly unusual circumstances. I understand that you are fully briefed as to the situation in the streets.
Masha nodded.
Very good.
Branka turned back to the others at the table.
I suggest, then, that we ask the Undersecretary to step into the vacant position on a temporary basis until we are able to procure a suitable replacement for Goran. There were some grumbled protests and looks of discontent, but the fact that no one raised an audible objection told Masha exactly how desperate the ministers were. She hid a smile. Branka scanned the room, then gave a brusque nod. Very well, since there appears to be no objection.
Minister Branka, said Masha smoothly, half rising from her seat.
Branka turned in surprise, frowning. Undersecretary?
Masha gave her a pleasant smile. You asked that I step into Goran's position and take over his responsibilities. I'm willing to do so, but there are conditions that would have to be met.
Branka's frown deepened, and there was a definite hint of frost to her expression. May I ask what such conditions might be, Undersecretary? I was under the impression that you would be thrilled to receive this honor, considering how willing you were to step forward when Minister Adric was removed from his position. Her last words contained a bite to them.
I am very aware of the honor you're bestowing on me, said Masha, voice still, low, and pleasant. I am also aware that my immediate predecessor was violently killed less than 24 hours previous. When Goran asked me to take over the defense of the streets and putting down the insurgency, responsibility for the ultimate decision rested with him. Now, Masha gave a small shrug. If I accept your offer, should something unfortunate occur, I'll be the next in line for the assassin's heat blast.
You are not my only option. Branka's tone was icy. There are plenty of under-ministers who would leap at this chance.
Perhaps, said Masha, but how many of them know the situation like I do? Who else knows the details of the sabotage the insurgents carried out this morning? Who else was aware we're currently running off of generator power in this building? Or which key pieces of infrastructure they'd have to take out for us to lose power completely? This is a situation that does not afford time to bring a new person up to speed.
Branka's eyes narrowed to slits. What are you requesting, Undersecretary?
Masha smiled. I need full autonomy. I need the authority to use every tool at my disposal without being tied up in bureaucratic struggles. To that end, I must be named as a full minister, and it must be announced by someone with your influence that I have full power within the scope of my ministry. That's the only way I will be able to deal with this situation.
You're asking for something ridiculous, snapped Branka.
Am I? Asked Masha. How do you propose I deal with this crisis, where the situation on the ground can change in the blink of an eye? If I have to go through 4 different ministers, each of whom will want some favor or payback in return for their stamp of approval, the streets will devolve into chaos.
I understand your unwillingness to raise an undersecretary to a full minister, but what I'm asking is eminently reasonable. She glanced quickly around the table. The looks on the ministers' faces were furious, but still, none of them voiced a protest. She and she alone knew the information Goran had been working with, the names and identities of his informants, what he'd been planning and why. And everyone at this table knew it. Goran had been somewhat of a legend, even in government, for playing his tokens from a tightly clenched fist. And everyone at this table realized by now that if they did not agree to Masha's demands, whoever else they chose was unlikely to ever get those details. If I were to agree, said Branka at last, reluctantly, I assume you would accept a full performance review at the end of this crisis. I may be able to get you appointed acting minister, but even I can't pull enough strings to get you authorized as a full minister with no external review or committee meetings. And, she added, as you have so helpfully pointed out, time is of the essence. Masha hesitated a moment. Let Branka think this was a concession. Give the woman a win. At last she nodded slowly. Acting minister, then, she said, with a review after the crisis is over. But I will expect everything else that I requested, and I will expect you to ensure it moves quickly. If I am to take on this position, I expect to be starting to strategize a response within an hour. And by that time, I need every minister, underminister, or any other official with whom I might be working to have an update on my status and instructions to obey me as if I were Goran from this moment forward. Branka was still glaring at her, but she gave a short, sharp nod. Your proposal is acceptable, Undersecretary. Acting minister now, correct? Said Masha quietly. The anger lines around Branka's mouth sharpened, but she nodded. I apologize. You are correct. Acting Minister Alonia. Thank you, Minister Branka. Masha stood briskly, pushing back the chair. If that's all, I would like to get started. It will take me some time to go through the information my predecessor left. She turned to Branka. Would you be so kind as to arrange for his files and information chips to be sent to my office? Of course, said Branka, her voice still cold. I appreciate your devotion to duty. She paused. I received some additional information regarding the situation on the streets. It involves the gangs who, I believe, you authorized to assist the police. However, as you pointed out, you have plenty of work to do, so I'll send it through to your comm. A tendril of unease wound around Masha's chest at the tone in the woman's voice, but she nodded politely. Minister Branka? Ministers, thank you for your confidence. I hope not to disappoint you. And she turned, opened the door, and stepped out of the room. Acting minister. Her next play, gone off without a hitch. She had business to take care of, and after that, one more move remaining. Radka was waiting for her, her expression a mixture of tension and boredom. When she saw Masha exit, she straightened comically quickly. Hello, Undersecretary, she said. I'm to take you back to your office when the meeting's done. She glanced uncertainly at the closed door. Is the meeting done? Masha gave a terse shake of her head. For me, yes. I've been given an assignment, and I'm afraid it will keep me busy for the foreseeable future. Something had happened with the gangs, and from the expression on Branka's face, it had been something very, very bad. She couldn't tell if the nausea in her stomach was from imagining what had happened, or from her own role in whatever it was. It didn't matter. After the attempted assassination the previous night, she no longer had the time to wonder about right and wrong. Maybe she never had.
Undersecretary?
She looked up, startled, to see Radka watching her with concern.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Did something happen in the meeting?
The girl's voice was quiet. Masha scowled at her. That is not something that I wish to discuss.
If there's anything I can...
No. Masha cut her off sharply. I told you before, I am not your friend. No one in these buildings is your friend. If you don't learn that lesson, you won't survive. Now please, take me to my office with no more conversation. Do you talk with every minister you escort to their offices? She made her tone as harsh as possible. The girl gave a meek nod, but the look on her face wasn't hurt, or even anger. It was sympathy. Masha cursed internally. She had more important things to worry about than an aide who likely wouldn't last out the month. An aide with a brother who worked here as well, who she worried about. A mother at home sick, and the father working as an undersecretary to the transport minister. Masha gave a brusque shake of her head. She didn't have time for that. She'd never had time for that. When she reached her office, she unlocked the door and stepped through without sparing Radka a glance. She locked it behind her, then sat slowly at her desk and pulled up her comm screen. The file Branka had sent was flashing on her comm. She tapped it open. The moment she saw, on the video footage, the police captain murmuring instructions to the leader of the blood riots, she knew what would follow. She forced herself to watch anyways. When it was over, she closed down the holoscreen. She felt sick. The guilt and fury burning inside her strong enough to make her dizzy. This was her fault. She took a long breath and dropped her face into her hands, closing her eyes for a moment against the images seared across her eyelids. A burning apartment building. People screaming. Desperate faces pressed to windows. But only for a moment. There was work to do. She raised her head, took another deep breath, and tapped her comm.
Alonia?
Answered a man's voice immediately. You have the shipment of weapons? Said Masha, the words more a statement than a question.
Of course, he said. I've been holding them in a secure location as we discussed. No one in any official capacity knows they exist, other than you and me, as you instructed.
Your help has been invaluable, said Masha, with a small, grim smile. I'm now in position, so you may officially release news of their arrival.
I'll do so.
Thank you. She tapped her comm through to another line. Undersecretary Alonia, a woman's voice answered. Acting Minister Alonia, Masha corrected. Ah, congratulations on your promotion, Acting Minister. There was faint amusement in the woman's tone. Thank you, said Masha with an answering smile. I just finished speaking to an official in charge of weapons distribution. Your soldiers will be receiving new weaponry within the hour, I expect. Likely faster. He is a very efficient man. General Ossip, I believe, has already cleared your orders. Very good. The woman paused. And I assume... Yes, said Masha calmly. We will proceed as discussed. There'd been a time that she'd wondered, years ago, if her voice would break as she gave the order. If she'd have a twinge of hesitation, a momentary second thought. But she'd seen the video. Her voice was perfectly steady. Of course, Acting Minister, said the woman. I'll stream the results through to your comm as they come in.
Please stream it along the general government lines as well, said Masha. I suspect there will be a number of ministers who'd be interested in the results.
Of course, said the woman.
And again, there was that hint of amusement.
You are likely correct.
Masha tapped off her comm, and for a few moments sat staring at nothing. Her stomach was tight. Nerves? No, not nerves, although it felt like nerves. The tightness in her muscles, the adrenaline tingling in her fingertips. Anticipation. She smiled slightly and leaned back. After a moment, she pulled up the holoscreen and slid it around in front of her, turning it to the government channel. This, she'd been waiting her whole life to watch.
Acting Minister Alonia.
There was a loud pounding on the door. Masha looked up from the screen with a start. Her stomach was still tight, her muscles still shaky with adrenaline. But for once, she couldn't hide the grim smile on her face. This hadn't made her sick at all, much as she'd once thought it might.
What is it?
She called.
Minister Branca would like to see you immediately, in her office.
Of course, called Masha pleasantly.
Give me a moment to gather my things.
Radka was waiting when she opened the door. Her expression was a mix of confusion and fear, and Masha caught herself thinking that this girl would not do well in government until she learned to become less transparent, and feeling an entirely unexpected pang of regret at the thought.
What's happened?
Radka whispered, her voice trembling slightly.
I don't know what's going on, but everyone's terrified. Was someone else assassinated?
Masha hadn't intended to respond, but the girl's eyes were so frightened.
In a manner of speaking,
she found herself saying, but nothing that should affect you. She tried to ignore the relief in the girl's face and kept her expression carefully blank. When they reached Branca's office, Radka tapped timidly on the door.
Minister Branca, I've brought the acting minister as you requested.
There was a moment's pause. Then Branca said, "The door is unlocked. Please ask her to come in." There was an unfamiliar tone to the woman's voice. Radka pushed the door open, and Masha stepped inside without glancing in her direction. Branca sat slumped behind her desk. The brown of her skin had gone an unhealthy color, and she seemed to have aged 15 years since that morning. "Alonia, please have a seat," she said, her voice heavy. Masha sat, her face still a pleasant blank. For a long moment, Branca was silent. At last she raised her head and looked at Masha. Masha saw, with a twinge of satisfaction, the fear behind her eyes. "I assume you are aware of what happened in the streets about 20 minutes past?" It was a statement, not a question. Masha nodded.
Of course. I was the one who gave the order.
Branca stared at her for a long moment. At last she shook her head in a stunned disbelief. "How many gang members and boyeviki do you think were in the city, Alonia?" Masha smiled politely. "I can give you an exact number. 7,532 as of this morning." She paused. "Now, none." Again, Branca paused a moment before she responded. "They were working with us," she said at last. "They agreed to help the police, put their differences aside to help us bring down this insurgency." Masha leaned slightly forward, resting her forearms on Branca's desk. "And what do you think would have happened once we'd finished with the insurgency?"
She wasn't sure that she'd managed to fully conceal the hiss of hatred in her voice.
They would have taken over our police force. They would have infiltrated the government again. We would have been exactly where we were months ago, when Grigory turned on us the first time. Completely reliant on them, their power, their weapons. We would have brought down one insurgency, only to welcome in another. At least under Grigory and Olyesa, there was a structure. This rabble had no leadership. It would have been chaos, anarchy, until someone managed to murder their way to the top, and we would have been dragged into it. 7,532, said Branka again, her voice hollow. In 10 minutes. 7,532 people dead. How could you?
Masha caught Branka's gaze and held it.
Minister Branka, she said, her words sharp and crisp. You gave me full authority to do as I saw fit to stop this insurrection. This is what I saw fit to do.
Branka seemed to rally slightly at the sharpness in her tone, her eyebrows drawing into a frown.
And how, exactly, did you believe that killing our biggest allies would assist in putting down the insurrection?
Masha took a deep breath. Giving the order to kill the gangs, she'd been perfectly calm then. Odd how this was the part that made her voice want to shake.
Everyone in the street will have seen what happened, she said quietly. Everyone in the street will have seen the special op forces gun down every member of the Rims, the Blood Riots, the Boyeviki, in a matter of minutes. They've seen what we can do. They're scared now, terrified, and, she hesitated for the slightest of moments, and now I believe the pieces are in place to take down the insurrection.
What's your next move? Branka's voice held an undercurrent of fear. Masha smiled, despite the sick tightness in her stomach.
We take out the barricades. Completely. In the same way we took out the gangs. We use the special ops first. I doubt the insurgents will survive that, but if they do, we'll move on to next options. We bring the ringleaders back for questioning and kill the rest. Once the head is cut off the sand snake, the body may thrash for a while, but it will be over, and we'll be free from not only the insurgents, but also from the murderers who wished to take the mafia's place.
I expect, said Branka slowly, the Secretary General will look very favorably on whoever was instrumental in putting down this insurgency. Masha raised her eyebrows.
I hope you're not insinuating I would take such drastic measures for personal gain.
Again, that spark of fear in Branka's expression. She'd underestimated Masha, and she knew it. And she didn't know by how much, and it terrified her.
Of course not,
she said at last, hatred and fear battling in her tone.
I wouldn't dream of making such an insinuation.
Masha stood still, smiling slightly.
Is that all you need from me at the moment?
Branka nodded, her face still haunted.
I believe it is. Good, said Masha. I have several matters to attend to.
She nodded farewell to Branka and stepped out the door. Rodka was waiting for her as always, but Masha ignored her completely, leaving the girl to trail along behind her. She couldn't stop and think. Not for one moment. She couldn't afford the luxury of regret. She'd do what needed to be done, and deal with the rest when it was over. When she was back inside her office, she leaned up against the door, legs suddenly weak. For a moment, she wasn't sure if she could handle the short walk from the door to the chair behind her desk. but she could always do what was necessary when it came to it. She took a deep breath and crossed over to her desk. For a moment, after she sank into her seat, she studied the information chips spread out on her desk. She'd won her play that morning, yes, and she'd taken out the gangs. But there was one more thing she needed before she could make her final move. One more thing that would be by far the most difficult task yet. As powerful as Branka or Grigory or Olyesa or Vitali had been, none of them had been a match for her crew. The crew she was now going up against. She hesitated a moment, then pulled up her holoscreen and brought up the video Branka had sent to her earlier. She forced herself to watch again, the entire thing. Even stripped of the shock, the images had the power to turn her stomach. She'd been the one to authorize the police to work with the gangs to contain the insurgents. She'd known something like this would be a possibility, and she'd decided the risk was worth the benefit. This was the result. But she paused, frowning, then flipped back through the still frames of the video. What had happened there? She was willing to swear that what happened there had been under orders. She'd seen the way the police captain reacted to the message on her comm before calling for the gangs. Seen the way she'd spoken with the gang leaders before they'd come in. Someone was giving orders. And she'd looked through Goran's files. It hadn't been him. He and she were the only two people who should have been authorized to give those orders. She looked closer at the image. For just a moment, the officer who'd been recording had jiggled the vid screen, and there was a fraction of a second where he'd caught an image of the captain's comm screen, reflected in her heat visor. Masha expanded the screen until the foggy image resolved itself into something legible. Then she sucked in a quick breath, dropping back into her chair. She recognized, suddenly, the telltale signature in the corner of the comm message. She'd seen it twice before. Once 3 days ago, just a fragment of it, caught in her scanner as it scanned the files of an assassin leaning over her bed. She hadn't recognized it at the time, because it had been only a fragment. But now, seeing the whole thing, she realized where she'd seen it first. Months ago, in the basement of a university, on a program that would kill her and her crew and enslave the entire system. Yevka. She felt as if all the oxygen had been sucked from her lungs. She'd known, of course, that Yevka was still alive. But she'd thought they had more time, that she'd finish her plan long before the woman would be ready to make her move. But time was a luxury that she'd never had. And now, it wasn't just a race to save Prasvishoni before it crashed and burned. If Yevka won, she'd destroy the system. Chapter 15. Lev, Day 7, Afternoon. Lev dropped to his stomach as a smoke bomb sailed towards them, hitting the barricades and bouncing off back into the street. He lifted his head cautiously and fired at the officer who'd thrown it, but the police had learned by now exactly how far away to stand, and by the time the blast reached her, it was hardly warm enough to melt the ice from her uniform. Another smoke bomb flew through the air, this one landing on the barricade near him, and he jumped backwards as smoke hissed out of it. A student and a street kid sprinted over, throwing a bucket over the top of the smoking cylinder, then pouring the contents of a water bottle through a hole in the bottom of the bucket. Lev coughed and rubbed his eyes at the sharp sting of the residual smoke. From across the barricade, Jez shouted something about plaguing scumsuckers. And then there were startled exclamations from around him, and he blinked hard against the smoke, clearing his eyes in time to see the officers scrambling for their bikes. They mounted up, and a moment later, were gone. He stared at the students on the barricades around them, but they looked as confused as he was.
Lev, what did you do?
Tay's voice came through the closed loop. Lev tapped his calm, frowning.
I didn't do anything. I assumed you had.
There was a moment of silence. When Tay spoke again, he sounded as uneasy as Lev felt.
The street kids standing watch outside the barricades said they're gone, completely. They just left.
Hey, genius, said Jez, coming up to him. What did Techhead?
It wasn't him,
said Lev quietly. Jez cocked her head at him, then grinned, but he could see the worry behind her expression.
Maybe it's just been too long since any of us took a shower.
Yesbel joined them, and for a few minutes they stood watching the suddenly quiet streets. And then, in the distance, there was a thick hissing and fizzing, like water boiling on a heat plate. He glanced over at Jez and Yesbel. Jez looked as confused as he was, but Yesbel's face had gone very pale.
Somebody's shooting,
she said, her voice tight.
Lev, Jez, Yesbel, you need to see this.
There was something about the tone in Tay's voice that tightened Lev's stomach. When the three of them reached the shelter they were using as a conference room, Tay had his holoscreen pulled up and expanded. It took Lev a moment, as he stepped inside, for his brain to register what he was seeing. And then it did, and he had to turn quickly away. Beside him, Jez gave a choked curse, sounding a little like she wanted to vomit.
What?
Lev began, and then had to swallow hard.
It's the gangs,
said Tay quietly.
The gangs and the Boyeviki. Blood riots, rims, all of them.
Lev forced himself to turn back to the screen. It was over now. It must have been over in a matter of minutes. All that was left were the bodies strewn across the street.
Who did this?
His voice was strangely calm. Tay had reached out unconsciously, supporting himself on one of the shelter walls. He looked almost as sick as Lev felt.
I can't tell,
he said, his voice hollow.
They had uniforms I didn't recognize. I thought you might.
He tapped the screen and dragged the image backwards a few seconds, then froze it. Lev leaned in, frowning, trying to ignore everything in the image except the uniforms of the people with the weapons. Then he sucked in a quick breath and looked up.
It's the Army Special Op Forces. And from the look of it, the weapons Bronca requested when Jez was still in the government have arrived.
He shook his head.
No wonder that was over so quickly. They wouldn't have stood a chance. Not taken by surprise like that. But why? Why would they take out the gangs?
Tay still sounded sick.
They were working with the government. Why?
Lev could see on his face the moment Tay realized what Lev had already guessed.
It's Masha,
Tay said quietly. Lev nodded.
It has to be.
So, said Yesbel.
She's done what she's always wanted to do, finally. One of the things, yes, he said quietly. She'll come after us next.
Why? Jez's face was sick, her voice almost a whisper.
I don't know, said Yesbel grimly. But look at what she's done. If all she'd wanted was to take out the gangs, she wouldn't have needed those weapons. These are what you'd use to take out a city block. Or a barricade.
Lev? Jez whispered. He'd promised himself he wouldn't lie to her, And he couldn't break that promise, not even for this. He met her eyes and gave a small nod. Jez turned back to the screen, and there was something about the look on her face that made a sharp, hot anger rise in Lev's chest. Damn Masha. Damn her for hurting Jez. Damn her for making him stand here and tell the woman he loved more than anything in the system something that would cut her open like a damn gutting knife. Jez. He slipped his arm around her waist. I'm sorry, but Yesbel's right. What just happened with the gangs? That wasn't just revenge. That was strategy. After a display like that, who will dare make trouble when she finally takes this barricade down? That was always what they had to avoid, the whole city rising up. That would have been more than they could control. Now she can do it without a whisper of resistance. Jez stared at him for a moment, and there was a vulnerable look to her face, and for a moment, he wasn't sure if she was going to cry or swear. But she did neither, just gave a brief nod.
Yeah,
she said softly.
Yeah, guess that makes sense.
For a moment, none of them spoke. Lev was still swallowing back sickness in his throat. He had no love for the gangs. He'd seen what they could do, what they had done. But so many people, so many dead. Well, he said at last, forcing a smile. I suppose now that we know her endgame, we can focus on a counter-strategy. He sighed. We were hoping that more reasonable heads in government would prevail, and we could end this with a negotiation. But this is Masha's game now, and she won't stop until she gets what she's after, whatever that is. So if we can't negotiate, what's our other option? Die? Yesbel's voice carried a grim humor. Lev shook his head. No, we stop her. How? Asked Tay incredulously. He shook his head. We take down the government ourselves. There were a few moments of silence. Then Jez gave a shaky grin.
One thing about you, genius. You don't think small.
Masha won't stop trying to kill us, he said quietly. If she has the power to do what she did, she certainly has the power to block any attempt at negotiations. I don't know what her game is, and I don't know what she's after. But keeping us alive doesn't seem to be a part of it. We're almost out of food and supplies as it is. Even if we could convince her not to kill us, what we're fighting, the police killing street kids, killing protesters, crackdowns in the poor parts of town, it won't stop. He shook his head. I would have preferred a peaceful solution, but I don't think that's an option anymore.